a gente tá aqui pra ganhar, né? Assim como todos, e a gente vai dar o nosso melhor pra isso. A gente tá chegando sem pressão nenhuma, como underdogs, vindo do Last Chance, então pressão é todas deles.
Liquid, que nos enfrentamos a ellos en la primera Master de Islandia y nos eliminaron, y ahora tenemos la oportunidad de tener una revancha.
Back then, I think they didn't really show their full potential, because I think when we practiced against them, they were much more better than in the official game, so I feel like now they have much more experience, so it's going to be a tough match.
Si ganáramos el primer partido contra Liquid, yo creo que sería un golpe de mucha confianza para el equipo. Demostraría que hemos avanzado como equipo y hemos progresado.
I don't think we have any other goals than winning.
No queremos irnos con solo la experiencia, queremos irnos con la copa, queremos ser los mejores del mundo.
Também tomar cuidado, né, que o favoritismo aí às vezes não é muito agradável.
I'm not feeling that pressure at all. We just need to do our job.
Nats, I'm watching, so if you want to lurk, we're ready for you.
Welcome back to Champions. We've got a lot of greats here, but we're here to find the greatest. And right now, the greatest in the world is Gambit Esports, and they're stepping onto the stage first today up against Team Secret. Again, of all the teams here that I think might surprise us, Team Secret is one of them, especially the way they're talking in some of these features, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw them potentially coming onto that master stage, they were the best team in their region. And time has passed since then. There's been a lot of changes. I like the fact that they want to play up against Gambit, that they don't want an easier opponent to try and sneak through to playoffs, that they can gain so much from this. And I think the region of SEA gains so much from this as well.
Well, Jess, I know you said you don't care so much what maps we're playing on, because all we're here to do is watch the best Valorant get played out. But Map Select is ready, so we're going to dive straight in as we continue our conversation about what it might take here for Team Secret to ultimately take down Gambit, our defending champions from Masters Berlin.
I don't want to see Bind. I'm gonna say it right now. I said I didn't care about the maps, but the reason I don't want to see Bind is the very last time we saw Gambit play, and I know you guys are always gonna preface this is not them at their full potential. Sure, but they got 13-0'd. That is a bad record to set on the very last time you went up on the competitive. Exactly right. So for me, I don't want to see Bind, but we may potentially, given how the ban might go.
I mean, they did lose to Ascend, who I think are the best Bind team maybe out there alongside Liquid. Of course, it's hard to tell. The fact, okay, so Team Secret being the first ban, obviously Gambit with a higher seed, they wanted to beat Team B in the picking process. They want to actually let Team Secret lead the veto. And that's what Vision Strikers did against Full Sense yesterday. It's just kind of like, you pick, we'll work around you. Typically, we're going to see this anyway from Gambit banning out Haven, but the first pick is actually in the hands of TS.
Yeah, and the Ascent ban is interesting because I haven't seen Gambit play that in a long time, so that I don't think is going to be a target ban by any means. I think that's a comfort ban there for Secret, and I don't mind comfort bans when teams are going up against a formidable opponent. The Haven one, however, good map for Team Secret. That's a target ban.
At best, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, I mean, it just lines up perfectly because Gambit were never going to play Haven. You want to see the red guy right in it.
That's Icebox, exactly. Ascent and Haven won't be seen. It's Icebox first, and as you mentioned, that's Team Secret's pick.
Okay, just so everyone understands where I'm at with this pick, Team Secret just picked a map that Gambit 13-0'd G2 on.
Last time as well. Like
that's what I'm literally saying. This is the very last match. So Team Secret's going, not only do we not care what map we go to, let's go to the map that you just 13-0'd someone on.
Again, you know what? In so many ways, though, this matches the character of the team. They're just like, you know what? If we're going to go up against the best in the world, which is what we want, it's just a cool opportunity. We're also going to take it to them on one of their best maps. We're going to follow that up with Gambit's pick in Breeze for map number 2. So those are the two maps we're guaranteed to see here. Ryan, what do you make of that Gambit pick?
I like the Breeze. It's a map that they've only really been tested on once, like played in Berlin. It was the other map in that G2 series, actually, the first one. Everything else was in third-party tournaments or in effectively seeding games through some of the challenges and masters stages to get to events. So Breeze is a bit of a question mark, but clearly Gambit want to show it off a little bit.
And I think it's going to be a really good pick against Team Secret. I said that Gambit were targeting them in their ban. They're also targeting them in their pick because the last time and the only time in the recent history that I have Breeze here for Team Secret, it was a loss, and it was a pretty serious loss.
Right, Split and Fracture banned out in succession, which means...
No,
which
stop
means
it now.
You said you didn't want to see it,
Dash,
Jess.
stop.
And there's, I mean, it's still, I think, by many accounts, unlikely to be seen based on the expectation of the series, but there's a chance.
Don't say there's a chance.
There's
Don't
always
say there's
a chance.
You know what? Fair enough.
That's what I love about esports.
You know, if you want to clean the slate, reset the record, sure, no problems. This might be the team to do it against. But if it made it to map 3, there's problems already, no?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
The problem I have with the 13-0 argument is if you're a coach or a team and you get 13-0 on a map, any map, doesn't matter what tournament, that is the map that you spend the most time fixing.
True.
You don't go, we got 13-0 on this map, it's fine, we'll just, everybody, you don't get to sleep tonight, we're working on this until it's fixed.
I like that point, right? Because now this map 1 is super important for both teams. On the side of Team Secret, you're stepping into the lion's den, right? So whatever you show us, that's going to be very interesting to see. And for Gambit, it's their opportunity to kind of wipe the slate clean, like has been mentioned, and really prove to us on day 1 that they've done the work they need to do to turn things around. We're stepping away. When we come back, it's map number 1 of the first series of the day. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to Champions, where we've got 3 sick matchups ahead of us today. We're kicking it off with Gambit versus Team Secret. You heard us talk the talk, do everything we need to do to set you up to see this very first series of the day. There's nothing left to do but to meet the teams. Let's head on stage and meet Gambit and Team Secret. Oh, how I have missed the rumble of that bass. And I bet the players are feeling it as they step onto the champion stage for the very first time to do battle. Team Secret, Gambit. It's the Titanic matchup where you're looking to take down the tournament favorites. We already know the map picks is going to be Icebox first, and that was Team Secret's pick. And as the players sit down into their chairs and gear up for the matchup, the only question remaining to be answered is what are the comps they're going to come to the table with.
Some exciting stuff. I think Icebox, typically you're going to expect the same sort of agents to come out. I think this event we've already seen a few adaptations, a little bit of KO, for example. Sure. We saw yesterday. I don't think we're going to see something too zany, but I think it's just what kind of Gambit, what protocols are they shifting? Are they relying as much on Nats as they used to in Masters 3? Are they going to try and put some of that weight on other players?
And it's funny that you say that, and they give a huge battle cry behind us.
Both sides, let's go!
And both sides did it. Funny that both sides did it, because both of these teams run a mirror comp on this map. We usually have the Jet, the Reyna, the Sage, the Sova, and the Viper. Now, will they change things up? Has the meta changed? Has anyone on the team changed? Sure, but I mean, when we're looking to the fact that we're going up with Gambit, all you got to do is look at defend to spawn, and that's going to be there, right? That's all that matters.
And preparation is going to be a big question, right? That's what we've kind of keyed into for Gambit, as they have, you know, been performing in a lackluster fashion leading up to this tournament. But by the same token, Ryan, when you expect a team to win a series, you also expect them to not show too much. So I almost, would almost think that they will go to comfort here, and if they have even reworked anything new, they're going to hold that for later in the tournament.
Even the teams like Team Liquid and Ascend that went on to the finals of Home Ground, I still imagine that they've got some aces up their sleeves for this event. Like, we've seen Team Liquid recently because of LCQ, right? So there's not too much time in the lab to experiment. But both of these teams, since Masters, have played in other tournaments and underperformed a little bit. But how much do Gambit need to realistically underperform for Team Secret to have a chance? Because they could come in and be fantastic, or it could be nervous, it could be iffy, it could be the worst performance we've seen. We have no idea with this team.
Big thing is that Gambit's worst day, a 13-0, could be Team Secret's best day. That's the worst part about it. We just don't know yet.
All right, well, here we go into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. As we mentioned, teams likely to take those mirror compositions. We see it flash up, and it looks like exactly that.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary here. I didn't expect them to change things up too crazy. I mean, out of the KO, what else are you going to swap out here? I know a lot of people have moved away from the Reyna, sure, but I still expected that to be a mirror comp.
So one of the compositions that I looked at, and again, if you look at the agent picks to Team Secret, it's a bit iffy because they played in a tournament that had agent bans. So sometimes you have like a Killjoy playing Raze in one of the maps. Wits played a bit of Breach on this map before, and that was one like, I could see it, and I quite like that. But I think Team Secret's approach is we're about to play one of the strongest Icebox teams. Let's just play mirror them, see if we can just match up.
Icebox has seen a lot of play, so the meta feels fairly locked in. Both of these teams coming to the table with the same things. We've thrown everything we can at you as the viewers. So before we head to the casters real quick, I want predictions.
I think this series is going to be done before you can say Gambit. So it's going
I've done that before, so maybe we'll do that off camera and we'll see if it ends that quickly. Jess, where are you going?
I mean, I love Team Secret, but if another 13-0 from Gambit happens, I wouldn't be too mad about that.
All right, lock it in. Gambit. From here, I get to throw it over to a pair that I love oh so much. It's Pansy and High Pock. Take it away.
Well,
My, what a trial by fire we have in front of us. Now Gambit get to return in, right? They've got the crown, but it do be a heavy burden. However, Secret, they got their work cut out.
They do, and I think it's important to manage expectations. I think
let's do that.
Could probably understand where most people are going to lean today, but for me, this is a good opportunity to at least see what Secret are bringing, right? The biggest accolade for them here isn't necessarily, looking towards the win. It's to put up a good performance here, because on paper, we've got to lean Gambit's way, surely.
We do. But this is the first time we get to see Team Secret take the stage. We all got that little bit of a heartbreak moment when Bren, under their prior name, could not make it to the stage. However, they've made it this time. But imagine this. You finally get here, you're feeling good, and it's like, oh, who's our first matchup? Gambit.
Oh.
It's tough, all right? But as they said, to be the best, you got to beat the best. And, well, I think that's no understatement right now. Well, let's see if they can come out swinging. As it does look right, Gar's got the hands in the air, and that does not normally mean a good thing. So this might be a second or two, but we'll, we can take a second and see what happens with this. I'm a little curious if it carries on.
I mean, that's just usually where Nats plays, right? This is a common Nats position right here in the spot. Exactly, right?
Nats, this is your spot, but it does look as though, I'm just make sure this is live. It does look as though they're kind of both in spawn, so I'm really not certain on this. I'll hold off too much yet now. But let's kind of then talk about what our expectations are. Right, let's roll it back a little bit. The desk, I think, highlighted some incredibly good points. And as much as Ryan did say it's a barometer for Secret, I think that's a very fair assessment. I also look at Gambit.
Yeah.
Because, as said, yes, we did have that Red Bull event that did kind of cast a little bit of doubt on Gambit, but pinch of salt to it. But outside of that, we look at vetoes, we look at agent select, we look at individuals.
I mean, let's not forget that before Masters, there was this big discussion around Gambit's ability to close out games. Obviously, the disparity between the defensive and attacking performance, which they did address very, very quickly in Masters, but there were
seconds left.
Blemishes on the record previously. And again, I think, yes, it's good to ride the momentum of a championship win, obviously. But if anything, it sets the bar pretty high. And Gambit themselves have said, look, we came away from that, and we've been working twice as hard, right, to maintain that and obviously live up to now the expectations they put up for themselves, and that's important. Again, you look at Sentinels, a comfortable run for a period of this year, but put a target on their back, and that's something that I think Gambit are very, very aware of.
Yeah, and again, we can talk about the kind of highs and lows of Nats now that every single person who's ever played a Viper in their life now has just poured over every single bit of footage that man has, and rightly so. He was a bit of a I guess a game changer in that regard himself, right? You definitely saw the game in a different light. However, though, we go beyond that. It's, can they come back out stronger? Can they maintain? I think a couple of the interviews that Gambit was saying leading into this, I credit to them for honesty, I think, is the big thing there, that they weren't super happy with some of the prep, some of the run-in time. But again, is this the game we see these issues ever become even a problem?
And I think if you start making comparisons, I guess from a stylistic standpoint, you look at Gambit, they are kind of a team you can prep against, right? You know what they're going to bring. There's not an awful lot of flair to what they do. Some of these set pieces, very intricate, very coordinated, but I think if you make the comparison somewhere as Sentinels, where they rely on the recipe, they rely on the protocols, and they're able to kind of, free ball it almost. Most rounds for them are kind of like, okay, guys, we're going to try and do this. And actually, they start out with no real plan to go anywhere. Let's see what happens. And actually, that results in, okay, we're going to deathmatch a round out. It's ours.
But we have seen that from Gambit to an weird extent, right? And I bring up the one moment. Haven Envy. I think anyone who watched that previous event when obviously Gambit went on to win it, besting Envy in that final. Sorry, spoilers. Weird. The point is, though, that I don't know if I put that up to them showing their capability to do that, or just it was a weird game, but it definitely stands out as one of the anomalies out there, that they could kind of play this free style, a little bit more audible calls, kind of a little looser, and it threw Envy through a loop at that point.
It did, and I think the person you look towards on Gambit there is Redgar. And when they're talking about kind of reinventing themselves, I think Redgar's probably the piece of this roster that probably needs to, I don't want to say learn or grow the most, but become more adaptive to what's going on, because these are things that, when we talk about anti-strat and a team like Team Secret, again, you make the comparison to some of maybe the regional examples that we have. You look at maybe Ascend, a team that's able to embrace that chaos, play very fast and loose, and it really tests kind of the strength of Gambit's default, because we know they like to sit deep. We know they like to let the clock run down and wait for that kind of defensive aggression and any kind of set pieces coming out, and that really, like I said, it falls to Redgar. He needs to be the one to kind of react based on that information and formulate a plan within what seemingly 35 seconds. That's usually is where we see Gambit pull something together.
Now, again, though, when we talk about this, it's kind of... I feel like we're talking ahead of this game, which is maybe a little unfair to Team Secret. Now, you may ask as to why, because I think a lot of people were reading into a lot of the Bren hype when they were under that banner at the time leading into Berlin, which was the prior event to this.
Yeah.
Now, leading into that event, though, they were looking somewhat undefeated, very strong in all their matchups, clearly leading the region. Now, obviously, they didn't make it to that event in the end due to unfortunate circumstance. But now coming into this one, looking at their recent run, it has changed up a bit. Now, these events were a little weird, a little hard to quantify again. Can you read into them fully? No, but they aren't the same team anymore. So again, this is where do I change my expectation of Secret? Or do I just wait and see here? I'm finding it very hard to pin down where I put them here.
I absolutely agree. And actually, just to come back to something that Ryan on the desk said, I think he absolutely nailed it. It's kind of, yes, no expectations to win this series. Absolutely. I think that is a given. Again, anything above that expectation is obviously a big bonus. If they take a map, if it's comfortable, if they look as if they're able to get a really, really good grip on Gambit, particularly on their defensive half. Beyond that, again, I think they make it out of this group, honestly. And I think it's probably, we saw in the interview, being happy to face off against Gambit first. They have a big lesson to learn here. If it's going to be a loss, take something away from that, apply it to the rest of these games. But as you can see, it's a short tech pause for us, actually, Laura. I was about to get comfortable.
I was about to sit down. It is nice of them to put on a tech pause just for us. Obviously, we do request it these days. Wait for that start button to be hit, and it was ours and ours only. But it does seem as though everything has been resolved, so we can kind of reset this, kind of come back in with that mentality. Apologies for the delay there.
I'm staring at Redgar.
Are you ready? Just see if the hands go up or if he's good this time. For now, though, it does seem as though we are going to be good to go. So there shouldn't be any further problems. Team Secret going to be starting out on the defending side, and Gambit going to be leading in on the attack. We have had question marks with this map in the past, and we might have them again. That's going to start things off, as Dubstep looking to be the instigator here. As already going to lean down towards middle. They look a little proactive. Look at Sage over towards B long as well. We've got a little bit of movement here. I like this.
Actually, Secret giving up a lot of space on A side, so whether or not actually Dubstep will be rewarded. There's Nats removed. First piece off the board here. Actually, Shados will respond. Gambit will get the plant, though. Wits here is actually going to try and get ahead of the curve here. We'll find a kill as well. Chronicle will fall.
Lovely timing with the drone coming out as well, just working in unison, and Wits is putting on a show already, down to Defo and Redgar. Spike is down, but so is the defuse coming in halfway, now achieved. Jesse on the swing, and Redgar, he ain't got nothing to say. Team Secret are going to get pumped up, and the reason I'm excited and the reason that I'm going to push this above where I normally would, he's done well enough to do a bit of damage, but that doesn't matter, the round is theirs. Let's talk about the underdog mentality, right? Let's talk about what it's like coming in as someone who is not a favorite in a matchup. You want a good start. You want your players to instantly shake off that, right, we're on land. Now, bear in mind, though, these boys are experienced through a multitude of games, titles. They've been to land. They have been actually very high-tier players. This is not their first LAN, but it's their first, like, Valorant LAN against someone like Gambit. That's a huge shake-off of pressure.
Absolutely. On the side of Secret, I look towards Dubstep, I look towards Wits. They need to be the ones that are slippery, get themselves into these one-and-done spots and cause chaos, because Gambit are going to want to slow things down. They're going to want to get a really, really good read of how the land lies, but somehow actually Gambit stacked up as 5. No real point of contact anywhere else on the map, and it's 3 players from Secret here ready to greet them. Again, they will pause for a moment. Defo looking for something up on Rafters. Wits entertaining it. Does take a tag, but comfortably back away now. Shadots actually will fall elsewhere.
I do like that they've kind of sat back a little bit here. They're not overly rotating. They're not getting too anxious over peeking. They're letting Gambit take a little bit of space. Dubstep does need to be careful. I'm wondering if he is tradable. He does have at least someone up top, so he can have a swing on this. Not as clean as you'd like, but does make up for it as Defo cannot get the punish. Spike goes down. Nats with 1, and now just Nats alive. So far, this is actually pretty good. Unless Nats can do some more. Not going to be the case. Jesse with a lovely little cleanup. Rifle can also be recovered, which should be, I think, on the cards at some point. And yeah, you can already see that's going to be the case.
Again, with nothing really no indicators sent out from Gambit there. Again, they were just happy to wait to see if Secret gives them anything away. And I think actually it's good to see Secret with that ability to just sit back and say, we're now going they're going to creep on us. They're going to just, it's going to be slow, it's going to be methodical. They're just going to walk towards us here. And these early rounds are for anything here from Secret, you want to see them make the most of it and almost kind of set the pace, because that's the important thing for Gambit.
I want to see if they go for, not necessarily like a gamble stack or something of the such. Again, they are on that bonus round. Look at the buy. Yes, they have that rifle that they did recover, still in the hands of Dubstep. But they can go for something a little fruity here, something a little different, because again, this is going to be up against rifles. Again, light armor though, this isn't pretty for Gambit. It's been very one-sided. And we've seen a hyper-proactive Dispenser trying to push down B-Long quite often. He does have one by his side as well.
So look at this, Dubstep and Wits actually.
And look at the mid play, look at the mid play.
Yeah, that's what
this is so sick. I love this approach. Get proactive, get in their face. Now, Nats might be the undoing of this, but he gets checked on. Dubstep with the rifle, slices through Nats. They can fall away. The paranoia in Gambit's mind is going to be unbearable.
And it's things like this. If they're able to consistently address the backline of Gambit, especially with things like that, this could be interesting here. Again, Gambit on the attack. Previously, there were a lot of questions around that with some shaky performances, but I thought for the time being is the wall will be invested here on default. Shados over the top first, but Redgar will fall.
It's damage. This is a lot of damage. It's
Dispenser's
still finding
here, yeah.
Shados. This is down to 2. Chronicle and Defo, this would be the rude awakening. This is the danger round to start with, really. But there's Defo trying to kind of keep control, the safe pair of hands. But the rifle still in Dispenser's hand. Keep that in the back of your minds. A tap on the spike brings Chronicle in for the swing. Wits finds one. Oh my word! They've done it. They've converted the bonus with proactive play, taking space. All the things we outline, Hypok. This is like a caster's dream. I can't stress it enough. They did everything we want to see.
Absolutely, and this is the first opportunity where we see Gambit's, the strength of that default get tested. And Nats is on an island. The Secret identify that. They know exactly what they're looking for with 2 people walking mid off the rip. As soon as that barrier drops, Dubstep and Wits, they go through, they find all the information necessary, finding that kill on Nats and the positioning of where he is, noting that he's crouched below Bell. They know exactly where the rest of Gambit are lying.
But remember, it's not all fairy tales and happy endings. This can all still fall apart. Gambit have that depth. We've seen it before. But Secret have done everything for at least an interesting game at this point. So I'm not going to oversell you any of this. And it looks like a quick piece coming out, but look at the buy. Dubstep, though, instantly going to pop the knives head on down towards mid. Confidence now starting to boom, and maybe not so rightly so. Defo just swats him out the air. A comfortable pickup for him there. Spike now down, and this is the rude awakening. Welcome to the Iron Giant of Gambit. They don't need the full buy right now. They're happy enough to meet you in this kind of unorthodox play style.
Sure, actually a couple of weird head-to-heads here. Walkoon will fall, but actually Wits gets the better of Nats up in kitchen here. Could be an opportunity. It's 2v4. Again, look for a way back in here. You're going to find Defo as well. So Shados, got to be careful. Jesse back on his feet now as well.
Yeah, but time, it's a huge factor in this. They really need to get going if they want a chance in it, and that's going to be a big denial by Shados. Now down to 1. The last 2 do look a little weaker around the edges, but the time is everything in this matter. Dispenser tries to do what he can. Hey. Yes, he'll clean up the frags, but the round will be Gambit's.
Everybody falls. Now Gambit with some crucial ultimate progress actually in a round like that. Again, a much quicker piece there. Gambit not afraid to just, I guess, dial right back into the next round. See here again, comfortable purchase here. Nats actually one away from the Viper's Pit, the only piece of the puzzle missing for Gambit right now in terms of ultimates. See, actually, yeah, Empress, obviously we know the Res was invested and the Blade Storm, so Dubstep now on the Operator. So again, actually an opportunity for Secret to change the pace now. Probably play things a little slower. Wait for Dubstep to make use of that purchase here. You see, actually, he's all the way backside of kitchen now, making his way towards Boiler. Whether or not he's going to pick up the slack in mid. Yeah, Walken's all the way down B lane here.
This is getting kind of dangerous. He does need to fade away from this. Wouldn't have had the advantages already. It looks like Gambit have identified this kind of B-long push that has been something that they've not necessarily lent upon, but utilized.
Well, this is the thing now. This is a much more receptive default, right? This is greeting what Secret have already shown them a couple of times. Like I said, that Operator purchase kind of changes, I think, Secret's approach to this round.
If they can get that pick on long, that does change the dynamic. But I do like the way they've kind of found at least a middle ground of, okay, I'll still take the space, be able to hear a couple of audio cues, still be able to post up on this, and actually Dispenser's look for a new way forward, and the timing's everything. If he gets it right, but it is just that 50-50 if he crests the corner at the right time, and actually, again, still being checked on, has to slip away, and Jesse's found Defo. And again, this gives away the game. They've got to know this is either a mid or an A piece because they still have that player pushed up towards B long. And this is beautiful work from Team Secret. I can't stress it enough. Nats, yes, does slip the net. He does find one, and there's still fire in the belly. But it is a 3v2. The weaponry's still superior for Gambit as well. Alt now invested too, but Dubstep finds Chronicle, and Nats now once again on the island. Gets himself a way forward, finds one, dips back in. He might have noted another. He's got to know what's going on here. Tries to go for the jump peak, needs to swing it. The swing ain't good enough. Dubstep finds him. Op still remains. Rifle recovered. This ain't bad for Secret. Let's just talk about game theory and how it kind of plays out. Is it just me who's madly impressed with Team Secret right now?
Absolutely. Like I said, and that round there, the big thing to change the pace for Secret from what we saw, Jesse with a clean little tap at
that was real nice. That was real nice.
Only just caught that one on the replay,
Absolute
but
fire.
This operator purchase kind of changes the outlook, like I said, from the offset in this round. And Gambit, like I said, they're set up to receive some of that information to kind of greet any aggression that comes through. The Secret don't give it to him. Now, that's important here. I mean, Borken being the only one to really stray outside of that game plan, I guess, in drifting down B main, but Gambit struggling to learn anything from these early rounds, again, with the approach in general.
I think addressing this area, if you're wanting to default, is going to be paramount, but they just can't do it at the moment. This isn't the round to really do it. Maybe this is time to start investigating, try and find a little something out about this, kind of play as the pack, see if you can kind of get a feel for what Secret are up to. But as a start, I mean, we talk about what Secret needs to do to win. I mean, for Gambit, this gets kind of scary, right? Like, you've had a couple of shaky results, but you think it's okay. When we get to the big events, we'll be fine. We've done good prep coming in, and now you set a 4-1.
We don't talk about that yet.
No, we don't talk about that yet. It's too early. It's too early. It's only round 6. Oh, now popped. Let's see. Spike is down, to be fair, for Gambit. Let's see what this retake looks like. It's nice and clean. If it gets anything done, it's taking a while to get there. Redgar waiting, gets swung out by Wits. Yeah, that was wide as you like. And here we go, looking comfortable enough on the retake. Nicely done. Yes, they lose one, but the defuse should come in. No problem. 5-1. When do we start? When do we start believing? Give me a scoreline. So I normally say double digits.
I started believing around 3 rounds ago, to be honest with you.
We're all aboard the hype train.
Again, where you look at Gambit and where they find success by obviously these early rounds and getting a good grasp on the game, right? Yep. Exploring both sides, exploring mid. You kind of see all flavors of Gambit in the first few rounds. And again, they then revert back to being very slow, again, just in case the opposing team decides to respond with some defensive aggression. Right here, Secret in the driving seat. I haven't seen really anything from Gambit other than that eco round where it was, okay, let's rush mid, let's hit B.
When does Gambit pull the tactical timeout? Because I don't know if they have, I think if it's not this one and they don't have an answer, Dubstep's been on the old TikTok walls again, hasn't he? Yep. He's been on it. And rinse and repeat. However, look how many players really stack towards this A side. They have such a great read. Look at that mid presence, instantly being able to kind of keep that pressure. They read all of the tells that Gambit have. They poured every single replay. And yes, Gambit do have at least a good opportunity to get towards site, but there's 3 players back site right now. And they have, I guess, Nats again watching the flank, but they have very little idea of what's behind the curtain.
But this is the thing though, with Nats positioned here, I don't think Secret go near him again for another few rounds.
No, they don't need to.
They want to leave that paranoia. Actually, as I say that, Shadows will find an opening. Jesse falls. Gambit again. We'll pause for a moment. See if there's any pivot back on the side as Redgar finds a fantastic kill though.
That is the Gambit you need. Fight as the collective. They managed to dissemble that pretty hefty lean towards A. That was 3 players well positioned, and their patience pays off. It pays dividends. That's the experience of Gambit you want to start seeing come through. It's actually quite impressive to be able to make a play like that towards the site when there is a stack there that's fully red you pretty much. It's very well done by Gambit, showing their strength even when you feel like you know what they're up to.
I guess character-wise, this is a little more typical from what we expect from Gambit. Like I said, coming back to that methodical approach. Get up close, wait for Secret to give something away. At that point, again, it's nothing special. Find something on the back of Redgar, pushing a little deeper with that wall. And again, crucial here in terms of now we're looking at a round deficit. Gambit keep 5 alive, decent ultimate economy behind it. I don't think Secret are going to be struggling necessarily. I think obviously the reason for the save here being dubstep on that operator. Doesn't have the Blade Storm to ride through. Again, Borkum really, I guess other than, like I said, that split through mid towards B, Borkum not really called upon yet. He's yet to get on the scoreboard, which, again, with Gambit's focus towards A, no real surprise there. Sure, Mola.
We have been reading the tech pause.
I'm going to look really bad if it doesn't pop up now.
Let's see. Where is it? No. No. Oh, you're not looking good, I'm going to be honest here. And look, it wouldn't be us if there wasn't a couple of tech pauses. I do want there to be like a pan pot pause. If that could just like be added to the rotation, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. It is just a, you know, make sure the keyboard's working, I think, for Secret. So, but if anything, let's kind of just take stock of where we're at, right? We looked at the map pool at the start. Let's go all the way back, right, to the map pool. Now, we saw it, we went, Icebox has been interesting. Now, let's say now, with what we know about Secret, that they can actually put up a fight. And I mean this in the most respectful way, because you never know when a team comes into an international stage, does it, you know, really translate? And it has so far. Now, with the veto in mind, I was a bit worried for Gambit coming into this one, because that veto to me looked a little bit iffy, a little dangerous at moments.
I think just earlier when I was talking about blemishes in the history, and I think everybody's eyes goes towards Masters, and they look at that as Gambit. Now, if you look at the year as a whole, there are other kind of stumbles along the way. There were obstacles, there were blemishes on those map records, and I think Icebox is one where I could say they've probably struggled a couple of times against teams that, again, you can't turn your nose up at some of the opponents. And I look towards kind of the series a while back now versus Ascend, whereas they look simply outclassed by Ascend bringing what you could argue is maybe kind of Secret's ethos, right? It's that fast and loose. It's that we're going to test you in ways that you're probably not expecting. Again, I look towards the double walk down mid on a buy round and things like that, where it's just like Gambit don't anticipate those things because it's not necessarily things that EMEA teams will do to try and counter this play.
No,
other than G2.
Yeah, I'm about to say. But it's hard to do because I guess on paper, if you look at Gambit, the way they approach it on the attack inside, those long-held defaults are somewhat made to address that. Right, it's made to address mid-round aggression, or early round aggression, should I say. It's meant to catch that and kind of give you the ability to get those picks rather than the early leans and then getting flanked. But to see it done to this extent by Secret, I'm actually very impressed with.
Well, where I credit Secret is actually the ability to make the most of that dead time that Gambit creates by slowing things down, right, is finding the necessary information elsewhere so that, you know, come 35 seconds, you can lean 3 people towards A. You can lean a 4th towards A.
I love that.
And that's the important thing. It's making the most of what Gambit give you, which is very, very difficult. Again, usually these late hits are, I would say, usually 5 strong, but Nats is in spawn. It's 4 strong coming through. You're looking towards Shados to find that entry, but that's what I look for. In these rounds, if I see Secret holding kind of a 2-1-2 towards, you know, 45 seconds left on the clock, then you start getting worried because then they get caught short. They've never got numbers to hold off Gambit on the correct site.
Yes.
And really on a macro level, that would be the biggest concern. But things like Dubstep getting top tube, as soon as he gets there, he sees nothing mid. You see Borkum rotate away from B. Those are really, really good indicators for Secret throughout Icebox in particular.
And that does actually, I would say, lean to other maps as well. I think that Icebox is one of those that it does show very obviously on, but the ability to address and hit those early rotations, get players to the right side, not have anyone being picked or opened up easily on. Again, it's the kind of other side of the coin, right? Let's say you get proactive down middle a fair bit, you're pushing up on a couple of the extremities, you are opening up the world of potentially losing that player, and they haven't yet. They haven't played into that at all. They've been very diligent in that regard.
And the flip side of that is you look towards a couple of the early rounds where Secret are happy to say, okay, I'll play back outside heaven. I'll play back outside screens. I'm going to sit double boiler. They will give up all of that space. You haven't seen anybody peeking pipes on Secret. You haven't seen anybody swinging up and, you know, going for those one and dones that I said. Actually, you know, Dubstep and Wits probably could get away with doing that.
I'd say.
Gambit plays so slow that you kind of test the discipline, and we're clearing all these deep angles, all these ratty spots, Nat spots. But, you know, those are the sorts of things in the early rounds that straight away I'm thinking, actually, Secret, look as if they've got their head screwed on, and they're actually addressing this in almost an unorthodox way, right?
Yeah, and okay, I don't know if I'm just huffing copium right now. I don't know, right? I'm really unsure because
I'm expecting something bold now.
No, there's not. I'm actually giving myself a get out of jail free card. It's that, okay, we've seen the Team Secret are good, right? They're 5-2 up. but I'm not going to overcommit to this because we know that Gambit have depth, right? We know that. I'm not all aboard the train just yet. As much as this does look like it is. We're very much looking at this as, wow, this is really impressive from Team Secret because we haven't seen them on an international stage. Yes, they were good under that Bren banner, but they had some questionable results once they joined Secret, just in a couple of weirder tournaments, a little bit, third-party sort of events outside of the normal competitive realm. Now, again, it throws a little bit of doubt in your mind, right? It's like, okay, well, so what are these guys? Again, a lot of people put a bit of credit for them on that Berlin event. I definitely kept up with it. But, you think, but it's Gambit. It'll just get shut down. Look, how many times have we seen it? You're all kind of, oh, this is going to be a nuts game. These guys are sick. They've got these crazy ideas. And it doesn't happen. But I want this to keep happening because I want to see Gambit pushed early on, right?
I mean, it's good. My get out of jail for a card is way more reliable than yours.
Yeah.
Before the series starts, I want us to come away with some good indicators for Secret, right? Again, nobody's coming into this thinking, actually, maybe, Secret take this to a third map and it's 2-1 and yada, yada, yada. I come out of this looking at Secret and saying, actually, can they come to this and adapt to the playstyle they get? Because, again, Gambit can be a difficult beast to tame. And we've seen how much some, arguably on paper, records-wise stronger teams get embarrassed by Gambit. Now, with a team like Team Secret, you bring this and you say, actually, I want to see on a macro level all the right indications. And straight away already, I mean, I've had most of my concerns squashed. Whether or not they can carry this across an entire map, again, potentially into the second map, dare I say the third, I'll hold on to that for a little bit.
Yeah, now, again, one of the elements that made Gambit a difficult beast was Nats, and we actually have a little bit of a feature for you because this tech pause does seem to be taking a little bit of time, so rather than you just sitting here listening to our podcast, let's send it over to a lovely little Nats feature to give you a little bit of a concept as to what that man is made of.
Creativity. I guess all of my creativity right now in the game because I have to do some setups, lineups. When I'm playing the game, I'm doing some creative things, but that's my job. I can't relax with it. But when I'm painting, doing some other things, that's relax for me.
I'm Hula. I'm creating an artwork inspired by the professional Valorant player Nats. I'm a street artist / nature artist. It sounds so cliche, but just vibing with somebody or another artist and realizing, oh, there is some alignment here. It's so cool to see kind of the parallels.
1 year ago, I was just thinking, how is it possible to go on the LAN or just play against the top players?
I always would watch painters, and there was a lot of graffiti kind of inspiration while I was growing up in Hawaii.
I'm gonna say that maybe I can be good in painting because I like it. I had some lessons before. I used to draw good, but if I didn't play Valorant, if I have more free time, maybe I could do some great graffiti, maybe some good painting.
I guess the initial creative experience was I wanted to really translate just what he embodied as a confident, stoic person that kind of doesn't spend all that energy on extra emotion.
Because before we won the match against Team Liquid when we qualified to Berlin, I didn't have any emotions because I'm trying to spend my emotions only in the game, and I think if we lose the champions, it will be the same. Oh, what just happened? We won the tournament. I'm just gonna sit in the chair. Okay.
It was so cool to see this kind of creative individual and how his mind works.
You have to do other things every day, every month, every game. You can't just watch how other players playing, just steal that for you. You have to do some creative things from you.
What struck me most about Nats was how dedicated and how calculated it is beforehand.
Actually, the most important thing for all of the players, I learned just how much you have to play the game and how you have to spend your time in the game. You have to improve yourself, like the different things. You have to prepare a lot. You have to improve your mind, improve your aim and other things.
So with the piece, I really wanted to leave this figure emerging from water, and what's left behind the water is actually the very unfinished blocked in portion where you see that it's still getting defined. I love that about Nats is just we're seeing, you know, this rising star, and I can't wait to see what else emerges from that.
For me, it's have the chance to win champions. It's gonna be like a really good story for me. Then it's gonna be cool that, you know, my friends, child's gonna read about me, how I was playing the game, what's going on with me. I'm writing the history, I mean, for me.
And we are back, and a gorgeous piece of artwork, somewhat like his game style, to be fair. It is beautiful. I wish I was like aesthetically pleasing enough to have artwork. You know what I mean?
Well,
like
I
how
like a foot,
upsetting.
so they can put me in a video like that. That's for sure.
Imagine that.
That's why we cast, right?
Yeah,
we get about
probably.
7 Actually, no, it's, we get over the quota.
Yeah,
for
we
camera
do.
time.
We do. We do. It does seem as though it's resolved. However, you may have noticed we do have the round a little adjusted here, 5-1. That will be replayed. So again, don't worry, guys. It's us casting. I'm surprised everyone was so supportive of us as a duo, because they know what happens.
All I'll say is Mitchman tweeted that today was going to be a quick day.
Why has he done that?
Now,
he's such a rat, isn't
I
he?
will be hunting him down.
Absolute rat. Righty, 5-1. Ignore the bit at the bottom there. That's a little bit of a debate, isn't it? Nasty. However, we are back underway. Now, Gambit doing somewhat of a similar piece, but it looks a little bit more pacey to it.
Yeah, and you see straight away Witz is going to back away deep towards the left side of Rafters, at least looking.
Ooh, that's different.
Dubstep will find this pick again.
But Nats was... Wait, he was a bit more proactive this time. Nats was a little...
Tube with this wall once again.
Wow, okay, this is where things go different, because Nats was pretty much the saving grace of the back line. However, this time, Team Secret hit these rotations a little bit better, a little bit quicker, a little bit more prepared. And Gambit are in pieces at 6-1.
Wow, I mean, that was, again, a big pace change from Gambit. Similar sort of execution. Dubstep once again, though. You can see on the minimap just there, I know it was off screen, but when that pick comes through, Nats is just on the left side of those barrels. I think he's not, again, without Gambit kind of addressing mid, they haven't seen really the 2 or 3 looks that Dubstep's maybe going to come. Again, all these new angles need to be re-explored every time they go somewhere else. And right there, Nats is punished for it. And I got to say right there, I think that's probably the catalyst for Gambit to try and force the issue on A, but it doesn't work for them.
Now, the buy is shoddy, but last time they had that really aggressive mid burst come out and they kind of like cut through under tube and hit that B site, which again a similar look, and if they're aware of these half-buy plays, they should be aware of this. However, Redguard does at least get 1, so that's going to be entryway towards that B site. Now there are 2 players who are pushed up though towards B long, so this isn't clean. This is a really weird fight to be having. Nats with the overwhelm though is good enough to at least shut down Dispenser. That's now puts no pressure on Dubstep apparently. There we go, lovely stuff from Gambit. That's what you want to see. Keep it a little safe, keep it a little bit under wraps. But this is the round that they won before, basically.
There's actually Spike making his way all the way over towards A here. Bit of a ruse. Jesse still towards B site, and now Nats and Defo will peel away. Now the important thing is, again, just at the start of this round here, it's kind of the checklist. It's the protocols you look towards for Secret. Again, Jesse joining up. He's there to catch anything coming through mid, and Defo actually ultimately hopping up on top of Tube. Now, the problem being, previously with this split, it was a very fast round from Gambit. I want him out of that drone quicker. Again, you can see Redguard finds that opener. What's the value in finding the second tag, right? You're confirming what you already know, which is there's one top tube. By that point, they're already under. So that's something I want to see Secret address, but it's good to see Jesse in a similar position, and again, running those same kind of discipline protocols I'm referring to.
It's not out of it yet. It is a 1v3, and they've got some upgrades. And that's with the big one. First contact made, still a player towards the site though, and now we found Shados. Gets at least the rifle as well. Look and see if Defo gets anything. Just a Spectral Bow, didn't get any of the other rifles. No. That aside though, we've seen Gambit convert these. Now, the bigger thing for me is, as much as we have looked at that and gone, okay, well, Secret can adjust this way, or we prefer to see them like that, how does Gambit then bring that into a gun round? Because I feel like we haven't seen that style really brought through here.
We don't see that pace from Gambit unless they're on Inspectors and Sheriffs, or Defo's got the Blade Storm, he's got the Marshal, or something like that. So it's interesting, and again, I think it relies on Secret in terms of these kind of early round objectives. First time we're actually seeing the double up here of Dubstep and Wits over towards A. And the first time we're seeing them actually get a little bit aggressive. One towards Bell, one on Pipes. They're looking for this early pick now. Nats will be called upon.
But he's meant to be made for this, right? But they've read him so well.
Like a book. Like a book.
They bought the limited edition, the collector's edition. They got all the artwork and everything, mate. They've got it all. But this isn't enough. They now know everything. Oh, it's all been given away!
No way.
Team Secret! They have read every single secret that Gambit may think they have. Any card up the sleeve has been ripped down as now Defo and Chronicle like, wait, what? We were holding a default and now we're just getting wrapped in on as well. The book's being shut. This round's done for. I am taken aback by Team Secret right now.
It is, and the problem is that every round looks like a new set of obstacles for Gambit to overcome.
Yes.
This is the first time Borkum's been called upon on B main. And he goes huge. He slips underneath the drone there and was rewarded with 2 kills on Chronicle. 1 constellation, but dubstep again. And look at it, 4 survive. Look at the ultimates back online for Secret here.
I'm
again, I mean, we talked about it 3 rounds ago. Now I'm even more worried, right? We're back again at a 5-round deficit, and I gotta say, in terms of Gambit, they're unable to kind of just get a firm grip on the early round. Everything they're trying to do, Secret have a different look to show. And
they're a step ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
It feels like everything Secret does is tailor-made to absolutely destroy Gambit from within. Okay, well, let's leave Nats then just kind of solo hold towards that A side. First time we see him push out, and you saw how ready they were for that little bit of a step up, and there it is. We were asking, right, when is that timeout coming in? Because right now, Team Secret are playing chess and Gambit are playing checkers, as every play-by-play commentator loves to say. But the point is that this has pushed Gambit, and if I'm Gambit, I'm a little shook.
I mean, we actually touched this again previously. Champions, target on your back. There's that kind of preparation factor. Everybody's looking at you, what you're going to do. But, I mean, you've got to then question the Gambit come into this thinking, have they done a massive amount of research into Team Secret? And actually...
He ain't a happy bunny,
no,
is he?
It's not. And again, actually, I was talking to Dash before we had one of the interviews where it's actually they haven't been happy with their preparation overall. So, again, you think about one of those kind of anomaly teams, the kind of unknown entity, and Team Secret I think is a perfect example of that. You haven't really got any international footage to go over. The data sample a little bit questionable because you can talk about the meta within that region and the differences and viability coming across to a different pool of teams. Right here, I mean, the best thing for Secret to do would have been to get off to a good start. They've done absolutely that. Gambit now have to recover. It's almost salvage mode.
It is. And they're going to have to salvage it with a broken economy and probably some tilted players, I'm not going to lie to you. Because mentally you come into this going, okay, well, I expect a good game, but I don't expect to be 7-2 down, right? Like, that's... Look, we say it time and time again, the ground is definitely a heavy burden, but right now it's being just taken away from Gambit. So many teams prior have fallen somewhat like this, though. You look at, I guess Sentinels is the prime example, something like Heretics, you look across the regions. However, for now, it looks like a quicker lean towards that A site. And once again, a great deal of Secret's players are here on that other side. 3, heavy lean, mid-take, ultimate down. Defo with a quick dismantling, though, as 2 fall in back-to-back succession, as Dispenser is now needed. And Shados with a re-peek on that. They look, I'm going to be honest, they look pissed at this. They look angry.
These are tilt peaks. These are kind of, that arrogance kind of comes into it in terms of the play style here. Upstep, operator on rafters. Trying to swing out here. Shados again, still trying to apply the pressure here. We'll find Jesse. 3 members left of Secret here, and that's 2 snake bites, but actually Defo will fall here. Shados again will find another. See Nats up there on the X-ray. And now I think Gambit going to try and slow things down, but Shados now is 4th on the round, Lauren. Dubstep, have to consider saving that operator, but Shados close enough. It could be the ace here. It could be absolutely what the doctor ordered for Gambit. A more comfortable round, but again, nothing special on the way in there. It's almost like we're walking at you. We're walking at you with a drone. There's a recon. Shados is going to walk forward, and a couple of overpeaks, actually, you could argue.
As someone who enjoys Gambit's playstyle, I wish this wasn't an ace that got them the round under the belt. Because how do you address it then going forward? Oh, just do that again.
Yeah. Shados, do you want to walk into A again?
Just ace?
Yeah.
Like, if it gets your players pumped up, if it gets their mentality back, absolutely. But from a tactical aspect, how do you now find repetition in that sort of success? But it is 7-3, and there's been a little bit of a lifeline given across.
Look at the difference now, though. Gambit stacked up as 5.
They found one thing that works.
Let's swing up belt. Let's see if we can do that again.
They have had success in doing this, but I want to see a quicker address on it, or they play on a heavier retake. Playing in like that towards Gambit is going to give them the gateway to open up to the Kingdom. Chronicle with a quick one towards Dubstep as well. This is looking very likely as Shados is going to be feeling confident enough to lean a bit further forward, make those audio cues and then fall away just a touch. Spike going to be planted, and now down to 3 to try and play it back in.
So yeah, really, if Secret want to entertain this at all, you see Borkum's recovered that operator. I think, yeah, with what we're seeing on the minimap, looking like they might want to retreat away from this. And again, if we can just play back that clip from the Gambit timeout, I think this is the byproduct, right? It's like, guys, get your head in the game.
What are you doing?
Come on, what are you doing? Now, whether or not we see them just lean towards this now, because you've got to expect some sort of adjustment for Secret. Well, actually,
they're really chasing
Borkum's are way closer than you'd hope, actually, somebody trying to hold on to his operator, but he's not checked upon.
Hiding in plain sight.
Yeah.
Genius.
But this is where you expect now Secret, they're the ones that, the ball's back in their court, right? They have to address something. If Gambit stack up with 5 again outside A and they just walk off the site, actually you look at it now, 7-5, in terms of how this half has gone, you got to put that as a massive win for Gambit with how this was looking before that timeout.
Yeah. But that's under the assumption that you kind of treat these as two equal teams. One of them was a victor of literally one of the last major events. Is this really a good half? I don't know. I mean, that's going to be the thing. Yeah, 7-5 and 8-4 does feel a world apart, but however, they have finally broken a little of the money that was built up by Secret, but I want to see what's addressed here, because it's rinse and repeat. Gambit finds the one trick that works here, but Dubstep is called upon this, and he actually falls away, though. Doesn't overstay, tries to deal with the drone. What do you do about this one now, mate? Because you do have a whole lot of pressure coming your way. You're going to get out of dodge. Probably the right idea, but a slower enough pace for now. That presence might have hindered a little bit that early explosive play from Shados.
You say the right decision, but it's almost cost Gambit nothing to force that player out of sight here.
Sure.
And again, without Dubstep exploring mid, going elsewhere, and again, a lot of things that we credited Secret for previously. Now look at it. We're up to a minute. All 5 members of Gambit towards A. You still got Borkum considering the possibility of a lurk. And actually Dispenser tucked down just at the end of Tube. But again, potentially it's a 5v2 here on A side.
Confirmation all they've really had is Chronicle and I guess Shados in that regard. Now with the ult invested, that does change the dynamic. They need to kind of invest in this, and that's maybe what they have! Oh, Dubstep from up above! Rains hell upon Defo, and now the spike's been denied, at least for the plant. Dispenser plays back in, and they've come and found the pace they needed. Witz holds his nerve, and it's Chronicle all down to you now. What have you got for us? Ooh! There's fire in Gambit, but Team Secret, they lead on the half.
Which isn't a conversation I thought we'd be having, Lauren. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, this is wild. It's 8-4. I need to catch my breath. Desk, what are your thoughts?
Thank you very much, Pansy. Hypox said it best, not a conversation we thought we'd be having, but here we are. We have to have it. It's Team Secret who's up 8-4 off of the first half here on Icebox. Jess, I'll come to you first, though, because you were the one who called out the few reasons why maybe you take Gambit to Icebox, and Team Secret comes up big with the pistol and throwing a few more rounds quickly after that.
You know what? The first couple of rounds, I can buy them winning them. Like, you know what? You know, pistol, okay, etc. Then the third round, I'm like, Gambit's got this. They've got the weaponry they need for this. No, they don't. They also don't have the mental weaponry they needed for that. Did you hear the Team Secret boys? I mean, those of you who are at home might not get the full veracity of the boys sitting on the Team Secret side, but they are loud, they're having fun, and that is a tilter if I'm sitting across the room.
Holy Dispenser, 14-5. This was the player that, like, again, you're sort of comparing him and mostly playing that sensible roll up against Nats. It's more against Red Guy in that Sage position, being able to sort of shut stuff off for the most part. The problem for me for Gambit, though, we saw attack pause, we saw them come back in the last few rounds, but I'm pretty sure the call from Eng was just keep going A, just 5-stack. Like, the default wasn't working. And there also might be an element of don't show too much. We should be able to just diff these teams anyway because we're Gambit. So maybe that's why they started to just default a little bit onto that A side.
Right, they got the 1-round win on B early in the half, and then from there it just seemed like we got to take the op shots, we got to take the peaks and hope to win the gunfights. But that's not a super, affirming thing to see out of your tournament favorite, or one of the tournament favorites.
You know what? If I was a coach right now, I would have sat there and gone through that VOD if that had been the most recent Icebox VOD, and I'm counter-stratting Gambit, and I'm sitting there going, all they could do is hold hands, run into A, and hope that their utility and gun power is going to overwhelm Team Secret. That is the only thing that has worked. Imagine you're a team and your one adaptation is to just do that. I mean, there's got to be more in the book here for Gambit.
Yeah, it's only one half. There's still a lot of runway to go. They were able to, kind of scrape it back to 8-4, and it was Shados coming up with that ace. I'm glad we called him out in the pre-match there as being an integral member to this team's success. But again, there are a lot of questions now that continue to be raised about this Gambit squad as Team Secret really brings it here in the first half of Icebox. With that, Pansy, I hope you got that breath you needed, because we're tossing it straight back to you to dive right in.
Just about. I mean, 8-4. I'm not gonna. I don't know when I can start believing. I've been beaten too much by, like, I don't know, Reddit, Twitch chat. I don't know where it's come from. I'm nervous to believe, Hypop.
People call us regionally biased, but actually we're the ones that have been disappointed the most within our region in terms of expectations.
All right. Well, look, the expectation, I don't know. Managed or not, it's Wits to start it off with a bang. Already going to get that first pick, and that's going to be Shados. Pretty much dealt with him. What a player to find.
Especially with the last few rounds he had on attack as well. Dispenser actually going to throw up the wall here. It's going to split Defo away. Ooh! Again, actually, Defo finds both here. Find a third. He's going to re-explore towards B main. Actually will find it.
Yeah, this man's on a mission, and if it ain't going to be Shados, it'll be him. Defo's still going to be doing what he can. He's got the boys by his side. Do they overdo this? No, not for now. It is just Dubstep left in, what, a 1v3 Spike down basically in Narnia. He's going to have to find a wardrobe to just jump through or something at this point. And already the owl drone. Can he dip around it? Let's see if he can do some dodge. Yes, beautiful. Oh. There we go. It was a lovely attempt. And now there's a whole lot of players looking your way. Gambit strike back hard in the first round, thanks to pretty much one man at the very beginning there.
Again here, I think it's difficult for Secret to, with how those last few rounds went, it's difficult for Secret to kind of, I guess, have expectations of how Gambit are going to approach the first few rounds here, but in my eyes, I'm looking towards Gambit to not necessarily be aggressive, at least be proactive, right? Be ready to stand toe-to-toe with Secret if they do try and play pretty aggressively here. Actually, just seeing Dubstep will throw something in here. Wits for the shot. Sheriff as well, sorry. Two members once again from Gambit. Now, it's important for me, again, to see a team on attack, on Icebox in particular, address B in these early rounds, right? At least plant the seeds that, don't leave open. Don't leave one player out on B site on an island. At least a good indication here from Secret. Whether or not they can get anything done, we'll have to wait and see.
If anything, I do think we can walk away with this saying I like the theory crafting that Secret come in with. Their approach is actually quite nice, well-rounded. However, Gambit look fired up. They're starting to find a little bit more to bring to the plate already, though. It's going to be Defo and Shados. Shados gets that first contact, going to confirm attendance. Defo catches Dubstep, and this is going to be comfortable for them so far. Bear in mind it's classics, and I think maybe a Sheriff and a Marshall is it. So nothing too much to worry about. Gambit, though, will be happy with this, as this should be time for them to just close that gap. Get back in the game, start feeling the game out. You don't have to rush it, but you do want to close that gap.
Absolutely, and these are the ones that ultimately want to make it comfortable. Not so comfortable, but there will only be one more, and that's will fall, but 3 stand for Gambit. Defo, decent progress already towards that blade. Some whether or not going to see a play towards that A orb. Get that online here, potentially throw the Bulldog across. It looks like he's considering that. But a nice round from him nonetheless.
And Defo's coming in pretty nice at this point, actually. A couple of rounds, right?
Yeah, and again, another player that I think we've seen a stark contrast online versus Land. Masters Berlin.
Absolutely.
He was insane. I think
look,
actually,
I was a doubter. I'm going to be honest.
I was probably his biggest critic in terms of their online performances, but absolutely squashed that last time.
Yep.
So Gambit try and ride through here.
Heck, this is dangerous. Nats gets beheaded, and now they could springboard off this, but they actually don't. They hit the brakes for a second. I think they identified a second, which would have been Redgar, who's going to step away towards a deeper part of that B site.
Interesting, actually, the orb wasn't retrieved from A before Defo and Shados hit this rotation, so cautious that Secret were spread a little thin here, but Dubstep find Redgar as well. Again, at this point, just look for Gambit to do some damage. Remove some of these weapons.
It's all rifles. If they can do something to do that, that'd be pretty dreamy at this point. Obviously, you're looking for normally like 3 to kind of force that reinvestment to be a little bit more labored. but at this point, you'll take anything you can get. For now, tap on the spike is the beginner. No one massively swinging off the back. They can kind of maybe hazard a guess that it's not going to be stuck at this point. Dubstep waits. There it is. There's one in unison with the other. Maybe didn't need that overstep there, but it will be 4 alive. Spike down. 1 rifle lost, but it's not the end of the world as Dubstep's pretty close to the blade storm anyway, so he's going to be building that money through.
And another round where I think it's going to keep Gambit in check on B, right? And Nat's picked off pretty much off the rip there. Redgar a little bit split from him whether or not they both want to kind of challenge B main with that utility dump at the start, but again, it's these early rounds where you've got to plant the seed that you can't lean towards A unless you find that information. Like I said, what I was crediting Secret for in the early rounds of their defense, you know, Dubstep swinging up on the top of the tube. Yeah. Again, just taking a peek to see the setup. Scratching the surface at least.
And here we go. This is the round that really can kind of set things off, and Defo's going to do it well. Going to find Dubstep and then fall back, force the res. And already they're still trying to work forward on the Shados as well. Right there, he's not backing away. He is not being passive on this. He wants the fight, and they're going to just falter for a second. Takes one, backs it, but it's Wits with the trade. That's now up, lost in the sight as well. Shados, he's actually going to spin up towards heaven. He wants to get there quick, but there's a player lingering just down below. Going to take that space and take site control. Spike should be able to be planted. I don't think anything's going to deny that now. And now we're in the post plant.
Actually, you got 2 members of Gambit actually walking towards the back lines here. Redgar and Nats potentially challenge Dubstep in his position, but he finds the first headshot now. Redgar solo HP.
Look at the damage on him. Dubstep did so much on the first peak. The second almost felt like a given. Shados and Chronicle's 5 HP. Get out of there. You know you're going to have to. 5 HP is not enough to be lingering around on you. You want to keep these rifles. You want to give yourself the best chance going forward. He needs to quietly back away to not give away audio cues or anything else. But, well, can we just take a second to appreciate this? Team Secret just went, do you remember those 8 hits you were doing to us? Mate, we can do them too. Yeah. That's crazy.
And the difference being, again, it's that double duelist setup on the side of Gambit, so it's...
Wait, they've lost both the rifles.
Okay. Ooh. It's getting a little awkward in here. I'm going to be honest.
Digits. All right, it's time to believe.
The big thing here, again, that double duelist setup, they have to find first blood, right? They have to take first contact. They find it with the operator there. In a round like this, again, you can't really argue that the Secret can repeat this over and over because they had the res here. They forced Defo off that initial angle, right? Which is the scariest in any round.
That is.
In any round, it's where's that operator? You find it? Okay, cool. The emphasis then becomes on where's Shados playing. Because actually, 4 people swing on Shados. Defo's only good for 1 trade, right? He can become overwhelmed.
Another timeout. Second now brought in here.
Can we cut to a coach cam real quick, actually?
Yeah, please, because that man is going to be sweating bullets at the moment. Because how do you address this, though? Because they've now found it so hard. Like, what? Even in the prior time when we were looking at it on the flip side, right, when Gambit were running those hits, it's hard to kind of address that, right? And
I got to say as well, the only real misstep I've seen on the side of Gambit was that Nat's first blood. Secret are just playing this right.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've approached absolutely every single one of these rounds. Again, you could argue the first with Dubstep being a little disconnected, maybe the one to try and sell something on A site in that pistol, but everything else, Secret, like I said, they've been the ones to set the precedent, be in the driving seat, and Gambit unable to respond.
Oh, here we go. Could it be the day of upsets, right? Because if you look at the matches, and you know what?
I don't want to talk about upsets when I look at the rest of the day.
No.
I don't want to talk about that.
Look. I was a little... I don't know. Maybe I was not believing, right? I think Bren was like, which upset's going to happen? The Gambit one. Yeah, I think Sentinels. Yeah, I think Liquid, right? You got a couple of big dogs today against arguably underdogs, right? Yeah.
It's an interesting day, but I think it's the potential to have the most upsets.
All right, and off the rip already, Gambit going to try and get a little proactive here, see if they can do something about this. But look who's waiting on the other side. Here's the firing squad. Defo up above, going to get one, dips away. No more coming through, though. No one's been able to capitalize with him. This is all one side, and it's all going by the wayside as Nats now, the overnight superstar, is going to have to back away and readdress, because this is going to be 11 no matter which way you want to cut it.
Again, take from this round what you will, but this is when I start getting kind of frustrated watching Gambit, because this isn't their comfort zone, right?
Nope.
Again, whether this is just again, push Secret, keep them a little bit more honest in the early round. Entirely sure, but Nats won't even find another one. 4 survive. Secret now 11 rounds. Gambit on 6. Things I thought I'd never say. I'm here for it, though.
Oh, no, we're living for it.
Secret are, like I said, they're leaving an impression already. Like I said, even if they don't come away and win this series already, there are so many positives to take away from this.
It's truly, as much as saying, you know, it's like at the start, we were saying, fairy tales don't always come true. We love the idea of it. The underdog comes in, makes this huge impression, but it doesn't always work out. But they've actually done it.
Don't ask me about the veto. Let's just...
let's get back to it. 11-6, we are right back into this, and Jesse is about to try and take on the likes of Shados, who's just been trying to play this corner. We've seen hot and cold performances from him already. Sometimes maybe a little over peak, maybe a little bit too overzealous, but right now he is needed.
But again, though, the adjustment here, Redgar's here to kind of slow down these hits from Secret, but it's not going to do anything. No, Shados and Redgar fall immediately.
Michael, what are you doing? Oh, okay, he's doing that. Takes one and now slips away into the night. Tries to back away and not overstep. I got a little worried if he was on his own trying to make moves, but the spike's going down. Can't deny it. And now into the post plant 3v3.
Spencer here, have a little peek through, and actually will find it. Secret are just hitting everything right now. Therefore, on the way back in, we'll find Wits. 2v2 presented here.
Nats on the drop down, clears below, but not completely. Does find Dispenser, tries to find the next step, but Jesse playing to just deny this step out. Does spot at least one. Finds Defo now knows what's up. Again, get your gun out, Jesse. Here we go. It's 12 on the board. Team Secret tearing down Gambit. I'm ready. I'm all aboard the Team Secret train. Let's get going. Dubstep, Dispenser. They've all played their game perfectly. I can't actually question what they're doing here.
You can't, and actually on the flip side of that, like I said, Gambit, they make this adjustment here. They try and send Redgar over, swapping out Defo towards B, potentially towards mid elsewhere. Jesse comes up huge to the Red Bull clutch, but I mean, Gambit, like I said, they're struggling to respond, and it's not as if they're bone idle, they're trying things.
Look at the buy, it's absolute garbage, and already it's going to be Chronicle now lost, down to 4 standing, and Gambit are going to be in pieces after this. This is a group stage. This was meant to be maybe a little difficult, maybe a couple of rounds, but you weren't meant to be.
It's supposed to be.
A little lead on, and look at this approach. Look at what we're seeing coming out of Secret. It's passive, it's patient, and it's a slow build towards A, but look at the rest. They are literally doing a Nats.
Dare I say, they're doing what Gambit do best.
This is literally what I have seen. We've time and time again, we have seen this sort of thing.
And look at it, Gambit, almost about to entertain it. You can see Redgar gets curious in mid. Secret will stack up now. Leave Dubstep a little disconnected. Actually, looks like he will regroup. I thought potential for him to go down mid, but B-side wide open right now. No Viper utility committed on the side of Borkum, so they have the opportunity here. This cut and dry piece towards B. Nat's still alive, one away from the Viper's pit now. Reactionary ultimate potential here if he can find this first kill.
30 seconds left.
See here if he's checked upon.
Welcome to my world.
Ulti invested. Shados on top. Gets a fight, loses it. Dubstep gets him. We're down to 3. Spike goes in. First fight comes out. Nat's going to pick up the pace. Going to pick up 2 bodies on the way as well, but loses his life. Rez now invested as well, coming out from Dispenser. Going to get that Viper back on their feet, but now we do have a little bit of a scrappy battle, to say the least. Defo and Redgar, what can you do, though, to break those back lines, to get back into this one? That spike is ticking away as Redgar going to lean a little further forward. Does isolate Dispenser, forces the swing out of 1. Trade comes out. It's going to be down to just Jesse again, up against Defo. But the spike, the time is still so favorable here towards Secret. Time being bought. Players being toyed with. Jesse, all he's got to do is play this correctly. Backs away, buys some time. He's breaking Defo's heart. He can't do anything about it. He knows it's done. Give it up. Game 1, map 1. Team Secret off to an incredible start.
I'm at a loss here. He's actually going to try and get ahead of the curve here. We'll find a kill as well. Chronicle will fall.
Lovely timing with the drone coming out as well, just working in unison, and Wits is putting on a show already, down to Defo and Redgar. Spike is down, but so is the defuse coming in halfway, now achieved. Jesse on the swing, and Redgar, he ain't... Okay. Map 1. It happened. How you feeling?
I mean, I started there by saying I was at a loss for words.
Yeah?
I think that probably sums it up best, Lauren, to be honest with you.
Okay. I'm all aboard the underdog story, and I loved everything that Team Secret did. And I can't just say this was an underperformance so far by Gambit. This was actually an exceedingly good performance by Secret as well on this map. Now, map veto-wise, this was Secret's choice, and it looked like they were incredibly well prepared.
Yeah, I think as well, we lean back towards the kind of those preparation factors. I think Secret demonstrated from the get-go a fantastic read of what Gambit were expecting to do, hoping to do, and they brought everything to the table. They shut down a couple of the key components to Gambit's success so early on that I kept coming back to that. Gambit unable to respond, unable to find answers.
No, you're absolutely spot on. Jesse, highlight for me at the end there, really closing things down, keeping composure at the very end, and you saw that Shados defo, they tried. Nats was a little quiet, a couple of the others having some issues on this one. For now, I guess the question then goes, Breeze. Would I put Gambit's group stage in this? It's not the end of the world. I still think Gambit should be fine in this group. But Breeze and Bind definitely raise an eyebrow, I think, is the big point here to be had. I'm so lost for words, honestly. Let's get out of here, because I need to go over the notes, because now we actually have a real series on our hands. Breeze and Bind coming up in a moment's time. But before we get there, we'll have the desk and a couple of breaks, so do stick around.
Here's a question.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions, where Team Secret has shocked us all in map number 1. If I had any paper notes, I would throw them out the window. Not willing to shatter. Thank you very much. There they go. Because who knows what to expect anymore at this point. Team Secret, 13-6 victory. That's not close. That's not a nail-biter of a map.
Nope, not at all. You know what? We can do something, boys. Ready?
Okay.
Right hand up, left hand up. Bow to our new supremacy.
There you go.
Got
got him.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because we saw Gambit beating Vision Strikers on Icebox in Berlin. Vision Strikers looked the best. Team Secret are the best team on Icebox. That is a fact at this point. It's the pecking order.
I mean, what an incredible display out of them. I mean, again, we already went through that first half, the 8-4, you know, the small claw back that Gambit was able to mount. And then we said, all right, switching halves, let's see what they can get done. Winning the pistol, winning the bonus. But then from there, it was a clean sweep.
It was just the fact that Team Secret, before this tournament, was a play map for them. Like, they didn't ban it, but they didn't necessarily pick it. They brought it in, and you could sort of see why. It's not a map that you typically see a lot when it comes to agent changes, but it's a great stress test of a map when it comes to, like, protocols.
And
you have to play a certain style.
Dubstep, popping off, top fragger for the team. Beautiful
You know what?
to see.
All that was going on in the back of my mind, bangarang. The entire time I was like, bang, 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 you're dead. My name's Dubstep, get out of the way.
Right? And we had talked about how for Gambit, it kind of felt like the strategy was very much about group is 5, try and win the peaks, try and win those first, you know, those first bloods, those first gun battles. But when you've got a player like Dubstep firing off in the way he does, you don't stand a chance.
I think everybody just had a great side for Team Secret. Like jtaV just having those like Hiko-esque clutch moments towards the end. And also Wits just finding so many early entries. It just seemed from the get-go, Gambit was thrown off kilter, and the whole game plan, it was on your card, you threw it, and it was just out the window.
We're going to come back. We're going to talk a little bit more in just a moment, but we're going to throw it over to Bala, who I hope has made some sense of how that map actually broke down. Bala, take it away.
Absolutely, our first major upset here at Champions, and I couldn't be more thrilled because, honestly, the clips that I've chosen are, you know, it was definitely a team effort for Team Secret, but I wanted to focus on one player in particular, gtaV, because he was somebody I was prepared to start criticizing heading into this game, but he impressed me the most. So let's go ahead and start right off with the pistol round. And all Silva mains need to be paying attention to how he plays on Icebox because it was fantastic. The first thing I want to point out is the way that he drones. He gets the tag and then he ducks it back down so it cannot be broken for a second, or for this second tag that he goes for. And that helps Wits swing from the side. If I look into the mini-map right here, he swings in from the side with the drone to take out the other two players, finds the Reyna once again, and that was the cover for the planter. So look at it from Wits' perspective, no cover for Chronicle, and now they know where that last player is as Shadows is actually trying to deal with the drone. So now second clip, this is something that Gambit actually does a lot. Defo has been dashing. Once again, let me go to the mini-map. Defo has been dashing from mid directly on top of the tube, and that's where his Sage player is actually laying in wait. So gtaV has something prepared, a dart to only really focus on the bottom of mid, and it finds Defo. He could be spammed, he could be Guardian, just like we saw there. Now another thing, a double shock dart. The first one did miss up at the top right here, but that's okay, because it doesn't really matter if the second one misses anyways. If Redgar had gone to peak, he would be met with not only the Viper Wall Decay, but also a Viper Molly on the other side of this. So let's go ahead and roll. Look what this gives them. Because of the combined utility of all of the Team Secret side, they get an orb for free. And then I have another clip here that just shows off the presence of mind with his ulting. You saw him just there tag and actually mark where he wants to ult as the player's falling back. But first things first, he does this off of a trigger, not from just the recon bolt, but okay, the spike plant as well. So he tries to go for the second, but then repositions it perfectly to get one tag on elevation. And that's something that you really have to be wary of as Silva players, is get these last final things. And he did start to turn up in the frag department again. And I wanted to show one more impactful thing. Again, we already saw the drone, but this time you really see the benefits. Tags the jet, that's one. And because he tucks it back, because he waits for this, he's actually holding space. Tags another player. And because of that, goes and gets the shock dart. Denies the space. Sage, which is over here, Redgar, cannot fall back even further. He has to wait for the shock dart to land, and that gives gtaV another free kill. So that's exactly the type of thing I think Team Secret was very good at the entire time. And I want to see if it continues on Breeze, which should be a map that gtaV can have impact on again.
Thank you so much, Bala. A breakdown of the util usage out of Team Secret, and it's almost making me eat some of my words from the top of the day. When we were teeing up this team, I was like, this is the explosive team. This is the team that's going to come in fast, hit hard, things like that. But really, in some senses, they were the more patient. They were the slower team in this first map.
Yeah, and even though they were a little bit slow, a little bit patient in rounds, when they did get to the kick, oh God, it was fast. They knew what they wanted to do. They were confident with it. And I think that just goes to show Team Secret, they picked Icebox for a reason. I want to see how that goes down on Breeze, though.
So now the question becomes, what does the recovery look like for Gambit if it's going to happen? We're actually going to take a look in at the aim lab pre-match shoot-around. We've got no one else to look at but Redgar, the leader for the squad when it comes to Gambit, right? How do you find your rhythm? How do you get back into it, both mentally as well as mechanically? Because that's the thing, right? If Gambit's going to rely on winning those gunfights, it's got to start here in the warm-up. But Ryan, as we move to Breeze and we start to think about what it's going to take, it is Gambit's map choice, so you got to believe they've got something up their sleeves. But who are you looking at, or what's the strat? What was failing in map 1 that maybe they can recover from here in map number 2?
I think it was a case of their fundamentals being really off. You got credit to Team Secret. They didn't come in with like a cheesy strategy. They weren't playing like Hypoc highlighted one and done angles. They weren't being ratty. They were just diffing Gambit when it came to map control and stuff like that. Breeze is similar in that aspect. And again, you're not going to see like crazy agent changes, but the fact that Gambit didn't really play this map all that often to picking it, it's kind of similar to what we saw with Team Secret with Icebox. It's almost like a glow up. You sort of expect that from Gambit. Otherwise, this group is wide open.
I know we just had that shoot around there from Aim Lab, and I wanted to poke a little bit of fun, you know, because we're on the Team Secret copium at the moment, is that Redgar actually was speaking about Dispenser before being the Battle Sage. Redgar was the lowest rated player in the entire 10-man lobby just there by far. So if anyone needs a shoot around from Aim Lab, it's your man Redgar at the moment, unfortunately.
There you have it. I mean, you're going to call him out. Again, he's the leader of the squad. So often I'm looking at him for the energy, looking at him to pull the team up, to lift them up as we dive in to map number 2. It's Breeze. It's Team Secret starting out on the defending side. Gambit looking to attack. And if anything, that makes me excited because I want to see Gambit come out with some real attacking strategies here. We kind of criticized them a bit for the way they approached the attacking side on Icebox, only finding 1 round win on B, the other 3 coming on A, but really almost seeming to come out of the 5 stack and, you know, just hope to cram it through.
And that's a scary thing to try and attempt to do on Breeze as well. Like, it depends on the setups for Team Secret, whatever they want to sort of play. Jesse Vash is likely going to be going head-to-head on this overall with Redgar, so that's even more pressure to deal with. But at least it sort of takes Redgar in a more supporting position, not trying to battle Sage like we saw at Dispenser, right? Like, he can play a bit farther back. Everybody else from Team Secret is firing. This is where he could come alive again.
It's funny as well because I had that mirror matchup in map number 1. Guess what I'm expecting in map number 2? I'm expecting another mirror matchup, and if you're a Team Secret fan, you're hoping for another mirror matchup on the scoreline as well because that was good.
Very true. Very, very true. And we'll find out soon enough as we get ready to dive into the Prime Gaming Agents Select. You expect those Vipers to come out. You already called out Nats as, you know, possibly a top performer on the team and will need to be on this map playing that kind of a role for his squad. And while the expected or the expectation might be a mirror matchup, this is where I wonder when you find yourself immediately on the back foot as Gambit, where we said, hey, they're probably not going to show a whole lot on day number 1. Are you starting to rethink that? Are you starting to think, uh-oh, maybe they are going to have to pull out something a little unique and interesting?
Yeah, the big battle for me is always just the mental from Gambit, because we saw Gambit magic in Icebox, like Shados's ace. Chronicle had some really nice kills, but it was few and far between, and Pansy highlighted how often can you rely on Shados just getting an ace in a round? Everybody needs to sort of pull it up, so I think the strategies are always going to be there for Gambit. It's never a case of being underprepared or not anti-strat in the team enough. Maybe they underprepared for Team Secret because there's not much to watch, for one, and also would you prefer to sort of watch some of the other teams that you might face off in playoffs instead? Hard to gauge. And I think even as well, Redgar said that Team Secret, they only started prepping for them 2 days ago, the day of the press conference. So maybe they were expecting less from them, and there's a lot more that Team Secret could come out and show.
I'm going to worry about the fact that if they don't come in strong on this map, regardless of the composition we're about to see, then I have serious worries about their ability to bounce back, short and long term. This is a long tournament, and if you want to make it to the very end, you have to be able to get through your initial opponents.
Uh-oh. We don't have a mirror matchup here this time around. We've got some differences actually.
Killjoy? Okay.
I love my favorite agent.
There you go.
The big change there is that Nats usually plays the Cypher on this map. It's Chronicle that's on the Viper, so they've swapped around. Chronicle playing an agent that we don't typically see. Just because Breeze is so big, the Cypher utility being able to put it across the map is better. Obviously, Killjoy having that range that her utility is good. I imagine Chronicle's going to be setting up on the BRA site and just being very hard to move. Of course, first of all, he needs to be good on attack. That lockdown could be really useful, but the sites are big.
Well, we have found ourselves in a position we never expected to be. It's Team Secret up 1-0 in terms of the map scoreline, but you can never count Gambit out. As we dive into map 2, Breeze, it's back over to Pansy and Hyde Park.
Okay, now we have seen a switch up here in that agent select. Now, this, I think Gambit have been forced to show all their cards here. Team Secret have come out and absolutely woken us all up. This is an upset, to say the least. What do you make of the agent switch?
I mean, there's these hints of kind of reinventing themselves and addressing kind of, showing a different look, right? And Gambit, again, being a team, like we said, we talked about the preparation factor is going to be there. There's a target on their back, right? This is something that's almost like a curveball. Do we see anything special coming out of this Killjoy pick? We'll have to wait and see. But I think Ryan's hit the nail on the head. We're looking towards, particularly on attack, more all-in pieces. Not necessarily that deep flank control we expect of Nats, 10 years away from any sort of execute elsewhere, but I'm intrigued initially.
All right back on in. I want to see Secret keep that pace up, though. Not fall away, not slip back, not allow a moment or a second of doubt, but already initial exchange through middle, and this is death matchy between the two, and it is going to be taking chunks out of each other. Losing our wits, though, might take away a little bit of that instigation, ability to maybe find information later down the line, but already it's going to be this B piece. They've got to know that a mile away. So Spike should be going down now. Not going to be denied at this point. A little bit of chip damage on the way out for Redgar.
Poison's off.
Yeah, actually, Chronicle did find dubstep as well. That was after that turret was dropped. Now, Borkun drifting through elbow. He'll look towards him to remove that piece from B main here as Jesse, a real entryway back here. And Chronicle still stands strong. We'll find his second now. And dispenser solo HP. Jesse falls and cleaned up nicely. Chronicle actually finding his third on the round there towards the end. And again, it's a stark contrast straight away there. Gambit, they feel that pressure in mid. The pinch comes through from elbow at exactly the right time. So already here, looking much better equipped to deal with Secret. But again, Secret looking to be very proactive in that pistol round. Again, straight out double doors, the flash, confirmation of presence. They try and follow up on that.
Enemy mark. And I do want to see more of that. I do want to see them keep that sort of presence up, keep playing like they're not the underdog, which at this point they're not looking so much like. But something as well, I can hear it behind me. Gambit trying to get themselves fired up. They're yelling after pistol rounds. They want to get this one building, and already Defo going to start off with that pick towards dubstep, and Shados going to take a little bit of a step further down towards Tube. Going to clean up Jesse and Wits on route. But there's not much of an investment. It's classics and not much else coming out from Team Secret, so this should be kept clean. As already looks like pretty much second round will be wrapped up.
So I doubt Borkun's going to get much done here with the classic. Even will clean it up, and decent ultimate progress already on his side. Again, look towards how we're going to see that lockdown utilized with this agent switch. Actually, be a flawless round victory there. Prime Gaming flawless. Again, no respect even there to the recon bolt used in halls. Force their way through. Nats again. Similar approach here now. Secret, first buy round. We see them get proactive. We see them go play a little deeper here, play a little more reactive. Again, you look towards Gambit to make the most of converting these weapons they're carrying across. Defo and Marshall straight up into halls.
Dubstep. This could be not necessarily make or break, but this can be a huge position to play from if he gets that timing just right. He knows that Shados is around there. He's got to know that Redgar's not far either. Dispenser now is under threat. Nat's going to close the gap, get a little bit of damage done, and sit towards the back of the site. Yeah, this is such a different pace from Gambit. When have you seen them hit sites like this? However, Spike yet to be ferried across, still sitting towards main, needs to make its way through, but they haven't really gotten that pick on the way into sight, so this is still pretty rough around the edge. Dispenser connecting out of nowhere. Nats gets beheaded, and now the Spike has made its way through. Flash comes in, Spike goes down, and Dispenser needs to be careful. 7 HP needs some backup now.
Jesse, got out no man's land there. Defo and Redgar both find kills. Dubstep will respond with 2 though.
Man, gets pinched on though with Shados right there, and you had the window player as well. tricky to work out from a 2v2 post plant though. Rifle still stands back towards the side. Gambit steady the nerves after a shaky map 1. That's 3 now in a row.
Again here, if Gambit can maintain this pace, again, almost, I've been pitching them as kings of the clock almost. This is a completely different look here. Yeah, I mean, 1 minute 15 on site, they found first blood, they've got Nats all the way towards back pillar. It's completely different to what we saw on Icebox. Again, you could argue starting half a factor there, but
sure.
Secret, again, now we look towards kind of the similar questions we had over Gambit. What's the response now? How do we see them address this? Because again, this is from a preparation standpoint. This isn't necessarily what you'd have down in the notes of Gambit.
So this is the thing. I think that Team Secret have woken the beast, right? They've forced Gambit to maybe play some of these switch-ups, the pace changes that maybe they were looking to bring out later in the tournament, maybe feeling they could get through groups playing as expected, but that's not the case. They've had to bring out a higher level of planned approach, and that's looking sharp as ever. We do have just Sheriffs and some light armor, though, so again, this isn't the be-all and end-all. Wits, let's see what you can do with this. That's lovely, but that's about it. So 3 still stand, Rifles kept over, and Gambit just striding through this.
Let's see here is how many different looks we will see from Gambit. And that first ultimate cycle just about coming online now again. Towards the lockdown, Ryan's going to be his eyes peeled for how Gambit are going to utilize that, but I just saw Nats one away from the Viper's pit again. Potential there to find entry, get that set up for a comfortable post-plant hold. No real adjustment here on the side of Secret. Other than Dubstep now on the operator, he's going to be tasked with holding on to halls. But again, first round he's got it. He's smoked off straight away on the doors. Again, Shados and Nats immediately showing presence. Try and find something behind that poison orb.
I have found Nats at present. Shados, though, going to just push on forward. Again, there's so much space taken. Just down tube. And look at the lean. It's a 4-1 coming out at this point from Secret. They've had to sit towards this side. 3 dedicated towards the side, and it is Dubstep who's had to respect that utility and presence down tube. However, Defo does find Dispenser. Wits is now going to be taken away. This is not looking so good for Secret. This is methodical from Gambit. This is the Iron Giant we've been seeing and waiting to see activated. As Jesse, 20 HP in a bit of a dream at this point, and a 1v4. As Gambit looking quite sharp. Jesse going to try and hunt this down, but it's looking unlikely.
Bomb comes through, and Jesse tasked with finding any damage he can. Conical already made moves up elsewhere. He's pinned in here. Again, with that HP, don't expect him to pull off any miracles, and although Gambit even give him the opportunity to find one. Let's see, Defo will straight through. That's good for the trade. Everybody had an input there on that round, and 3 survive. Again, Defo, one off the Blade Storm now. First ultimate cycle looking very comfortable for Gambit because they're not really having to rely on an awful lot. I mean, that round effectively on the back of a poison orb in Hall. That pressure draws Secret towards A site. And one by one, like you said, methodical. Gambit just roll through them.
There's got to be something to address this soon because Gambit just, as I said, they are walking through this at the moment, and this looks like a whole different team from map 1. Be it the wake-up call, be it a bit of a slap in the face. It's Team Secret forcing this level out of Gambit right now. Dubstep unable to find much here. That's Shados with a belting start. Defo's already started his proposition towards the site. Chasing him down. There it is. And Defo, yeah, comfy stuff. This is again, though, a poor purchase because the money, well, it's just been ripped away. Look how clean these rounds have been. It's a Prime Gaming flawless, and a lot of these rounds have been leaning that way. Now, yes, the ults are coming through at least for Secret, so maybe we could see something of that. But again, this has been one-sided.
Yeah, much of the start of Icebox was.
Yeah. Yep.
How much we read into that here. Again, I'm looking towards Secret to make a visible adjustment here. But again, they've got to kind of have that factor. This isn't a prep thing. Gambit playing way quicker than we traditionally see them.
Yeah.
So again, it's a completely new set of obstacles for Secret to overcome. Again, first map I was looking towards Redgar to be the one to, I guess, respond to what Secret brought to the table.
Yeah.
And he struggled. This time around, it's a completely different approach. totally different approach to this map.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of where we were waiting to see if Gambit have this. Is that next gear to shift to? And what they've been up to in that time in between, right? We've seen a couple of weird events from them that didn't look great, if I'm honest. A couple of losses against teams to a fashion that definitely stood out, at least statistically. But the problem is for Secret, if you've prepped yourself for, let's say, the previous looking Gambit in this map or others, and they've gone for this gear switch, you're coming in blind a little at this point. Because it did seem as though Icebox was very much part of the course, at least with the way Gambit approached it. However, this, as you've highlighted, is not the same looking Gambit now.
Result aside, how we got there on Icebox was what was, I guess, most shocking, right?
Yes.
Again, credit to Secret. Really put themselves, I'll be honest,
Did
on the board, on the map. And obviously showing that they'd done the necessary prep for Gambit. Now, towards this, lockdown, available Blade Storm, the Viper's Pit. See if any of these put into play here in this round. The other side of things. Seeker's Hunter's Fury available for Secret as well, but straight away, see here, Dubstep forced off that attempt at least.
God, look at the pressure on him.
Yeah.
It's the dart at the start, it's the flash on the back, it's everything poured down. Defo just puts his body on the line, and this is brutal down middle. Yes, a little bit of a trade finally goes in favor, and Chronicle's position is noted, but it is still a 2v2. What do we have left? Let's take stock. Nat still towards Tube. Spike being ferried back away from middle, leaning back towards potentially that A site as it stands. And on the other side would be Dispenser. But also bear in mind, Walcom is clearing through that B side. He's going to be heading through towards spawn at this point.
He's here kind of ahead of the curve, honestly.
Very early.
Way quicker than you'd probably... And again, whether this is in anticipation of this rotation coming through from Gambit or them naturally leaning back towards A where that Viper wall is invested. I think he's just going to miss Chronicle slipping into cave. And the spy cam will give it away. Like I said, he's here very early, though. And actually,
I wish he'd commit to that.
Yeah, I guess...
Okay,
called back by Dispenser here, but again, the condition here is Gambit getting to sight, because this Viper Spit makes it so difficult for Secret to fight back in.
But Dispenser's holding decent sight control. That's huge. Finding Chronicle on the way out is massive, but 8 seconds. What do you do with it? Nat's still alive on the side, gets bought some time. Ult now invested. They know where Nats is. The spray comes through. They're trying to do everything they can. Lockdown's removed, and so is his safety net. Invests the utility, hoping to buy some time for himself a little bit of freedom. A 1v1, and he gets it. Utility towards the side, gonna burn away. There's nothing more to be done. Nats keeps his cool. Gets himself a Red Bull clutch.
And again, good to see Secret kind of not sit back and wait for Gambit to show. You see Borkum get very, very active there on that flank. And again, I'm not sure exactly what the signal was that changed there. Defo, again, charging down that kill in towards Nest as well onto Jesse. Quite cool. Actually readjusting there. And a rare sighting, a smiling Nats.
Yeah, he knows he's done well in that. Breaking the money too. 7 on the trot now. And I think for those a little too deep in the fan mentality of, oh, but how did you not expect Secret to do this? Well, this is what it could have looked like. But credit to Secret for coming in so well prepared on map 1 and made it something other than this. 7-0 so far. Gambit going to make themselves look a little more prepared in these scenarios, a little bit more well-versed in this. And as said, the purchase is phenomenal in comparison to a bit of a shaky buy coming out from Secret. Maybe there's a little life in this round. Maybe a little bit of a buffer could be made out of this half. But Nat's still trying to find that timing in middle. Can he get in there in time? No. Has to respect it for now. But a 1-1 trade out towards the site leaves Nats in a 1v2. Gonna find one, but the one player is so close, just below him. Walken's waiting patiently. He wants to push up on this. He wants to get the fight, and Nats does not care for what you want. He wants another round and another clutch for the man himself.
Back to back. Nats leading the charge here, 11-1. Gambit. 8 rounds up now. Secret yet to get on the board. And again, I gotta say, you come away from watching so many series of Gambit, and there's so many rounds you can just look at and go, there was nothing really special there. There was literally nothing with flair. It's cut and dry. It's the bread and butter rounds that Gambit looks so comfortable in. Again, well, actually, as I say, that Dubstep does swing out towards double doors.
Yeah.
I've got your
But it's shut down. Chronicle has been huge in this position in bottom mid.
There's a little bit of a trade finally coming out from this. Might be able to juggle those weapons away if he wants to still give options, but already Gambit are on the site. Spike's there too. Dispenser just bodied by Shados, and it's, yes, a little bit of a, you know, initial fight in middle, but there's a quick reaction, and the pacing is just different from Gambit here. Defo still keeping control on the backlines, bear in mind, and this retake gets difficult. Jesse now has to deal with multitudes of problems, one being Defo. Doggo ain't gonna spot it, and that's a victim waiting. Defo catches with both hands, comfy there. Brings it to the chest, is now already Wits gonna be put to it. Nice work on the first, but the trade out comes in. So now all on his lonesome in a 1v3, and there's an op around, and that seems more likely.
Wits gonna try and hold on to this one, but another round, and I'm sure, I mean, hopefully, like I was watching, if he can crunch the numbers on this, but I think that's the 5th plant before 1 minute 15 on the clock for Gambit.
Probably.
Now, I'd love to see the comparison between any other series where that's been
the case.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because again, there's nothing special to that. Again, a little bit of pressure and double doors straight away. That's the green light, hit B site. So I think it's noted. It's dubstep noted. And obviously the flash coming through from Wits again. Cool. We've got a 4v2, 4v1 on B site. Let's go, guys.
I mean, and how do we look at this from Secret's perspective? Because it doesn't look like Gambit are doing anything crazy, but they're just succeeding in so many of the critical fights, I guess.
This is and Ryan touched on this perfectly, right? Where you look towards Gambit, the strength of the default and the fundamentals. That's it. That's Gambit. There's never really been kind of these. Let's look at the intricacies of how they utilize all these abilities and everything on the side hits. It's literally just fundamentals, and this right here is a demonstration of the Gambit playbook, right? I was just going to say, actually, they're much more calm this time around than this time out, but I don't think Gambit really are feeling any pressure here, so they can show pretty much the same thing every single time. They don't need to lean back towards, hey guys, we have to address double doors, we have to address nest. That operator's causing us problems. It's pretty much, okay guys, swing out again, barriers down, find something.
Yep. No, and it's working well for them. Secret, I don't know. It is hard to address it when it's the fundamentals that are winning against you. They managed to work it out pretty handedly on map 1, but map 2 is a very different approach. And when you've, as said, prepared stylistically for someone and they've pulled out something completely different, it gets tricky. But let's see what they've come up with in the timeout. Even just a couple of rounds on the belt would be nice, but the problem is, look at the money they've been left with. These rounds have been clean enough. The Gambit have given them no room. This has been, you know, straight up surgical in the way they've approached this. So
look at this now.
Let's have a look.
It's 4 towards 8. It's only Dispenser with a Marshal here. Again, he's going to be locked out by this Viper wall straight away. And again, B site on a platter for Gambit.
Nothing slowing them down. Site now taken. Spike carried on through.
Another plant before 115.
Look, if anything, other teams are going to be looking at this going...
Well, you say that. Again, how much is this now going to become the go-to standard for Gambit on Breeze?
Yep.
How much do you read into this?
Yeah, is this their whole new look? Is there something else? Jesse's still going to do some good work there towards Shados, but Shados just walked to wall, so I feel as though you can kind of tell the mentality is confidence aplenty for Gambit when you're 9-0 up. Let's see if there's any legs to this retake. Dubstep. A little bit better equipped, but Chronicle is spicy today, and it's looking easy work for Gambit this time. Double digits down on the board, 10-0.
I think at this point you start arguing it's gone. It's a formality at this point. I don't think Secret have shown me anything they did on Icebox that they've carried across here to Breeze. Call it map diff, however you want to look at this here. Just not seeing the same approach to some of these rounds. And again, honestly, you could also argue it just comes down to gunfights, right? This is probably the last buy they're going to have. Look at what's behind this. Is 1,400 credits across the board here for Secret. And again, Gambit pile on the pressure. They're going to isolate Dispenser on B side. They have the drone, they have the dog, clears out the tripwire. Again, he's on an island right now. And actually, unable to play his life here.
It's 4 players putting all their utility towards you. Every piece of pressure, you have nowhere to sit back towards. It's very difficult to deal with. Ultimates have cycled through well enough as well for Gambit. If I'm Secret, and I know this isn't the mentality that people like to consider, but I'm thinking about map 3 pretty soon. It's 10-0.
I was thinking about map 3 4 rounds ago, honestly. Just with the way this one got off to a start.
Yeah, it's sometimes the cleaner losses are easier to mentally handle. She's like, it's all right, you know, we move on. We've got map 3, we're fine. We still got bind in the back pocket if we need it. That's the beauty of picking up map 1. You get a little bit of pressure removed from your shoulders in that aspect. However, the pressure seemed to sit fine with Gambit here as they've managed to maintain 10. Dubstep just trying to keep hold of this op as best they can, because you highlighted there wasn't a lot of money left in the kitty after this purchase.
Yeah, you can already see Chronicle looking to hunt, actually nearly finding the time in here. Will actually still find the kill and remove that operator. Jesse now.
Ooh.
Okay, Redgar.
Get it?
Round in the half.
He gave it away, but again here, just this focus on B, it's almost going to condition Secret now to say, guys, okay, last round, let's not leave B wide open at least. And again, at that point, you kind of look towards Dispenser. Can you play a little deeper? Can Secret achieve something else elsewhere on the map? And it hasn't been there. No. Again, Gambit is so quick to get in. It's not even like, okay, let's address the backline. Let's push towards where we expect to find Nats, Chronicle. They just haven't had the time to do that.
No. Away we go. All right, I guess this time, right place, right time. Switch up of players and positions. The ult going to be invested towards B for Secret, but already you have that ult now popped. Jesse does get a tag, but couldn't quite follow through with the finisher. However, let's see if the approach still works on this side. Dubstep does actually greet Defo this time. Finally, an initial trade and no answer back instantaneously. This is a good beginning, but look at the answer from Gambit. It is swift, and it's sharp as ever.
Again, now they've drawn blood. They can sit back, wait for that toxin to rebuild. One tripwire to deal with, and again, I don't think that camera will see over the wall here. Chronicle actually throw the lockdown in, and that'll clear all of the space underneath Hall. A pocket to move into, and I dare say anybody from Secret's going to move into that area behind the wall, behind pyramids on a site. Gambit going to have full access here.
No more charges left.
Spencer has at least got himself here at the right time, but he's kind of missed that window where maybe, of course, Shados, but now Spike is down, and it is a 4v2. Decent enough post plants as well.
Spencer's 45 HP, though.
Yeah.
Last player.
First fight as well, with Shados joining him towards CT. Spencer does at least take one, but it's a quick trade out, and honestly, it's a quick half. It's 12-0, it is a blowout, and it's a flawless one. Gambit have been woken up here, Hypoc.
Yeah, they have. It's the case of if you poke the beast, I feel. Because they come back in here with a taste for blood, and they've, honestly, just run away with this. Secret have done nothing in this half, in my eyes. Absolutely nothing.
No, they haven't. But hopefully someone who can bring us maybe a little bit of hope, maybe an idea of what's just happened is the desk.
We're going to do our best, but I tell you this much, Gambit have officially arrived at Champions here in Berlin. A perfect 12-0 half. That was utterly disgusting.
Yeah, a little bit late. I bet they wish they could do that on Icebox as well. I think the thing for me is, like, for Team Secret, they came in with Icebox. It was a fresh new look. This, it was more of the same. Going back to the Paper X game, 13-8 for them to qualify to get to Berlin. I think it was even to sort of decide who was the best team from Stage 3 out of SEA. Both teams were going. This was pretty much exactly the same. Same comp, same style. Gambit just upped the pressure and Team Secret fell in line. The tempo was set and Team Secret matched to that beat.
It's not even just that they met it there. You know who switched online and was like, okay, I got counted heavily in map 1. I felt the pinch there. I know Team Secret, as, you know, Pansy and Hypoc were referencing, they read all my books. They had, you know, highlighted the correct areas and they knew where I'd be and when I'd be there. But on Breeze, I wrote a brand new story. It's a book I haven't published yet. And guess what? Team Secret, they didn't read it. Nats, he's online.
14-1-4 scoreline out of Nats, but we got to call out Chronicle as well. Yes. Hopping onto that KJ, we called that out in Prime Gaming Agent Select. Yeah. An interesting switch up for them, but man, did he have a lock on the flanks. Team Secret had no ins once those plants were made.
Yeah, it was just holding that mid control with the utility, but honestly, we were kind of sat there thinking, Gambit probably didn't want to show this kind of style.
Yeah.
I don't really think Chronicle showed anything, like strategy-wise. He was just holding on to these positions, holding on to those foundations of the executes, and holding on from there. Defo as well, sort of winning the op. Most importantly as well, keeping the op out of Dubstep's hands, especially on that defense. The jet open is so good on this map, he just couldn't afford.
That right there, that replay right there, if you want to scroll back in your VOD and look at that, that showed me that he wasn't panicked. That Gambit knew that if they needed to reposition themselves, Defo in particular, he could. Midway through a gunfight, he goes, I'm missing. Stop, realign, go again. That is a player who's cool, calm, and collected, and that shows me Gambit, they refreshed themselves from map 1, and we heard that. Round number 1, round number 2, and I'm going, is that Gambit behind me screaming, hell yeah it is?
Such a good mental reset, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's so difficult to come back from a surprise map loss to that, to instantly come in and then potentially 13-0 a team.
Yeah,
like that's what made Gambit so good in Masters, right? That response.
Potentially, right? We'll always say never, but it is one of those things where it's going to have to take a miracle out of Team Secret if they want to wrap this up in 2-map fashion. It's looking like we're heading to that 3rd map. Bind, we'll find out soon enough as we dive back into the 2nd half with Pansy and Hypoc.
Okay. We've still got 1 round to get out of the way, it feels like, here as Gambit give themselves the perfect half to play.
Yeah, actually, what's that piece on the pistol round towards B? At least that Snakebite invested towards backside. And you see already Shados pinged on the minimap now, but no entry found, and Defo's actually going to be the one to draw first blood. Well, actually, Witch is going to force his way all the way through here. I don't think Shados is going to note this, but he still wins it.
And again, that door's getting shut in their face at the moment. 3 still standing. They haven't been able to really do much damage just yet. A little bit of play up middle, but Defo still, how is he winning these fights? It is just Jesse, and it's all on Jesse. In a 1v3, it's done. It is the cleanest run imaginable. 13-0.
I mean, again, the cliche call it. That's the way to bounce back, right? After Gambit struggled massively. Again, I think that's fair to say on map 1. Secret absolutely dictated the pace.
Yep.
They set the precedent. Gambit come right back through and just go, no, not letting you do that. And the big concern now, I said to this halfway through Icebox, don't talk to me about the veto. Now we're going Bind. And that's just, it's got to be such a concern. Again, we look towards that preparation factor on the side of Secret, whether or not they're going to be able to get their foot in the door, honestly, early on in that.
Hey, look, they said it themselves at the start of the day. To be the best, you got to beat the best. And Gambit, as it stands, do maintain at least a little of that crown. Now, we are in the position where we've seen 2 very different looking maps. We've seen map 1 look excellent for Secret, who've come out and surprised many. Map 2 was the awakening of the beast. So who knows what map 3 is going to do.
And the struggle is kind of, you look at the series as a whole, wherever we go on map 3, however it goes, what does Secret learn from this, right? What do they take away from this series as a whole? And I think this map here, it's difficult, right? Because you could see straight away the approach totally different from Secret. The confidence wasn't there on Breeze. There was no real kind of, fact finders in the early side of these rounds where you could see them then build upon that success, right? You think towards Dubstep on Icebox, where there's also some real positives, some real talking points there from something that you've got to look towards when you play against Gambit. You've got to look towards the duelist to create that kind of chaos, to be the ones to shake the setup, right? And there was none of that on Breeze whatsoever.
That is indeed the case. However, we have a map 3 now to put to the forefront of our minds. So the first 2 maps, move them aside. It's a whole different game now. So guys, don't go too far away. We'll be back with that in just a moment.
Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, 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 back. Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, 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 back. Bring it back, bring it back. Hold up. Bring it back, bring it back.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions. I know you just saw us like 3 minutes ago, but that's how quick that map was, that it only took one round on the back half for Gambit to wrap it up. We got our first 13-0 of the tournament, and we're only on Series 1 of Day 2 so far.
I hope that's the last. Part of me, like, you know, especially at this level. We said it at halftime, which was literally like 2 minutes ago, like you mentioned, just what a response from Gambit. Like, they have gone into the labs to work on this map in particular. It was one that they were iffy on in the past, didn't really need or want to play it. Now it's one of their main picks behind, well, I was going to say Haven, but that's the main one for Team Secret. This is good from Gambit.
And you could point out literally any player on the roster in a 13-0 and say, my goodness, how well they performed. You're going to take a look at shadows as the top ACS on the team. But even people like Redgar having 10 of the 12 plants that they had on the first half, everybody played their role here. And I think that was the major difference between map 1 and map 2.
Redemption arc for Redgar. Not only that, Nats, what do you have, an 18 KD? And then my man Shadows coming in going, all right, you know what? Every single opening engagement I take, I'm going to be flawless. Won every single opening engagement he took, and that is just a flawless game there from Gambit.
I really like as well, when you're on the Sky, you are the sort of pedal to speed up or slow down the play. And that's just the speed that Shados was playing at. Like, we saw that a bit on the Reyna on Icebox, but Sky, you can see why Gambit got good once Sky started to come into meta, and that is solely down to how good Shados is on that agent, even when she was nerfed.
All right, well, it was a dominant map out of Gambit, 13-0. That means Bala's got 13 rounds to pick from when it comes to the dominance that they displayed. Let's see what he's got for us.
Thank you, Dash. Yeah, there wasn't necessarily that much, but I do want to point out the pace that Gambit had in this game. So let's go ahead and start with around that Defo dashed in all the way up into Nest right away at the beginning. You see on the map right here, he pushed with a flash all the way up the corner, but we're going to get another flash out of Shadows that Defo's going to peek off of the second time. You can see the patience. He actually waits back for this flash to turn the corner, but he's going all the way up through into the tunnel, so Nest players and everybody else is backing off, expecting this flash to pop at any second. So he goes ahead and grabs the kill. But at the same time, over here in the corner, you actually have a Sova ulting out down mid, because that's where you have Team Secret trying to push with Seekers, and Defo takes the fight to him. Yes, Borkum trades him, and we actually end up in a kind of awkward 2 versus 2 scenario where you could see that we had Nats trying to push in the halls very, very deep up and pressuring the Cypher player on Team Secret. But because of the aggression that came out and all of the different trades, the situation ends up being that we have Gambit go back on the site. And one thing I want to note, because Nats had 2 1 versus 2s, and one of the situations was because of this Viper's Pit. The very important factor is they don't have the map control, so they don't know what's coming. If we look at the mini-map, they don't know what's coming all the way out from Cave or over here, and they both want to stay inside of that Viper's Pit. Nats already left alone. The lockdown was destroyed. He has actually, if you go back into the Berlin playoffs, he has over a 70% win rate when he puts up a Viper's Pit. That is an absurd amount, and it's situations just like this. He knows that everybody's going to take decay when they come in, and they're going to continue to roll down. The second 1 versus 2 here was Nats in a situation where they actually had pushed players all the way up through the wall. We had many people. This is Defo again pushing way in front of the wall with a Sova dart that lands right here inside of that circle, and Nats capitalizes on this. It causes a lot of confusion. He's always pushing, like we saw in the last round, up into that halls, and because of this, once again 1 versus 2 against a lesser Bly, but still, this is the type of thing that Nats is so good at in situations like this. He heard the Viper down below, and now he comes all the way back around, and Nats is aware of that possibility, even though the spike is so far away. If he had gotten through, it would have been very, very awkward. But that's a quick 13-0 for Nats and Gambit, and on to Bind it is. They got 13-0 on that map, as Jess has been pointing out over and over and over. We're going to have to see if they actually have what it takes to close out and shut down this upset.
Thank you very much, Bala. That's a cute little stat there. 70% win rate on a round when using the Viper's Pit. And that's what you want to see, right? If you're going to invest in Ultimate, you need to see the round victory come through.
On attack, yeah, it almost, for a lot of teams, feels that if that Viper's Pit goes down on the plant, that's it. The retake is so difficult at that point for a lot of teams. But seeing Nats still on that Viper from the Icebox to the Breeze, not changing over to Cypher, I think that's going to help him a lot. If we do go to Bind, which we are, like, if he's still going to play the Viper there, just
they must play that
the
third
series.
map.
It would be weird to see a series where we don't see Nats on Cypher at all, but you never really know at this stage.
Yeah, here's a quick refresher of how things went. It was that 13-6 surprise victory here from Team Secret on Icebox. A beautiful recovery by Gambit in 13-0 fashion, and that pushes us to Bind. And Jess, top of the day, you said, I'll tell you what map I don't want to see. It was Bind. Well, you're going to have to watch it.
You know what? I'm going to change my mind a little bit. I'm going to look at the glass half full here. And I'm going to say to myself, this is a redemption arc for both of these teams now. One, you just got 13-0 if you're Team Secret, and you want to redeem yourself and say that map 1 wasn't just, you know, a flash in the pan kind of moment. And if you're Gambit, you also want to redeem the fact that this map, the last time you played, it was pretty damn bad. It was a very savage end to their 13-0 against Ascend. I know Ryan's already looking at me like, yeah, it's a great team that they lost against, but they still need to redeem the fact that they can play on Bind, let's be honest.
And I imagine, knowing Eng as a coach, that was the thing that they did after that kind of loss. Like, you could sort of tell that they were going into home ground with a bit of a, we won't show too much, but even then, no matter who you're playing, if you get 13-0, that's a hard look at. And so I'm curious at the response from Team Secret after being 13-0. The concern I had for Breeze is that we saw more of the same from latter stages this year.
Yeah.
I'm worried that that's going to be the same on Bind. Just the same that we've seen over the last few months. No changes or any strategies that are new. Obviously, I imagine that we're going to see Gambit change up a little bit.
Right, both teams looking for a big recovery here when it comes to this third map in Bind. When it comes to Team Secret, I think one of the things that jumps out to me about that Breeze play, obviously we didn't really get to see them on an attacking half, it was just the one round, but on defense, usually going with like a 4-1 split, right? And time again, we saw their, you know, their controller, or rather their sentinel, get picked on the entry. And then it was all about trying to fight a retake where you're already a man down. I wonder if on a map like Bind, not quite as wide of a map, if they can start to control the pace again and show some of that patience that we saw a bit more from them on Icebox.
Absolutely. We should get the Astra locked in. Yes, we do. I'm excited to see this. You're speaking about control. How can we dictate the pace of the map? Astra players are going to be the ones to look forward to. Yes, we say that about Viper as well, but for here, I think for the side of Team Secret, Balkan's your man who you're going to have to look to on here on Bind.
Dispenser, usually the Sentinel you see over on the Viper, had played it a little bit. I was disappointed in watching his Viper on Bind, so seeing him move over to the Killjoy seems more like a comfort pick. This composition from Gambit, they've ran the last 8 times in officials. This is their 9th. It's that kind of style that suits them.
Well, so it's what you expect to see. They're going to stick to comfort after finding their footing there in game number, or in map number 2. But it all comes down to this. Will we see the first major series upset as Team Secret looks to unseat the defending champs in Gambit Esports? Back over to Pansy and Hypoc one more time.
Honestly, could not have said it better myself there, Dash. This is now up to Team Secret in my eyes, is can they get a little bit of that map 1 magic now in map 3? It's all game on. Gambit have said, all right, you brought out the A game. Let's see what you can do now.
Well, it's the bit here where you say, how deep does that kind of strat book, how deep do the pages of preparation go? Because here, I mean, shout out to Jess and Ryan, honestly, making the perfect point I was going to lead with here, which is this is a composition that plays into Gambit's strengths. The ability to kind of swing mid-round, those mid-round calls, again, the late round control that they have with this double controller is something to admire. It's actually nearly caught off guard there, but we'll be able to escape away. But Borku will find Defo, and actually Chronicle as well on the back of that. A little bit of a bait there.
This is actually going really well. Gambit are kind of struggling to break back in on this. All trades effective and all going Secret's way. Maybe a reminder, a confidence builder here for Secret after a pretty rough map 2. And yeah, it's down to Shados. And there it goes. Lovely work from Secret. And the boys are loud. The boys are loud behind us, and I like to hear that. Get themselves fired back up after what was a pretty crushing map 2.
Yeah, I mean, soul-destroying, almost. Nobody wants to come through with that, but like I said, once that gets to kind of 8-0, 9-0, it's almost like, okay, guys, let's set our sights on map 3. And again, get themselves on the board nice and early here. That's what you want to see bouncing back into the decider. Again, you look towards maintaining the pace, maintaining the pressure, at least early on here. If Gambit can get anything done here with actually a Ghost and a Sheriff, 2 Sheriffs, apologies, one in the hands of Shados as well. A little bit of a crunch towards Showers here.
Oh, we are getting the dubstep POV though, that's nice. Fans around the world will be loving it. Nats and Chronicle last two alive. Luckily, however, for those playing along at home, if you aren't just a fan of the dubstep cam, it does mean as though that there's only two. So Nats and Chronicle, what can you do out of this one? Dubstep does make his way
Last
over
player
towards the site. Nats
standing.
and Chronicle have actually found
Player
two,
standing.
and now the 1v1.
The spike.
Step up against Chronicle. Spike has been retrieved. The massacre in the showers has gone down. Dubstep actually going to play forward into this. Chronicle, it's not like he's going to be surprised by this, though. Look at him holding this angle, and patience pays off. Chronicle, a lovely conversion there towards Dubstep, who tried to switch up the script.
And again, I think he's playing towards the Phantom there. I got to look at that round as a whole, and Secret almost a lack of respect, I think, with how comfortable that pistol round felt, at least when the first 3 kills came through from Borkum. That there, again, a little overzealous. At that point, play distance, you got the Marshal, you got a Phantom invested in round 2. It's a little bit of a slip up on the side of Secret there. Gambit tie things up 1-1, and now Secret will come through, rifles across the board. What they can get done here is, again, spread pretty thin, no surprises here.
I like this, though. I'll take this every day of the week. Now, yes, they find one, but do they expect the second? It looks like they're checking for it, but hasn't quite uncovered the Secret that waits down towards middle.
He does spot him.
Yeah, there it
Chronicle
is.
found him.
Good work from Chronicle to keep that in mind. So we do have at least a frag coming in on the other side, but there is still players there. There's always a contingency plan, it seems, right now for Gambit, and they've overwhelmed Jesse. As Wits, Spencer are the last two alive. Maybe just one. It's not pretty there. That's not pretty at all, and it's actually getting not necessarily out of control, because as said, there is a contingency plan, that being Redgar, who finds Wits, and we have Gambit sitting at a 2-1.
2 rifles removed, though. Again, I don't think it'll hinder the economy too much here. Again, with this flipping back and forth, you look towards Gambit's first ultimate cycle. Again, Chronicle, decent progress. Nats as well, Shados also. Again, an opportunity to pile the pressure back on if Gambit can win this out. Dubstep actually going to throw an operator in the mix here. He's actually positioned over towards B long, and again, 3 members of Gambit here. So, sorry, 2, my mistake. That's the only way to go on Chronicle.
I love the fights for the extremity, though. This is so exciting to me.
The emphasis from Secret. There was 3 players there swinging out from Garden.
But they're both doing something similar, which I like, this kind of mirrored approach that we want to take control of the extremities as much as we can, fight for those orbs if we have to, which is looking like at least Secret will get one under their belt, and the other should be, again, retrieved by Gambit, so it should even out in some way. But mirrored approach, at least in the beginning.
And a couple of pings coming through as well. You can see, I think, Gambit potentially with their sights set towards A, but Secret already preemptively rotating that way. Spike not committed, though. Again, Gambit, this is more of a typical round in terms of the timeline here. Approach that 45-second mark. Defo and Nats will start to explore short.
Yeah, it does look as though they're leaning back towards that A site now after holding that default for some time, showing presence across the map. But it seems though short is going to be the destination. Nat's going to be doing what Nats does best, but let's see if he's been read, and he has been. Jesse well positioned, prepared to receive. Does get at least the visual confirmation of that player so close by. Seekers did come through as well, just kind of chasing down the final player, so everyone from Secret is in the right place at the right time. Here we see Shados towards the shower, going to find Borkum, but now it's everyone else who's still alive. Jesse still stands and Dubstep still stands. Seekers on the other side now come through, going to try and isolate, but Jesse finds Chronicle off that spike. Now what more can be done in this though? That off on the way back in is going to be tricky on the retake.
Really looking towards Jesse to get something done here as he comes under pressure. Shados again stuck in this corner until that flash comes back on. Another couple of seconds on that, but Secret making the most of the time here.
That's lovely work from him, still bringing that up to bear, finding Redgar, now Shados. Flash is there, it's not ideal, that's going to be a halfway defuse. The swing, it's not enough, Jesse! The cornerstone so far for Secret in my eyes. Some of these big rounds he's clutched out on, he's kept them safe, and he's kept them now at even footing.
And it's difficult there with the casualties on the way in. Shados, like I said, he's locked into that corner of Shower. There's no real play that Redgar can make to enable him, bring him into an advantageous peak outside here. And like I said, Secret making the most of the time. Dubstep walking towards lamps the whole time that Redgar's trying to pressure towards Jesse.
Very good, man. Very good.
Absolutely, yeah, it was very good.
Yeah, fair enough. Good shout.
But it's the perfect response there. Again, isolating the one player that ultimately you expect Shados to have the the upper hand in one of those engagements, right? He can pop flash out, the things like that. We don't want to challenge that.
Actually, a 3-play stack towards Long and Shower at this point, so it looks like Gambit gonna have to take a bit of a backseat in this.
I love that. Defo just got towards Peak. He was like, nah, maybe not.
Not this time. They haven't been given much to work with at the start, so it kind of funnels them towards either middle or short, I guess, are the two options, unless they want to try and regain that space where they have to burn. Probably limited utility to try and take it now.
Good. A little more focus put towards Showers. And what's interesting here, again, whether or not this becomes a factor, but Dispenser's utility is literally invested to address Nats. That is literally a counterplay there.
Ooh,
and the one person we're talking about, Jesse's going to find him with the Hunter's Fury. And remove that piece of Gambit's setup. Now, how do they relinquish the control here, Laura?
But again, there's so much information being held on this. Jesse can hit that quick rotation as well, even if it's with a suboptimal weapon at this point. Flash comes in, still plenty of utility on short from that KJ. Going to give him a fair bit to lean back on here. And they still have that shower control, so it's going to give them a nice little crossfire potentially, but Gambit going to try and work their way forward. Has to give away so much information getting to this point. Spike can go down potentially. A tap on the Spike draws out further utility, but look at the time, down to 20 seconds. And look at the players smothering from every side. A quick TP taken. That's going to be the Spike towards the other side now. A couple of other players join in, and Shados tries to catch one of the heals. Oh my word, how's he alive? And the double dip comes back out from the Astra fighting Shados. Redgar and Chronicle now put to work. Ult is online for Chronicle. What can you do with that though?
Okay, he's stuck on site, not really any possibility to
check it.
Actually, they're both fine kills. Chronicle finds another one.
No way, Redgar. Oh, Dispenser, well handled. Again, they are maintaining some of this composure in these pressure scenarios, because that started to look dicey at the end then.
It does, and just to come back to that setup on A, I look towards the indications that they're addressing what they expect Gambit to do, right? This Killjoy setup towards Lamps, again, this utility on shore is to stop Nats from moving up behind his wall, making use of his poison orb, which we saw in a previous round where Jesse, I think, actually got the better of him, but I'm loving this so far from Secret. The emphasis on guard at the start, that's to address the default. The second piece of that puzzle is if Gambit drift back towards A, we've got everything in place that we need to. Showers control and ultimately short control on the back of the utility.
It's looking a real lot like map 1, isn't it, out of the two? I'm not going to say it's going to turn out that way necessarily in scoreline, but
we saw nothing like this on Breeze, which was the concern, right? There was none of the positives we saw from Icebox. Straight away here, different story for Secret.
Turns the flash, but does not turn away from the pressure mounting towards Long. He's got backup as well. Jesse's by his side. Defo goes down, and more start to pour forward, and Dubstep is doing it to him. And this is Team Secret looking strong right now. Not overwhelmed this time. Keep in mind, even on Icebox, the pace change caught him off guard. That was the one get out jail free card for Gambit. This time, it ain't happening. Chronicle is left on an island. There's nothing much to do about this.
Full control of the Spike. Chronicle, a Spectre in hand. He's got to close the distance if he wants to even find a consolation. Some damage in a round like this, and Secret disciplined enough. They're not going to give it away to him. Dispenser actually will lose out on that one, as I say. You need to get a little closer.
Yeah.
Chronicle makes it work at range.
40 seconds to try and do something, though. I mean,
there's bodies on that Spike. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, there's a few of them. There's a few players keeping an eye on it. He's got 20 HP.
30 seconds left.
And then goes go down Long. Just making sure they don't lose track of him, and they're still going to keep out of mind's eye towards where he is. And the gap's being closed, as you can see. The Astra's starting to work the way so they know where he is and where he isn't. Yes, he can be a problem, but for 10 seconds he gets shut down. And I'm in love with how Team Secret are playing this right now.
It is, yeah, because again, now Gambit have to make use of this slow early round. They have to find some value in order to make these rounds work, unless we see what they do on potentially some of those, again, force buy, eco rounds, whatever you want to call them on Icebox, where it's just kind of force something. And it caught Secret off guard a couple of times, but let's see it. Again, in terms of the setup, the strategy, everything's looking much better on the side of Secret. And actually, we see exactly what I'm talking about here. Much heavier lean from Gambit towards A.
Standing ahead.
Potentially 3 or 4 people looking to explore A short. Cosmic Divide will go up, and potential for a quick hit here on the side of Gambit.
His pace changes have been a little hit and miss. It did get at least dealt with in the prior one, but this one, they at least have a heftier buy behind it, but Dubstep still finding success here. Shuts down Chronicle, so keeps that line safe. Showers is still under control, and look at them tucked in here. Gambit trying to find some bit of safety. Wit still wins out as well. Redgar now found down to 3. Defo, Nats, and Shados, what can you do with this one now? You're being surrounded all fronts. KJ ult has come in. So the eviction notice now posted. Nat's going to try and find his way out. Denies the ult. Swings it! Oh, Nats out of nowhere! 3 huge kills. But it's still a 2v3. It ain't over yet. Wits, can you do it? He's found the first step of 2v2, but time is starting to play a factor in Nats. He's slowly working his way around. He's got another. Nats has done it all!
My God. What an insane round from Nats. That was a 3v5 low, and Secret looked so good in the first 15 seconds or so of that retake. They got the, well, actually, the last piece of the puzzle, potentially, if everything falls apart for Gambit there, which is the Hunter's Fury, the one that they fall back on. But Nats, oh my word. What an insane swing out of the Viper's Pit here. I can't believe that third kill, Lauren. At first, I thought, actually, this Viper's Pit spreads all the way onto default. He's got full control of the spike there. Yep. It doesn't even end up mattering.
Nope. And hey, that's the bonus of having a player like Nats, right? It's occasionally going to get you that little extra, that little across the line that you don't expect. And you look what it's done. It has humbled some of the money building here. We do have that just Sheriff coming out, for example. Oh, still with Dubstep. Plenty of ults to play with Redgar. Did he just get away with this position?
I think he did. He's unchecked. You can see Dubstep very, very close by.
How long does he hold this? Does he try and play this one out? See if he can hold that patience? Because you can see them hitting these rotations towards A already.
Again, Redgar can stay here as long as he wants. He's got that global utility. So he can be very disconnected from this execute. But 3 players from Secret already preemptively stacked up, and he's going to be rewarded for it. Absolutely. Look at this now, and again, it's both extremities, Lauren. It's exactly what you were talking about.
There is at least a trade back, so it's not all for nothing, and he can turn his attention back to this short hit coming in. That's being part of it. Vulcan's in trouble now. He's going to have so much attention his way, too much to handle as Chronicle does find him. And the corner gets cleared. There's now just Jesse, lost alive and a mile away.
And again, I think with the setup here,
30 seconds left.
Jessica's going to try and hold on to the operator. He's still paranoid that Redgar in close proximity, but again, not going to risk anything here. We'll hold on to this and look towards the next round. Cosmic Divide Seekers, the Blade Storm available for Secret. Whether actually, again, similar sort of question you asked towards Gambit, they need to find value in this default in the early rounds. Now you look towards Secret with these stacks and these setups. Do they start digging a little deeper? Do they start kind of, you know, scratching the surface in terms of addressing almost this inherited control by Gambit, right? It's, again, we know they're going to flourish in these slow rounds. We know they're going to ultimately push and pull in terms of the pressure across the map. See, Jesse, you take the TP. Although he's followed, he will get followed there, and again, they will remove the operator. So look towards Dubstep, potentially spot the Blade Storm here, make use of it. Not sure exactly how the finances will lie. Take a look at, yeah, again, probably gonna, with that full armor purchase, you got to expect him actually gonna,
there it is.
Back and forth.
He's not sure yet.
It's keeping me guessing. I think that's probably just to address the full purchase in the next, but again, with Jet, you can sacrifice some of that utility.
Here. Watch this.
Show me what you got here. Dubstep gets active on this one. Chronicle already going to slip away, though. A consideration made of potential play coming out. Already going to take that mid space, though. That's going to be at least in the hands of Dubstep. And again, Secret do take space in this map, which I quite like. They are taking territory, but Gambit are answering back in kind as well.
Like I said, the next step of this is capitalizing on it, right? And again, Gambit are happy to sit opposite these setups, away from something. Beautiful flash, actually. Defo swinging on the back of it. Jesse and Dubstep now, the last two members of Secret to hold on to B site. Yeah, up until now, Dubstep unnoted, so no hooker. Kind of, or any kind of address from Gambit towards that side, which makes me feel like, again, they're going to take this TP, they're going to flip back towards A. They're going to try and create this pressure here on B side.
Yep. And there's that TP taken, as you highlighted, and away to A we go. Quick rotations coming out, though. That's one bonus, but they do get to at least navigate around that ult from Dubstep. Now they look towards that A side, but it is late in the day, and 25 seconds, it can leave room for mistakes and errors and things to go astray. Let's see if any of this can be caused, any mayhem made. Jesse's going to kick things off towards Redgar, but there's still 4 to find. It's not going to be easy when you've still got this concise approach from Gambit, but it's getting down to the wire. 10 seconds now. Nat's still cooking, and Dubstep's made it here in time. Denies the spike plant, and now this is going a little bit problematic. 4 seconds. Dispenser just has to play the time here. If he can do it, it'd be perfect. He can't make it work. Shados is there, and they keep themselves moving in the right direction.
Again, there's a chance with it being that late. We always talk about one kill can ultimately change the outcome of that entire round. Unfortunately, that Spencer not able to buy just a second more, or half a second, I should say. Secret now. We'll call a timeout, and probably needed. Like I said, I think the setup has been fantastic. What they're achieving from it has been lacking. Because again, this is sort of where you'd expect Gambit to feel very comfortable. And again, it's hard to kind of quantify when a team's happy to play slow. And then you talk about dictating the pace. It's what Gambit do within 10 seconds before they flip round. And that's why you look towards this double controller. Those audible calls, it's so easy to do. In terms of letting the Toxin rebuild, in terms of the Astro utility, all those things, it's quite easy to, 45 seconds left. We're going to wait 15 seconds. We're going to create some pressure elsewhere. And then it's so hard to react to that.
But this is the thing, though, when you look at these two teams, I think initially quite even. Secret showed that they were able to play to Gambit's initial look exceedingly well. I think they, I don't want to say trumped them, but they got the upper hand in those initial couple of rounds on the buys. Gambit have adjusted back, which you'd expect of a team of their caliber. They have depth. Now we're going to get to see if Secret has that similar depth to go to. It's that back and forth. It's those mind games. Okay, well, they've adapted in this manner. They've managed to work this back out. Now we need to come back in. But the problem is, and something that often happens coming out of a tactical timeout like this, they could go for a switch-up. A completely different look that kind of almost negates what they've come up with in that pause just then. So let's find out, as we've got about 10 seconds till we jump back in. And what a first game between these two. I'm thoroughly impressed by Team Secret.
Exceeded all expectations.
100%. The fact we get map 3, I'm happy.
It wouldn't be us without that.
Yeah, you're right. And back in we go. And we said that there could be that switch up, and it looks like a 3-2 split towards A would be a decent switch up if they can keep committing this way.
We'll retrieve that orb in showers. So, we're close up here, and actually happy to go all the way out here, but Dispenser actually get damage onto him. Orkum almost bailed out of that situation. Jesse will find a response onto Nats as well.
Jesse always seems good for one with that ult. He's been getting a couple of connections, but there's the answer right back. The pause for Thor works for Gambit. They find 3 to instantly alleviate the pressure that was on that 8 site. Now a quick flash does at least give them a step. And maybe a concept as to where Shados is the follow-up as well is going to be great. Going to force him away.
One enemy remains.
Now they can indeed catch him, as now Shados is your last one alive. 50 seconds, Spike basically as far away as possible, and there's the answer. Jesse is your man to do it. 3 kills on the board, and integral ones at that.
I love that. Shados gets tagged by the Aldrin. You can see both other members of Gambit, they hold steady. They wait to see that regress for them to try and charge down that kill. And again, the tendency is, we've tagged this guy, let's try and find his kill. It's going to be the easiest of the 3, but actually they find the others. And then Shados is in a position where he's isolated in lamps, no flash available, and again, he's in a position where it's very difficult for him to dig himself out of. So, again, really, really well played round there by Secret. Again, Defo almost... I guess trying to standing ahead, send a ripple with that Blade Storm, but not finding anything at all.
Now I like this little bit of a switch up on the extremities as well, the willingness to fight. And look at the pace coming back out from Gambit to take this space back in. Keep in mind they do have the Spectre and the Bulldog, so you can tell that the purchase is far from perfect, but as it stands, they've taken now B-long control. They haven't kind of flexed over towards Showers just yet. This is kind of the one of the two, but already Nats is actually building up quietly towards short, something new here. But we have seen Nats do this in the past, but it seems like that's, again, something they're aware of. Nats now has to fall away from this, buying more and more time here for Secret. Look how deep they're holding on that B site as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
And again, I think that's on the back of Dispenser having that lockdown available. Jesse doesn't want to give anything away. No point playing site here and potentially giving away a kill.
But there's no spike in hand yet, though.
No. Actually, on the side of Gambit, you can see the nano swarm there, sorry. Just to cut off any push in towards elbow. But Spike retrieved now. 35 seconds. Redgar outside showers. The Cosmic Divide invested. Actually, the lockdown in response here. That's a tilting way to die.
Yeah, and there come the ults as well. Gambit, though, going to just crush in towards the backside of the tube on that kind of L-bend corner. Shados, that was not pretty. Wits outdoes you. And the lockdown does get denied, and it is a 4v3, but Spike is planted, and Wits gonna have to do something with this. Jesse expecting that flank. He's right to be feeling as such, but Defo's holding the line. Jesse's timing's gonna have to be perfect. It's not. Redgar outdoes him, and Gambit finding ways here. Means to pressure, and as said, they were holding so deep there in secret. By the time they were able to address it, they were already in their face on the site. The ults are popped.
They're in full control. Garnered on the back of the Viper's pit as well. But again, it's Gambit's willingness to getting ahead to force their way all the way into elbow. Again, I think a good read based on just the scoreboard, seeing that ultimate being available. I think they understand how Secret are going to try and play that. And again, as soon as it comes through, you can see it hits 40 seconds. Nats retrieves the spike. There's no real caution on the way in. They dive out onto site. Viper's pit invested, and the whole time that lockdown's ticking away, they're just worried about site. They know that they're going to be able to get that pressure in towards elbow because there's no flank coming through. With Redgar being so disconnected, there's no concern that actually, guys, if we back out to long, you know, there could be somebody lurking towards Fountain. It's total map control.
Now into final round of the first half. The purchase coming out from Secret is going to be shaky at best.
Yes. it's not great.
No.
Gambit going to call a timeout here. Oh, this is the psychological warfare being employed. Maybe get Secret sweating a little bit, but you see here, Sheriff Marshall with actually 2 rifles in the hands of Dispenser and Dubstep. Borkum actually does have his ultimate available on the other side of things. Nothing on the cards for Gambit. Conical is 1 away from the Hunter's Fury, though. Again, utility adjusted here on A to address that Nats push up that we've seen a couple of times now. But again, Secret seem to not even entertain it. Like I said, with that early focus towards showers,
right.
The adjustment of utility, and then actually in the previous thing was the Trailblazer that comes through that just checks if he slipped through.
Yeah.
And Secret don't want to play that game. Again, look at this now, 3 towards showers.
And at present, the kind of right read, I guess you could call it. And there comes the attempt of a punish, and actually does catch one in the heel. And that was a player who had the ult as well, I'm pretty sure, at that point, which is a little unfortunate.
Was the only smoker as well for Secret.
No. Okay. And I'm already seeing Nats kind of popping himself up in a deeper position as well. So again, he's a little further ahead of the rest. The bait on the flash, no one there to receive it, but still going to take the space as is necessary and can now start shuffling all the players across with that spike.
And now it becomes a problem. Once you've lost somebody from this A setup, what's the showers control worth? I guess without a Sage in the composition, you'd argue it makes it difficult for Gambit to plant, but...
Dubstep. How much are we get out of this? It's going to be Jesse towards CT. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Gun barrels noted. Lovely shot from Jesse. Long presence now.
30 seconds left.
Found at this point, Jesse. Oh, more would have been perfect, but it's Dubstep to find it. Gets Defo, looks towards long, can't get it. Shados on the trade out, and now into a 2v2. TP taken. Spike down left. Flash is going to connect. Oh, but it connects on both sides. Blinded. As Redgar now in the 1v2. And that spike is...
No way, Redgar!
God, Redgar!
I'm too shocked for them.
Just when you think Secret, and again, they have no business making that round as close as it was, Redgar pulls something out of nowhere, finds the Red Bull clutch in the final round of the first half. That is one of the most beautiful transfers I think we're going to see all day.
I don't think I can even blame him for trying to just swing that together. I don't know. All right, Gambit, fair enough. It's game back on, but it's 7-5. This is still a very close matchup. Let's hand it over to the desk to give you an idea of what we just saw and what's going to be coming up in that second half.
We were staring down the barrel of a 6-6 first half, and then Redgar coming in clutch with the 1v2 there to give Gambit just a slight advantage at the end of the first half.
And it's only slight. Let us not forget that half wasn't a blowout like we saw on that second map there. And of course, conversely, on the first this map for Team Secret. These teams have worked each other out, and it's become a glorified best of one at this point.
Yeah, Team Secret played to the strengths of what Gambit do. Gambit like to play super slow on the attack. It reminds me of the final against Envy from Masters 3. It was just Envy like, all right, if you want to play slow, we'll stall you. Then you only have like 15 seconds left to plant. It's a different change of pace to Breeze, where it was in the first 30 seconds. Now it's like a minute and a half before they plant. So Gambit showing two sides and Team Secret trying to punish it a little.
Yeah, for me, there were a couple rather pivotal moments in this first half. Number one, you had the flawless pistol start by Team Secret. That gave me inklings of that map, number one, but dropped the bonus to Gambit. And that might be why we do see the 7-5 scoreline for Gambit. And then, of course, you cannot ignore the round 7 ace out of Nats.
Unbelievable.
Getting the KJ ult kill as well. He did it all himself.
I mean, he's coming through the pit. That's where that man thrives. I mean, if we're talking about the way you want to thrive in a pit, it's going to be Nats. I'm going to call him as number one. But getting that KJ ult was the real kicker for me. He didn't even have to get the kills after that necessarily, but he doubles down and he goes, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to cap this on there.
And that was one of the reasons why they played Killjoy in the first place on Team Secret, because every time that Viper's pick came out from Nats, the Killjoy ult was used to counter it. We saw the Viper's ult twice on the tag, 100% win rate on the side of Nats.
Yeah, remember that stat that ball threw out us? 70%
that number's going up.
Is going up.
It
exactly
is going
right.
Up. It is, but we have to shout out the fact it's the Sova story on this map. The Jets are standing back a little bit. We've seen some nasty shots from them, but for the most part, the Sova from each team is the one I'm watching. They're the ones making the moves, and at the moment, Team Secrets is looking a little bit more hot.
Yeah, this is a nail-biter, to say the least. Again, 7-5 scoreline at the end of the first half. Gambit looking to wrap it up. Team Secret looking to complete the biggest upset of the tourney so far. We're diving right into our final half here in series number 1. Pansy, Hypoc, take it away.
With absolute pleasure, let's jump back into this one. I don't want to waste any time on this. This could be an upset. Secret have done enough to give them the gateway, but Gambit are awake. They've had a rude awakening, but they're awake and they're kicking. Redgar already on it. We've seen Nats doing some incredible work, but now it's the switcheroo. Secret on the attacking side and Gambit on the defending side.
You see here is actually straight away, sorry, I just caught Defo all the way out showers here. So again, all that information gathered immediately here. Dispenser kind of, I'll be honest, stuck to his utility for the time being on flank control. Straight away, Secret, we'll get the orb on B long. That's actually close enough here, and actually the Snakebite going to force dubstep out of that corner. No real utility invested on the side of Secret in terms of the early round, though. So they can peel away, which is what we see them doing here. But Defo will be rewarded for that early progress. A scalp claim, Dispenser will fall. But already Secret made moves back towards A.
I love the discipline from them to not over-push that. But let's see what Secret can do now. They've turned their attention towards that A site. You're leaning on through. Defo going to try and catch the cross, but gets the information. Chronicle down low, going to have to try and deal with the pressure, even though he's the walking wounded. Defo still stands his ground, and he actually loses his life for it. Redgar going to be called upon. TP now taken, and away we go towards that B site. They've actually managed to do this properly. They've really drawn Gambit through a loop.
Dubstep actually will stay inside the TP. We'll get traded out, but now actually Gambit presented a 2v3. Couple of members battered and bruised on the side of Secret, but again, this one stacked against Gambit.
This drop down is going to be tricky. Let's see if they've got any way to facilitate this. Well, that's a
spots
bit of
the
info.
bow.
Yeah, that's not bad. Maybe he can work out where that crossfire is. He's got one flash to play with, but claims an element, and they're trying to buy it. And here we go, going to block off at least one side, try and flash through the other. They're on towards the side. Nats finds one. He needs more. He knows where they reside. He knows where they're hiding from him. But it's the spike that's going to be the problem, and it's all down to one. Maybe there's life for them yet. Spraying wildly. He's got Nats down, but now the 1v1. The defuse. Oh, he's kept control of it. That was getting right towards the end of things. That could have spun Gambit's way. They got past the two, and the third was just out of grip.
It's the one of the two, ultimately, that drops that wall and makes it doable for Borkum. 4 on the round, the Red Bull clutch, get this second half kicked off. And again, Secret, honestly, it takes so long for them to find these kills that I think as soon as they take that TP, they've eaten up enough of the round. At that point, it's like, yeah, actually, we know the rotations come through. We have a wide open B site. And Secret punish. Again, even that situation in the TP there, Dubstep, he finds one.
That's
and
more
again,
than enough.
you leave him in a ratty spot and you just want him to go 1 for 1.
Yep. Purchase going back in for Gambit is going to be, of course, light, but it is going to be, what, 2 Marshals, and they've got a Sheriff coming out, Classic and a Ghost. So, again, don't be expecting a turn of this one, but let's see if they can do some damage, because, of course, the Purchase on the other side is Spectre heavy. 1 rifle for Dubstep and a Bulldog for Jesse. Nat's going to try and do what Nats does.
Tuck in somewhere.
That's exactly it. Right. That is literally that. Isn't that just like the most perfect summary of Nats? Still good for 1 at the very least. And again, he only has a Classic and a fair amount of utility to play with. But they're cornered into this.
Yeah. Again, don't expect Nats to go hunted. He's trying to entertain the possibility of retrieving that weapon, but we'll settle for the Classic for the time being. Actually, the Sheriff, yeah, from Shados. Secret though.
Toxin screen down.
They hang around. You can argue overstaying their welcome, but they will re-explore B. I think again with the focus on not wanting
30 seconds left
to give away that weapon there, Dubstep actually finds the open here. Redgar will fall. Nats will respond though. And Secret gotta be careful here.
Deploying drone.
Getting worked down. They're being just chipped away at. Dubstep. So I'm going to try and keep CT safe. Spots it. Just a pixel out of place is enough to keep the attention drawn. And Defo's found Dubstep. We're down to 2. Jesse still left loose. Position noted on towards the side. This is getting dangerous. Jesse trying to deal with that player coming through hookah. But it's going to be just down to 1. Borkum, can you do this? Can you keep your team safe? Switch out to the pistol. It's getting closed in on Defo. Leaping forward. And Defo doing so much work in Gambit, making Secret work to even get on even footing, which they're not going to get now.
Again, it comes down to a scrappy engagement, but Borkum put in a position once again, potentially to clutch up that round. The Gambit strike back. Put round 2 of the second half on the board. And again, was it the Bulldog and the Phantom invested there, so it's a costly round 2 here.
Cool. Lovely work. Nice from Defo.
Was that lovely?
I'll take that.
Okay.
From his POV, it's lovely.
We'll agree to disagree. Didn't look pretty.
Why aren't you in there doing that, huh? Huh?
About the only gun I can use is the Classic right quick, to be fair, but
fair play.
We don't let anybody know that.
No. That wouldn't be like you. It does look as though that time is being held. It does look technical. So I might have a little seat, you know. I'll just sit down.
Mola.
We need to teach you more of the
I need
phrases.
to learn more of the translations on the stage.
Yeah, we need at least like maybe like, I don't know, 3 options.
Pausa technica.
Perfect.
Yeah?
You've been working on pronunciation, I can tell.
I have.
Yeah.
A lot of prep went into
that.
Yes.
There it is. Keep your eye on it, see if you can pick up any more. But 6 to 8. It's not really. I mean, okay, I look at it this way. In my mind, if Secret could have been able to convert a couple more of these, not given rounds, they're never given rounds necessarily against any of the teams at this tournament, but expected rounds, right? You get the first 2, maybe the bonus gets a little dicey, gets turned away, but at this point, they've now had a couple of issues on that, whereas Gambit's just been super scrappy, super willing to fight, super willing to put a little behind that purchase if they see it as being viable.
And I think you think back to these, I was trying to kind of articulate this in the first half, and you look at, if you just take a snapshot of the mini-map in some of these early rounds, you think Secret are actually set up for success here. Now, you look towards, can they find a first blood? Can they draw out some utility? Can they draw a rotation?
Yep.
And that's where it's the consistency lacks, right? It's achieve in the early rounds. That's difficult. I mean, you look towards Gambit's kind of variation on the defense, and that's, again, think back to not so long ago, we were talking about the disparity between the Gambit attack and the Gambit defense,
Sure.
and it was so hard to rock the boat with Gambit on defense. They had an answer for everything. Literally, an ace up the sleeve, whether it be Nats being just able to play anchor in so many scenarios and solo hold down sites. Again, when you're staring down the barrel of 4 people hitting and Nat's still able to hold his own.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to ask you a kind of, I guess, a bigger question, right? Because we've got a second or two. I think it's a mouse issue just coming in for Team Secret, so that should be fixed up as soon as. This was meant to be a litmus test, I guess, for Gambit, right? Or Secret, whichever you wanted to look at it. Now, we don't know the end result, of course, but where we're at right now, What do we make of this for, let's start with, I don't know, let's start with Gambit. How do we feel about this? Because we've seen two very different looking maps. However, this was meant to be, okay, where are they at? How has the prep looked? Are they looking good on the maps? What sort of opponent is Secret? It looks like competitive for now, but we won't expand on that yet. How do we feel about Gambit now coming back into this? How, are they achieving our expectation? Have they exceeded? Or are they about where you'd say you thought they were?
Yes, I think that's fair. I mean, if we're to just look at kind of the series as a whole and it being 1-1, that's kind of indicative of where we've seen kind of Gambit's performance. Again, yes, cool, Masters Berlin champions, but they stumbled along the way. It's not as if they didn't walk through by any stretch. And actually, there were some performances. I mean, you think back to the comeback 100 Thieves were able to pull versus them. Those ones where like they were in the position to close that out. I mean, it was 9-3 on the first half, I think, on Icebox or something like that. And 100 Thieves just didn't give them an opportunity to do anything on the second half. Now, you think back regionally, there's been other occasions where we've seen Gambit completely fumble and look lost. And again, I don't want to lean on the home ground performances too much, because there's an element of the sandbagging, there's an element of what version of any of the teams that we saw perform there come to. But I think we come away with this learning more about Secret than we do kind of reinforcing the expectations of Gambit, which, like I said at the top of the day, right? If it's 2-1, great. Actually, that's a bigger positive for me than I think we could come away in any other scenario with Secret. I think if they came out, win this series, yes, you could maybe make a counter argument, but I think just initially, to make this interesting, show me on a macro level the ability to test a team like Gambit. That's it. That's just the one tick in the box for me.
Would this then change how you look at the group? We do now, just as an update for you guys playing along at home, we do have an in-ear issue for old, I imagine, Nats, considering he's on the screen fiddling about
with his ears.
Yeah, but hopefully that gets fixed up too, so don't worry. Again, keep yourself locked in on this. Now, does this change your expectation for Group C, though? Because we have what? Vikings, Gambit, Secret, Crazy Raccoon. Does that change your expectation, seeing that Secret can now push this hard?
Absolutely not. I was with Ryan. Secret and Gambit come out of this group, and if anything now, I'm more comfortable in that prediction, honestly. From what Secret have shown me today, I think if they can apply the same preparation, which is visible in-game, you can see it with these setups, if that's the level of preparation for every team in this group, I have no concerns. Clip it. Unless you're Mitch Man.
Do not clip it if you're Mitch Man. But no, I think that's a really fair assessment. Who's that?
There's a hashtag somewhere.
I think there is.
Do you think we can steal them? Actually, is it like a hunt for us? Can we go around, find them, and pocket them? I'm telling you, I am leaving this event with at least 2 of those.
Yeah, they've made a real error putting a couple of Londoners in here going, I could have that. Oh, I better wait. Right now, but I'm glad you've kind of solidified that, because I think I'm in complete agreement that, if anything, this has really solidified my expectations of Secret now in that group. Be it first, be it second, I actually don't know where I'd put them in this matchup. It's still close enough that I could see it flipping around a little, but I think they are the two towards the very top end of this.
Yeah, like I said, it tells me way more about Secret than it does about Gambit, but something's happened. Things have happened. Dispenser called upon now in a 1v4, Lauren. A sheriff.
Yes. Have I told you the story?
No.
No. I'm not even going to start it, all right? Not even going to start it.
We haven't got time.
No, we don't. I do think this was going to be a light investment anyway from Secret, so it's not actually the end of the world that we missed it. So, no worries. No harm, no foul in that. This should be for Gambit. Lovely connection. There's a great up. So, should be fine. 6-9. What's your favourite scoreline?
Nice. Right, back into serious mode, obviously, after that tech pause. And this is what we missed. Defo opened up with 2. Chronicle, I think, going to swing on the back of this. Yeah, again, just cleaning them up. So, Secret now back on a purchase. And again, Ultimate Progress looking a little more healthy now. The other side of things, Blade Storm available. And the Viper's Pit. Nat's positioned towards Garden, so not expecting to see him pop that unless things go... Oh, okay, well.
Okay, straight away.
Eat my words.
Okay.
Maybe this is actually in response to how much focus there's been from Secret towards that fountain control, looking towards that orb and trying to potentially, kind of herd them towards Hookah.
I don't mind that.
Toxin screen down.
We've garnered the respect and the early investment of utility. They do have to now rethink their approach. What are their plans off the back of that? Heavier lean towards this B site too. Even with that in mind, they still have 2 players on the back lines.
That's what I was going to say. I'm looking now towards Redgar. When does the kind of switch flip here? And actually the drone on the back of Shower is not going to find anything.
Ooh, keep your head
Potentially,
down.
no,
There
he
it
didn't
is.
actually.
No,
And
that's
if
good.
he spots somebody there, that's when you expect Redgar to immediately drift towards A.
Can't punish Chronicle on this, and again, timing is a factor. They're going to be just slowed down a little more. You can see the information trying to be taken aback here, still looking towards Hookah as maybe that next layer to this one. So you feel as though Redgar's going to get impatient, but it's Chronicle to get the first contact and makes light work of Wits. Dips back in. He's not getting much pressure from this. They're just kind of looking hesitant to take the fight. And he actually gets to back away scot-free. More damage being done as well. Oh, this is not looking as nice as I'd like. Rotations now en route. The second layer of that. Is there more to this? Is there something else to be seen here coming out from Secret? Because I hope so. Because as it stands, this is not looking good. This is light work for Gambit as it stands. If this is how it keeps going forward, Dubstep individually works forward. There's nothing to write home about. There's Dispenser.
10 seconds left.
He's on B site.
And again, similar situation in that previous round here, kind of lost in this lurk. Not able to even have a hand in. I think he's in a position to potentially catch Nats outside that Viper's pit. Obviously, that rotation does come through, but nothing to do here. Gambit, 10 rounds. Seeker on 6, and a timeout called.
Yeah, that round looked just a little out of sorts from Secret, and that hadn't looked like any of the other rounds, which is the weird thing.
Well, this is the thing, right? The Viper's pit's invested. Again,
Right.
Dispenser's outside Hooker. There's 3 players towards Fountain.
Cool.
They have to show something on B. Before
Yes.
they just walk back to A, they have to show something. Because actually, Gambit were in a position to potentially bite on that, right?
Absolutely.
Nothing seen on the Owl drone. And again, that would have been a huge factor for Gambit in terms of getting a good read on that
Yes.
round and the setup. But they have to show something on B. They have to
agree.
make Gambit believe that they're still going to potentially show no respect to that Viper's pit and look towards B, or even make it a possibility.
Even just a small audio cue, something, a step given, a little bit of something would have really been the icing on the cake for me.
Yeah, I mean, the second issue there is kind of how awkward they were to address trading out Chronicle. There's 4 people there. I'm
It
sorry.
just felt weirdly hesitant, like there was a protocol that didn't hit in
Yep,
or something.
2 people try to swing left and tuck
Yep.
into cover. Then you see, I think Borkum go into Astral form to try and put down a stunner or suck or something. At that point, again, it's awkward, yeah, but if you've got 4 people there, I'm sorry, somebody's got to swing with them.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to swing with them.
And the issue is, look at the scoreline and look at the money coming in and look at where we're going to be by the time it gets to those critical rounds. I'm getting a bit worried for Secret. If that was, I'd say, a pretty imperative round.
Hey, I hate to say it would be disappointed to see the second half end in this manner. If this continues here, I think Secret almost have done themselves an injustice by this one concluding the way it's looking as if it might.
Well, let's see if they can recover. Back in we go, still on the attack, still trying to do something. Early aggression down long, though, as well. Gambit, both now noted. Does that spur on the hit? Does it change things? They've got to have a good idea. This is potentially a stack on this side. They've seen 2 players on long and the utility from the Sova. So they have to have a good idea. They're coming up against a lot of players, and they're actually going to continue this way. Nat's going to slot himself in as well. Dirty little off angle to play under. 3 players posted up towards long. This looks like it's going to be bursty off the back of potentially a flash or a little piece of information, but Nats does what Nats does best. Rats it out, and here's the play. He predicts Dubstep getting towards the side, but it's Shadows to find Wits. There's a swing from Dubstep. You can see it across his face. He knows that this is looking like it's starting to be over. The first real nail in the coffin in my eyes. The frustration starting to mount.
One more purchase on the side of Secret. Gambit knocking on the door of map and series point here. See what's available. Again, Hunter's Fury, Seekers on the side of Gambit. A Bladestorm and a Hunter's Fury of their own. Dubstep has an Odin. Mitchman somewhere grinning ear to ear. We'll see how that's going to be employed. I don't really want to know how it's going to be employed.
Is this aggression? Are we going to... How deep we're going to walk on this. Defo, and yeah, we're getting aggressive, but Dubstep is right there. This is going to be a lot of players. He jumps the corner. It's not great. Nats punishes 2. This is looking like they're losing hope and faith in their own plans. They're losing all of that spark that got us aboard the Secret train. Defo's still got control on this. This will be a pixel shown. A little unlucky there on almost either side to an extent, but managing to make it away alive on both sides.
See if they can do anything to recover this round here. Nat's down to 4 HP. Shados has fallen, so no heal on the cards here. But Dispenser and Borkum worlds apart. Gambit can sit tight in this 2-2 setup. That's again low HP. He's just going to try and jump spot for some info. Again, not entirely sure of the end goal here, whether or not Secret are just going to allow the clock to run down. Oh, actually just catches a glimpse here, but Chronicle posted up and actually,
good pick.
Yeah, Defo will be found. Dispenser on the other side.
This is really nice. They've done the push and pull on either side. TP can be taken. They decide to sit towards that A site. Maybe knowing where Chronicle is better. Left. I guess better the devil you know, right? And away we go towards the A site. Fight is so integral, and it could have been something. 20 seconds, ult now invested. Dispenser, what can you do here? Can you do anything to save your side? A tag taken. And now the 1v2. Nats is in the back lines, and of course he will be the one to take them towards 12. And this could be the downfall of Secret and Gambit ascending to where we expect them to be.
And I understand there, Borkum trying to find something when they know the Chronicle, well, they assume the Chronicle is solo here, but there's another 3 or 4 seconds. Wait for a double swing. Wait for a double swing.
But now we talk composure. Now we talk experience on stages. Yes, we know that Secret individually do have experience on stages. They are, you know, one of the older teams out here. They have great deals of experience in prior games as well, but you're seeing them really put under the gun here, and a couple of these choices they're so desperate to try and make it work for their side. It might just be slipping through the fingertips. 12-6 now, as the Iron Giants of Gambit start striding through the matchup. This could be one more go at it. Could it be the upset? Or is it all just a fever dream at this point as Defo? He ain't subtle, he's going walkabouts.
And here we do get actually a more comfortable weaponry than I was expecting from Secret here, but you question the utility behind it. I bet Defo will find Borkum as well, so that's the smoke's removed here. He'll try and cut through the defense here of Gambit. Dubstep will actually find Chronicle. That makes it interesting now.
It does, but it does force Defo's hand, and for now it's looking pretty deadly. Going to try and get away from the KJ. Try and move himself around a little here. Redgar's found Dispenser. This is now looking problematic. Good work comes on in as it's just Dubstep now left in a 1v3 with it all on his shoulders. And it's going to be an uphill battle. It's been shot in the back by Nats. Welcome to playing Gambit. It's 13 to close out here, and I've got to say it. Gambit remembering who they were at the end. These are the boys who wore the crown, who took down the rest of the world in Berlin and stood tall. But Secret, they pushed them.
Hey, as far as I'm concerned, they put themselves on the map today.
They did.
Icebox performance is something to be talked about. I'd love to have the opportunity to hear more thoughts on that. But again, I now look towards these future series and that preparation factor, that willingness to be the ones to set the precedent, which arguably you can talk about Secret coming into any series and being internationally considered the underdog. Again, we talk about international reps. That right there is the perfect appetizer I wanted from Secret today. Maybe not so much on map 2 and 3. Again, map 3 kinda, I feel like it slipped through their fingers. So questionable decisions. Yeah, a couple of questionable decisions towards the end of it. But overall, I think a very, very good look from Secret today. Again, far exceeded my expectations.
No, and I'm incredibly happy we got to see the first map from Secret looking as good as it was. Gambit on the bound back, but then we also saw there was depth here. It's not just that one trick, that one map, and a little bit of individual brilliance from a certain man certainly helped Gambit on occasion. But I do think you're right in giving a great deal of credit towards Secret in this regard. They did come out and give us a fantastic game, and considering we had moments like that coming out for Redgar as well.
That was clean, man.
Again, that could have been a different half.
Yeah.
That was a final round there. The 2v1, they'd fought the whole way, but this is just what it's like playing against some of these teams.
And for me, I look towards the future. I look towards actually if there's another series that maybe in terms of a stylistic matchup suits Secret a little better, that's when I start getting excited.
Absolutely.
If Secret can replicate this against a different team that I'd say, Gambit are hard to kind of keep your finger on the pulse and get a good grip on what they're doing and when. I'm really excited to see Secret employ some of these similar play styles versus other teams.
Hey, look, this is the group stage. There's no need to overcook it for you guys. Both these teams should, in my mind, be towards the top end of things. And I think that has, if anything, confirmed the suspicions as Gambit come out. They look like they've shaken off a bit of that pressure that was certainly riding on the shoulders coming into this one. A lot of eyes were on them. Do they look as good as they were before? And maybe a couple more question marks. Who knows? I guess it depends where you stand in all of this. But for me, it's a good look to see that we've seen the shake-up coming in on Breeze. We saw the adjustment and the resilience on map 3. But for Team Secret, I think they can be proud of this performance as their first step on the stage. They said, you know, you got to beat the best to be the best, and I mean, they almost did.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you think back to that interview, it's like they were excited to be playing Gambit first. So again, if there's any negatives to build upon, this is absolutely the right sort of team to go back and from a preparation standpoint say this worked, this didn't work. I mean, I will just, quick shout out Jesse Vash for me today has been a highlight player, honestly. I want to see more of him. Dubstep has had some moments of absolute excellence. Again, we look towards other teams, other matchups. Can that be replicated?
Well, that is the question on most people's lips. But the thing I want to do is actually look back on the entirety of this game as we kind of just talked through it. Why not have a little look back on it with the Prime Gaming post-match highlights?
Oh, how I have missed the rumble of that bass. And I bet the players are feeling it as they step onto the champion stage for the very first time to do battle. Team Secret, Gambit, it's the Titanic matchup where you're looking to take down the tournament favorites.
Ooh, my ult grounded.
Enemy kill. Notice now posted. Nat's going to try and find his way out. Denies the ult. Swings it. Oh, Nat's out of nowhere. 3 huge kills. Working his way around. He's got another. Nats has done it all.
Hola. Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, 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 back. Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, 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 back,
He doesn't need to zoom in.
Would have to be an ace. Refusal. Things from the opposite picture in picture.
He's gonna use how simple does it, my goodness!
This is his world, and we're just living it. I'm surprised. Durga, an operator, and connect. 자, 이번에 화살 없어요. 정찰용 화살만 있어요.
1대1이에요. 자, 나노 수학!
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Day 2. Our first series of the day was a wild ride, to say the least. But in the end, it's the defending champs from Masters 3 Gambit that pushes them through the top side of the bracket. And Ryan, when we talk about this third map on Bind, it really felt like they found their rhythm there on the defensive half.
Yeah, it was nice and even going into halftime, but it was the defense from Gambit that surprised. And I say that because up until now, other than the pistols, Gambit didn't win a defensive round at all this series. Like Icebox, it was tragic. It was a 13-0 on Breeze, so they didn't really play that many defensive rounds in the first place, but they won all of them other than that first pistol they forced up, and from then, I think the majority of that came down to Nats's almost return to form on this map.
Yeah, exactly right. I think there was multiple players throughout the entire series that stepped up, but when you're getting into the last map, I called it a glorified best of one. You need everyone to step up. The man Nats himself found his rhythm, found his pace, and when he hit the server, he hit it running.
Does it on a signature pick in Viper. We've already been touting the Viper's pits and the win percentage on that, and here he continued to find that form.
And also, like, across the series, I think Chronicle Defa were just behind him in kills. Like, they were very, like, 45, 46 in total, which is a lot in the best of 3. The other thing as well, the side that Ascend 13-0 Gambit on was all of Gambit's defensive side. So again, I was a bit like, oh, I'm a little bit worried with this score going even into this final map, but the problem with that game, thinking back to them losing to Ascend, is Nats overthought it. It was too cute. It was too, like, I need to be a bit different to what I usually am. I don't think Gambit did all that much different from when they beat Envy here in, like, Masters 3. It's just refined Team Secret, and not really going to be the team to push them, I don't think. Other than Icebox, everything else was a bit subpar for me.
We had a few questions in the pre-desk way before map number 1. We said, has Nats reinvented himself too much? The answer is no, he kind of got there. Then we also asked, did Gambit, be able to redeem themselves on Bind? Yes, turns out that they can. And can Team Secret surprise? Yes, all of the boxes were checked for me in that series, and I actually have a lot more questions going forward throughout the groups than I did before this match began, because I thought it might be a one-sided affair. We did not get that, and now we have a lot of questions about what Team Secret has to show in future games, yeah?
Oh, and I like the way you called him out, top of the day, Team Secret. Even if they drop this to Gambit, they're your pick to get out of the group.
I do have a concern, though.
Okay.
Like, the Icebox looked great from Team Secret, but now we've seen, like, they're going up against Crazy Raccoon in the lower. We know that already because we saw that game yesterday. Crazy Raccoon's Icebox wasn't great, but it's the other maps, like the Breeze, we didn't really see anything good. Like, if you get 13-0, there's no highlights, there's no good things to talk about for Team Secret if you get bombed out like that. Breeze, the attacking side was close, so you go down to a lot of 1v1 situations against Gambit. Like, Redgar had to pull out some insane stuff in order to keep it relatively even. The problem is the rest of the map pool outside of that pick of Icebox. And maybe there's a team that just bans it outright. What's the rest of the map pool going to be like for Team Secret? Because for me, it wasn't ideal.
Well, when it comes to this first series of the day, it wasn't difficult to find our Verizon high speed moment. It came from round 7 of this third map bind. It was Nats's ace, plus the pickup on the KJ ult.
I mean, this is the one that we had to bring up on your screens. It didn't matter what anyone else had done because this was absolutely nasty. I said he likes to live inside the Viper's pit. Well, he also thrives inside of it. Gets the ult, and outside of the ult, he's able to make that magic happen. That is unbelievable. And I think it took until about the first couple of rounds of that last map where I really felt that Nats felt his form again.
And it was just classic, cool, calm, and collected Nats there on the back end of that. Barely even cracks a smile, while Nats was definitely a top performer for the team anytime Gambit picks up a first series win here at an international competition. We've got one man and one man only to talk to. That's Redgar. So we're heading over to Yinsu in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Dash. That's right, I've got Gambit's IGL with me. Redgar, congratulations on the victory. Bit of a reverse sweep, you guys did it in style, but did you expect Icebox to be so tough? Talk me through what went wrong on that map.
Hi everyone, hello Ian. So I think that this Icebox was the bad from us because we didn't play like we usually do it. So I think we are slow on the start, but after a little bit warm up, the next Breeze was more better for us, I guess.
I mean, it couldn't have gone any better than the way they did. I want to talk to you about how you guys reset. What did you say to your boys to sort of get them back on the server with the calm, collected attitude and pull off the 13-0?
It was like we screamed for each other like a little bit, like the coach went, he was like, guys, what the heck, what are you doing? We talked about other things, go, you know that you can do more better, so guys, keep focusing and let's win them. And then Breezy was like, okay, we will scream on you, we're gonna do our game and we will win.
Coming into this tournament, you know, we spoke already beforehand, and you told me that there were certain things that you guys were focusing on that you wanted to fix. Do you feel like you've had enough time to fix it? Do you feel as prepared as you can be for this tournament?
I don't think that we can fix it this kind of fast because to prepare good the team to fix all the things, the team should play together like about 2 years. So we have a far way to rise up and level up our play style and game.
Well, everybody wants to beat you. Everybody wants to play you. Do you feel any pressure at all knowing that you guys are defending a title that you had back at Masters Berlin?
No, we didn't have a title. We are not like the champions of the year. We'll try to beat it right now. So everyone who wants to play us, come to us.
They're definitely going. They definitely will. Now, lastly, Vikings next. That's your next opponent. They're very different to you in terms of play style. So how do you handle a team that plays a way that's totally different to yours?
We can adapt to them, so it doesn't matter which play style our opponents are playing. We can always switch our styles. We have a lot of strategies, so the main thing, it will be like ourselves.
Have you prepped for them at all? What kind of strategies are you going to bring to the table?
I will start it from today. I don't have to prepare that from far away. I need 1 day. I don't need to bring a lot of things in my head. I should clear it, reset, and prepare for them.
Well, I look forward to seeing what you're going to bring in the next match. That's it from me and Redgar. We're going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere because Sentinels are going to be taking the stage against Furia right after this.
And I'm in a set pace first. I'm in a set pace. 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 I'm in a set pace slide. Rip the set, with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. And I'm in a set pace slide. Rip the set, with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. And I'm in a set pace slide. Rip the set, with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. And I'm in a set pace slide. Rip the set, with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. And I'm in a set pace first. And I'm in a set pace. 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 Rip the set, with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. And I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. And I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. And I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish.
Turn the LFO, come on, let's go. 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 Turn the LFO,
Welcome back to Champions at Day 2, where we've got Paper Thin jumping on the desk to help us out here for series number 2 of the day. And my dude, we already saw one tournament favorite take to the stage, get challenged in a way that I think many didn't expect to see. And lo and behold, we're treated with another tournament favorite stepping onto the stage next with Sentinels taking on Furia.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really exciting. Sentinels, of course, is going to be the favorite coming into this. There's no doubt about it. They're an excellent, excellent team, top to bottom. They struggled a little bit, of course, at Masters 3, but I think for them, a lot of it's just going to be readjustment, coming in with the right mentality, and really coming into this tournament, you know, focused on winning and not kind of dealing with some of the outside stuff.
And talking about, you know, kind of that step back at Masters 3, in a weird way, that kind of mirrors the conversation we were having around Gambit coming into the first series of the day, where our last, you know, kind of opportunity to see them play was a disappointment, I put in air quotes, as Shazam said, our worst performance so far, and yet they still went pretty far.
I feel like it's Groundhog Day for me on the desk. I was on the last desk, I'm on this desk, and I'm like, yeah, another redemption story for one of the favorites. I'm all about that life. I'm about it. We also replaced one man lacking hair with another man lacking hair on the desk.
Yeah,
we always have to point this out, don't we, Paper Thin, every time we get on the desk.
I mean, I just wanted people to understand that I am not actually Ryan Central or
Thank
Tom. We are actually different people. And we're never always in the same place at the same time, so I'm not sure if it's always confirmed if we're the same person or not.
That's true. I've never seen you all in the same
Take
room.
my word for it.
We'll keep making a point to point it out, though, to people. Don't worry about that. But when it comes to Sentinels and what has been their effort to kind of, you know, take a next step in the right direction to evolve as a team, I think one of the things that everybody is going to look to is the addition of a coach. A famously coachless team now has brought on Raucus to help him out.
You know, there's a lot to say about teams who are willing to step back and say, we don't know everything, we can't fix all of our own mistakes ourselves, and players should play and coaches should coach. And I know myself, having come into multiple teams and having to pick up those minutiae mistakes that teams make, there are weaknesses, no matter the team. And, of course, Sentinels has learned recently, they themselves possess quite a lot of them. So a coach can do that background work, players can focus on the playing and the scrimming and the training, and even VOD review-wise, maybe the coach is picking up a lot of the time that they were putting in elsewhere.
I think there's going to be a number of questions about how this Sentinels roster bounces back from a Masters performance, but there's been so much time between then and now, you've got to believe they've put in the work. And so more what I'm interested in, Paper Thin, is the individuals and how they're going to step up to it. And I'm going to cite Sean Garris from the top of the day, day one yesterday, where he said, when I think Sentinels, I think Tens. Yes. He is a superstar, already is cementing himself as that in the Valorant space. But when you're at the World Championship, you need your superstars to perform.
Exactly. He's the first player that I can remember watching that just had my jaw on the floor, especially with the snipers. He can get it done so well with those. I mean, I think he's the best marshaller in the world. I think he is absolutely the best marshal that I've ever seen. So I love to watch him play. Just top to bottom, this guy is phenomenal. He backs up his teammates when needed. You know, of course, he's pretty much playing exclusively duelist, but that's where he thrives. You can see he's got great stats top to bottom. I mean, a 2.0 KDA is absolutely filthy in Valorant. He is nuts, and he was kind of the saving grace for them towards the end of Masters 3.
You get that on one map, you're feeling good. You get that as your map average over your career, that is disgusting.
And it's not even just map average. We're looking at attacking and defensive sidedness. Sometimes your jet player, your duelist, will be the one that is like making space on attack but lacks a little bit on defense. That's okay. You let it go. But Tens goes attack defense. I don't care what side I'm on. I hit my shots no matter which side of the map I'm on. Good on him. But I will say, that's a lot of pressure on your shoulders to keep up and elevate.
I mean, that is right. That's a big thing. The idea of pressure and the idea that he has set a bar for himself. We'll cite Reykjavik as that moment where he set that bar as they took the trophy. And, you know, maybe to some degree in those moments where they fell down in Masters 3, you would maybe target him and say, was expecting a little bit more. But now we turn our attention to the team that has to challenge them, and that's a Furia. Another team just like Team Secret that perhaps the global audience doesn't know a ton about. So Paper Thin, I turn to you. What's the expectation when you take a look at this squad?
Well, I mean, you got to feel like they're a pretty massive underdog coming in against a Masters champion. But with what we just saw here on this stage with Team Secret previously, I absolutely feel like there's a chance. Sometimes things just get in the air. It just takes one team to come through at the beginning of a day, show that the top teams are vulnerable, and then all of a sudden there's a ton of confidence flowing through these underdogs. And a team like Furia absolutely can get it done. they're fun to watch, to be honest. I really enjoyed watching them at the South American LCQ. I thought they did very, very good, especially Khalil, in my eyes, was really the star for this team. Really does a great job playing off contact, being that second line of defense or offense for these guys. And absolutely, you got to watch this guy. He's been pretty much exclusively playing Killjoy, which is kind of interesting. He hasn't shifted to anything else as of recent times. I mean, he's played a lot of their stuff in the past, but he's been exclusively Killjoy recently.
All right, so Khalil, we got a beautiful shot of him, last guy into the arena there as you're talking about him, but his matchup today, you mentioned the Sentinels, you mentioned the KJ in particular. Well, guess what? On the other side is another Sentinel Titan. And that, of course, is Dapper.
I mean, look how dapper he's looking in his photo, too. They're always exuding confidence on the side of Sentinels. And if you're looking to the side of Furia, Khalil has to be the guy that is going to match up here with Dapper. For those who don't know Dapper very well, and I argue you should probably know who he is by now. He's made his presence known. Cypher, Killjoy, Viper, and Sova in the past 10 games. That's not a bad agent, Paul.
Yeah, well, while the ACS may not match that of 10s, we called out a 2.0 KDA. And so I feel like we have to do it again. Sporting one himself there is Khalil. So again, looking at him to be a difference maker for Furia if they're going to look to make the upset possible.
Yeah, he doesn't play point of contact very well. That I would say that's kind of a weakness, but he's a Killjoy player. That's not what he's expected to do. He's expected to be the follow-up behind Xan. Well, a lot of times he's the second player right behind Xan, covering for some of Xan's failed entries, and he's solid. He's always popping heads. He's always being in the right place at the right time. He recovers well when his team is faltering. He's the first man that's kind of rotating over quickly to help if things have gone awry, and he's really heady. I really like the way he plays. He covers his teammates very well. He lays down cover fire at the right times, at the right points. He's a really smart player.
So here's my question. Where are the holes for Sentinels that Furia can attack? Because ultimately, if I reference the first series of the day, I talked about how Secret might be the explosive team and that Gambit might look to control. And in fact, the success that they found in map 1 came from control, I think more so than it did explosiveness. Sentinels, I feel like, is a more explosive squad. And so I would naturally think, okay, you're looking to control them. You're looking to, stop those first frags, the first bloods that maybe Tens is looking to find. But at this point, I feel like anything I expect is going to go the other way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think coming in with expectations is actually the weakness that would come out for both of these teams. I don't think coming in and trying to quote-unquote counter-strat or anti-strat, as some people would call it, is the way to go, because we've seen how that went, especially with Team Secret. They brought it to their opponents on map 1, but then all of a sudden adaptations happen, and you have to adapt to the adaptation to the adaptation. It's just like this adaptation cycle you can't break out of. Instead, how about you play your own game? I want to see what Furia has. Show me what you are. Show me your identity. And Sentinels, whether or not they can adapt to that or not, will be the question.
I like what you're talking about here, the identity. The identity for both of these teams as of recent times has been attacker side. They both have gotten a lot of their heavy lifting done on that side of the coin. So I feel like for Furia, it's really going to be all about getting kind of pressure on the attacker side. They have to have a successful attacker side, and then can they have a better defender side than Sentinels? I think that's going to be really, really challenging, and a big part of that is, of course, like you mentioned earlier, Dash, Tens. He is great on both sides of the coin. That's what makes part of what makes Sentinels so difficult to deal with.
Of course, a lot of this is also going to come down to the maps that we end up on, and so about to head into our map vetoes to figure out where these teams want to play.
I just love this AR that we get, by the way. I always have to point it out, whether or not I'm in the green room or I'm on the desk. This is absolutely amazing.
It never fails. It just never fails to just make me feel great.
You feel like you're really in some kind of virtual space with this, and whatever the first ban will be, I believe it might be Furia.
It is going to go to Furia.
Yeah. Whether or not, do they do a comfort ban? Do they do a target ban? I asked about the identity before for Furia. This will set the pace for me as to whether or not they want to play their own game, or they're a little bit afraid of their opponent's end. It's going to be Bind being the first one off the board. Okay.
This is just, I think, Furia just not comfortable. They haven't played this map in a long time, so they just, with this roster, I don't know if they've ever played it. So I think this is just them just being like, look, we're not really feeling this. Icebox is a pretty solid map for Furia, I think, coming out here from Sentinels for the ban. So this is, I think, pretty not out of the ordinary for both these sides, especially Icebox has been really wonky in this tournament so far.
And I'll just say this from a viewer perspective. Bind, Icebox, 2 maps that we've already seen today.
Yes.
In a certain sense, I'm happy to see them off the table. We're going to get some new looks, and that, of course, map 1, Ascent for Furia, is going to be the first of those unique maps that we see today.
Yeah, it's good that Ascent will come up as well. I wanted to highlight that Icebox ban as well, because the last time Sentinels played it, I think they got 13-2, 13-3'd by G2. They didn't have a really nice ride on that map at all. So for them to get rid of it, I'm not surprised, and it's setting the pace here about who's playing what game here in the map vetoes. This is a game before the game. That is what the map vetoes are, and this is what they're going to be able to set the pace with Ascent and then Breeze. Oh my goodness.
Favorite thing, Breeze. We talked 10s. I mean, I am having flashbacks to some wicked rounds from him in previous tournaments.
And again, it all starts on the pistol rounds if they can get a win. It doesn't matter if they get a win, to be frank. I mean, the Sentinels are going to be getting those marshals out early, setting the tone, setting the pace, and then you start funneling the big gun over to 10s, and he just starts taking names. And, you know, it's a lot of other things going on here. You know, maybe Dapper on the Viper, these types of things that also set up the plays, control the space. But, yeah, I mean, I know I feel like a broken record talking about 10s, but Breeze is a map that is specifically meant for players who are good with snipers, good with long range, and he is arguably the best in the world at those things.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Fracture going out, not going to see that map again. Fnatic kindly put it on show for us yesterday.
At least we've gotten to see it once.
We did, but
Split to follow.
Okay.
All right. Well, then we know what our final map will be. If we make it all the way there, it will be Haven, another open map. So for me, Breeze, I'm going to target that again as map number 2. When we take a look at the dominance that Gambit displayed, that's the kind of thing I expect to see from top teams in a wide open map. When you kind of have that space to work with, I look for scores to be a little bit more lopsided. Let 10s create the space with the Marshal, with the op, whatever gun he's got in his hands, and then kind of roll through with that man advantage. And then you mentioned, too, even if they're on the defending side, you're looking at a man like Dapper to hold it down.
Yeah.
Really challenging. I kind of am interested about this Haven, the fact that Haven got through to the end. I think it's just a comfort thing for both teams. At the LCQ for Furia, they didn't lose on Haven. They won 4 games out of 4 on it, I believe. Or whatever it was, they won all of them. So it's a really strong map for them. They have a good map pool in general, but yeah, this is a pretty good one. But it's going to come down to Ascent, right? Like this is where Furia is going to have to get it done. And they do something a little bit weird on Ascent, where they do bring a Sage, which is pretty unusual these days. So at least in recent history, we'll see if that is going to continue to be the case.
We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. We got all the maps locked in. Of course, map number 1 is Ascent, and you brought it up earlier. Attacking half is going to be hugely important for this Furia squad, and so Sentinels having side choice, interesting that they go to defense. They're going to put the ball into Furia's court and say, okay, come at us right out the gate. Let's see what kind of firepower you have in your back pocket.
I like it. It shows confidence. It shows the mentality that I think that the Sentinels really need to have coming into this. That for me was the big thing I underlined here for the Sentinels for this event is mentality, and I liked how we talked about earlier that there's the coaching staff being brought in, like, you know, Jess is bringing up great points about how important, how crucial that is, but also, you know, you can see that these guys get a little bit flustered, they can get a little bit tilted, you'll see it out on social media, they'll kind of, you know, shoot a few things off here and there, but I think for them it just needs to be come focused, assert your dominance, and take this over.
It's not even just that for me anymore. If they're coming in with the coach and they've worked on their mistakes and whatnot, there's extra pressure. You've got your coach sitting 3 meters behind you, watching over your shoulder like a hawk. I mean, I sounded like Sky there. I just realized what I've done, boys. Do not point it out. That's going to get clipped, and I am the new Sky voice actress, my bad.
I love it.
But no, I will say that is an extra added pressure to you, and if mentality has been worked on, which I hope it has been, it's why you bring in a coach, it's one of that secondary part of being a coach, then you know full well that there are methods in play to be able to deal with that. If you see someone tilting, break the ice, make sure you get the screams happening, the air fists, whatever you need to do. I want to see that, but if they're quiet, I'm going to be a little worried.
Now, admittedly, this is a minor curiosity for me, but Sentinel's famously a team that doesn't really go for the tack pauses. In large cases, because they didn't have a coach in previous tournaments. So Shaz has been pretty vocal about, like, I don't need the tack pause. I've got that communication kind of constantly flowing with my team, and I'd rather keep the momentum rolling forward. I'm just kind of curious. Will we see many if they find themselves on the back foot? Will they need that kind of reset, and how much of a role will Raucus play in terms of turning them around?
I think it absolutely has to come through. I don't see any world where it shouldn't. I mean, whenever you need to get that reset, you need somebody to inject some kind of reason into your minds, because whatever you're thinking isn't going well. You know, maybe something wonky comes out with the agent select and you're not quite adapting to it properly. You know, we've seen the Sage here from Furia. That's on tape. They should kind of know what to expect, the way that they use these walls to block off some of the flank angles, some of the mains on takes and retakes and things like that. They should be well prepared for that, but maybe there's a KO, maybe there's something else coming through that's going to catch them off guard.
Well, maps are locked in. We're going to take a quick break, but on the other side, we're heading into map 1, Ascent of Sentinels versus Furia. Catch you soon.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play.
Welcome back to Champions. As we narrow in towards map 1 of our second series of the day, it's Sentinels versus Furia, and we're heading to Ascent. We've already had the Sage call out by Paper Thin, and I love that kind of setup when it comes to what Furia might bring to the table. But what about Sentinels? Because this was the map choice for Furia, so we know they have a game plan if that's where they want to take us first. I think the question remains, how will Sentinels respond?
I think the biggest thing for me is to not set expectations since in the past 10 times they've played, it has not been on the radar for them in any way, shape, or form. Ascent could change for them. I don't think, like we saw before in our previous series, that there'll be an opportunity for them to change their identity too much. I don't think that's on the books for them. But what I will say is there should be a safe play here by Sentinels, but I don't have anything in the past 10 games of them even playing this.
I like that then. That means we've got some open questions heading into that first map for Sentinels, and so time will tell. The teams are readying up right behind me, so let's dive on stage. Let's meet the teams before they dive into play. A new look for Sentinels as they stare down Furia on the other side of the stage. This time with a coach at the helm. And so we'll have to see if it's what's going to make the difference between them and a hope to become the first world champions here in Valorant. But it all starts in series number 1. So you got to get it done. You got to get it done. You got to get it done on Ascent. So let's reset the table for everybody. Expectations here. We already know that Furia is willing to do willing to do the unusual, shirk expectations and play with those agent compositions. But do you think it's enough to unseat a team like Sentinels?
I don't think in the long run it will be. I think they're very solid as a team. They work together very well. That's one thing that really impressed me about Furia is their ability to play off of each other, to play with each other. There's always kind of that onion that there's layers beyond, the first line of defense. If Xan goes down, there's somebody right behind him, whether it be QCK or Khalil. There's a lot of presence on this team in terms of just being there together, working together. So that's what Sentinels have to be ready for.
You know what else Sentinels have to be ready for? I was looking through the win conditions here for Furia on Ascent specifically. They win a lot of their rounds pre-plant out of elimination. That is very unusual on your defensive side to not have a plant go down and for a predominant amount of your defensive wins as a win condition to be won pre-plant. Either they're going up against opponents, now I hate to speculate like this, but either they've been going up against opponents that have been rather easy and they've been able to kill them before the plant, or that's their MO and we're expecting a lot of defensive aggression.
Well, we got that bird's eye view of the map. Now we get Prime Gaming Agents Select. We're quick to see the lock-ins. We will have that Sage on the side of Fury, but for Sentinels, that's what I'm more curious about. A very well-rounded comp. No surprises there, I think.
Yeah, this is basically what you would expect out of them at this point. Zoms on Astra, Dapper on the Cypher. That's going to be kind of one of the bigger stylistic differences here is you've got two different Sentinels. So Khalil plays a very unusual Killjoy. He's very aggressive with it because he's right behind the Jet oftentimes. He's not really sitting in the back lines like a lot of Killjoys and he'll do this from time to time. A lot of Killjoys do like to sit in the back lines, cover the flanks, but you can kind of let the Astra do. You can let Mazin do that here. And so he will follow in. And so that's going to be very different than what I think a lot of people are used to seeing with a Killjoy.
I think that's cool to hear, though, because double Sentinels starting on the attacking side, right? Some people would have some questions about that, but these teams are going to give us some answers soon enough. Predictions real quick. Sentinels, Furia, Who takes it?
I think Sentinels 2-0. I think Ascent's going to be pretty close, but after that, I think Breeze is going to be pretty heavily in favors of Sentinels.
Over here, Jess?
It'd be disingenuous for me to not say Sentinels. Furia, unknown quantity. We've got to see what they've got, but I'd love a Team Secret story. I'd love for them for all me to almost eat my words. I'm going to tell you that.
There was some conversations in the van ride over here about how this could be the quickest day of champions with the two tournament favorites.
We got to stop listening to Mitch, man, okay?
Yeah, we
really got to stop listening to Mitch.
At this point, that's already not the case. Let's see if Furia can give us the same thing. I'm very pleased to be throwing it over to DDK and Sean Garris for the call. Gents, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dash. Yes, I'm here with Sean, and this is going to be an exciting one. Sean, I think, has made it pretty known that he thinks Sentinels will win the entire tournament. So I'm not going to ask you for a spicy take here, but we do have some interesting things because Sentinels haven't played any officials in quite some time, and there has certainly been some changes and lots of rumors. So there's everything you can tell us going straight into this one before we kick it off.
Straight into it. And the last time we saw Sentinels on Ascent, Sick picked KO. The time before that, Phoenix. This is a very different look from Sentinels right off the bat. Love what I'm seeing from them. They're spread out across the map, and it looks like Furia is going for a mid control. Based on the spacing of the agents, I'm going to say they might go into a fast mid-B split here, Dan.
Absolutely. Will be interesting to see exactly how Sentinels decide to handle this one. We have some information sought after that. They're certainly going to be hearing the presence. Drone going up. There's a quick flash coming through to try to see if they're all the way to market just yet. But you can see the pace is stopped here for Furia. They're looking for a response after this initial pressure.
Yeah, and you can see Mazen now is using that Astra to use the global abilities, help his team take mid, but now he's faded into A main. And you can see the Killjoy Khalil has pulled off of B main. This is now a cat split, Dan. They're going up.
Oh no, Soms will actually take one down through the Astra smoke, through the Nebula. That's unfortunate there. Exan will fall, and it is slow progress to the site here, but QCK able to pick off one. Spike looking to get planted on the site now. Retake effort is coming through here. There's a quick flash, and Sentinels will be slowed slightly by that Nano Swarm. Perfect timing on that one as they look to go for a quad peek all the way up from Rafters here. And Tens, of course, kicking things off quite nicely, finding a quick headshot. The return, though, from Fury as they look to hold this one, but two players stuck, isolated underneath Rafters in hell. Shazam will make quick work of NCR, and it's looking like it's getting a little bit tight here for Sentinels as they're moving in. Still some time left. There's the pressure on that Spike. Mazin will take down Shazam, and it's leaving it all to Sick here. Two places to look. Not sure exactly where the other player is. Doesn't know that he's in hell, and that's it. Khalil will finish it off. Very well done from Furia, holding their nerf throughout the rounds.
Excellent round there from Furia. The spacing on the site hold, the Sage putting the wall up. QCK put the wall up right there at Tree, Dan. Peeked over the Nebula, got the frag into Heaven, and that was the initial trade that got Furia into the site. They stopped the 4-out Heaven push. I think it was a little bit of a mistake, though, from Sentinels not breaking the door prior to going in. It was such a telegraphed one-way retake from them.
Yeah, and this is fantastic because we get to see, Furia off to a good start on their attack. We'll see how their default, how they want to play optimally. But I say that, I don't get ahead of myself here. Of course, we've got the force coming through from Sentinels.
Yeah, look how far Furia is off the choke stand. It's like they know that Sentinels isn't afraid to invest into these rounds, but on this round, it looks like only Tens has really bought a Marshall. Everyone else just keeping the classic Sick with the Frenzy in hand. And now we have the drone clearing out B main. And if you pay attention here, Furia is left too near A, right? Just in case they need to roll off, quickly go to the A site if there is a B stack on this eco. Now, unfortunately for them, it's not a B stack, and they haven't sold this fake at all so far. So these A players are going to have to do a little bit of prodding, Dan.
Yeah, and this pacing is an interesting one because you've got to be careful not to shoot yourself in the foot by just running out of time when you're playing the anti-eco here, and I do fear for Furia in this position.
But it looks like they are repositioned. They're repositioning this B site, so they're blindly going to go with a B hit here. I'm sure the Sova's recon has charged up. There it is, yep, and he's going to shoot that probably into the site any second now. That'll give a ton of information. The site's empty. This is going to be a free take, Dan. And I'm curious, is Sentinels going to go for the frags into the site, or are they going to try to box them in, get some exits, and do some economic damage?
Yeah, I feel, especially as they are Sentinels, that they would want to try to take some fights here, and they're actually all gathering towards spawn. So it's feeling more committed as opposed to boxing them in here. All 5 players coming through spawn in towards that B site. How many will they be able to find here? Of course, there is another Nebula there that is blocking vision. Suzanne will get a freebie through the smoke as Dapper falls. So it's looking quite laboured, and Not really seeing all that much promise here so far for Sentinels in this one. There we go, Sick finally able to get a little bit of damage, but just one frag so far. And in fact, Fury are happy to go for the challenges. Losing 2 players now, but as you say, Sean, this is really what they were looking for here, Sentinels, as TenZ gets another opportunity, but of course the shutdown is through, and that's the 2-0 opening here for Furia as we move into their third round.
Yeah, and it's the little things, right? The Jet Bladestorm adding an extra orb in this patch relative to previous tournaments that we've seen TenZ play. If he got one Marshall kill right there, Dan, all he would need in this round is 1 frag and then his death, and then you had a Bladestorm in the following round. That's not the case right now, so he's far off of Bladestorm, and if you look here, he doesn't have a great buy. Going into the first gun, I think that's a Guardian in his hands with a bunch of Phantoms out, so no Operator in play yet.
Yeah, and you can see that Furia have not really invested here either, kept what they had, just shoring it up with a couple of Sheriffs. Mid presence here for Furia. They do like to put pressure on this mid position and to deny the attackers from, or rather, sorry, the other way around. Furia likes to deny the defenders mid control. And you see in this round in particular, Marzin's just going to walk up with the Sheriff by himself.
Yeah, and yet again, Dan, look, if the Sentinels gave up A main control, they're playing in the blind here. They're stacking 3 to the A site because they have no info. So if you look over at this B site, Shaz is here all alone. He does have the Cheese Odin spam ready to go, though, Dan. This could get ugly.
Oh, I'm so afraid.
Oh, God.
I'm so afraid for Furia. And there it comes, but looks like he'll pull off of it. They are too deep, so nothing from the Odin. So the first hurdle has been passed there for Furia, but still looking to make their way forward. They've managed to get a 4th position on Xan with that Jet dashing in, and now the rest of them starting to file into the site. And great headshots coming through off of this Sheriff, no less. And that's a huge opening into the site.
Spike planted.
Sentinels in a very difficult retake here, Dan. 2-on-4, but the trade frags come in. Brings it down to a 2-on-3. Both players from Sentinels far off their ults. Turret spot Sick on the way in. And this will probably allow them to reset. They might have to save, Dan.
Yeah, not looking good here, but you can see Dapper's looking for some amount of damage. And he's going to bait somebody out, and there we go. Keller will give him what he wants, and a beautiful cleanup coming through from Furia. 3 players surviving. Khalil's even picked up the Odin. Sean.
Yes, Sentinels is going to the Brazilian barbecue, Dan, and they are on the menu right now. This is not looking good for the boys. Man, losing the bonus early, I constantly am preaching about this. Those bonus rounds are pivotal if you're a pro team. Losing them early on in the games can cause things to snowball out of control. The ult economy will build for your enemies, and their economy is going to build with that. So you're really in the hole now if you're a Sentinels player.
Yeah, you can see in this particular round, they'll be looking for some early openings around Catwalk. They've got a setup there. They're leaving Shazam alone towards that B site. Has some Cypher util from Dapper to help him, but otherwise it's a stack towards this B site, and they would be correct here because here comes the push from Furia into the A site. Wow, Xan absolutely no fear whatsoever, able to convert, taking Raptor's control just briefly.
Caution here.
The spike still needs to go down here. This is looking a little bit scary with the pressure from Sentinels coming through, but you can see that Furia are slowing it down. They've got the weaponry advantage, the utility advantage. They're playing it as disciplined as they can.
Yeah, they're going to sit on these ults too. They're going to build them, like I was saying. You know, that's going to make their following rounds so much more easy. Oh, what? Zand spraying blindly through the smoke as the door breaks. Takes out Sick. Man, he's definitely been the most impactful duelist in this server so far, Dan.
Yes.
That's not what you want to see if you're a Sentinels fan.
Those are, I mean, of course, the frag doesn't really mean much in the scheme of things for the round as we see it cleared up by Furia, but those are nice ones to get because you feel awesome when you get those, and as you're talking about building up the confidence for the duelist is always important.
So the question here now is, how do Sentinels answer back? Do they get the operator on 10s? How do they get him more involved in the game? And yeah, I think I just saw right there. He has the operator in hand. They're still going to keep Shaz in this B site most likely, and we're still probably going to see Zoms over here at A main. But I would really like to see Sentinels fight for A main for once.
Yeah, and one thing we have to be cautious about, well, Sentinels should be, is these fast plays from Furia, fast A-B splits. We'll get the drone likely going up mid as well. They like to make sure that they can clear that position, keep the pressure on the defense by taking mid away. So the drone goes up early on here for Furia.
And it broke the trip, Dan. It broke the trip for Mazen, so he's now lurking mid with no trip there.
But here goes TenZ. He's looking for information. I think he's heard a step. Oh, there's the dash. Oh my god, able to get out of there. Cosmic Divide comes through. A delayed exec onto this B site. Oh, what a shot there from Xan, and it is beautiful early on here from Furia. They have come to play.
That is so sick, Dan.
Oh man, this is insane. What a round from Furia. They completely demolished Sentinels with just pure class and skill.
Prime Gaming flawless nonetheless, and not a single Brazilian player falls in that round. Argentinian as well. They look incredible. TenZ had a sitter though, right there. That's one we expect TenZ to hit. Maybe the nerves coming to him, opening match, a little rusty. But they need TenZ to perform. This is a team that heavily relies on one player to perform, and we've just come to expect it now at this point.
Yeah, and it's really smart too because Furia were representing a slow default, and they were ready to just pounce on an info gathering play like we just saw. They got lucky that time Furia, their TenZ was there in that particular instance, but back to the anti-eco. We've got Sheriffs on board here for Sentinels on the defense. The pressure comes through towards A main already. Zand, oh, it's just beautiful movement. He's making this look incredible so far on this jet. And I am just afraid for Sentinels watching him, his POV at the moment. And after that initial pressure, we'll have Dapper clearing the B side of the map. So, I mean, Sentinels, they have the information, but what do they do with it? TenZ is on that Bladestorm, and you just have to, you get a sense of how key he is in a round like this.
Yeah, and again, Fury is making the perfect rotation. You mentioned they're falling back to B. Dapper has pushed through mid, and Shaz has actually reclaimed the B site. So this is the rotation Sentinels needed, but it's pretty much all on Shazam.
Dapper would have heard the footsteps, I believe, in spawn as they were running.
Oh, the rotation's coming in. Dan, look, TenZ is entering this B site right now.
It is really on TenZ here with the Bladestorm, and there we go. Great shots coming through from TenZ. The utility to slow things down. They can't refrag this. They have 30 seconds to try to recover, and they can't go to B. They've got to quickly abort, but straight into Dapper. They've been fed into the machine, and here he goes. There's one for Dapper, looking for the next one with the Sheriff. It's patient, but it's TenZ from mid with the Bladestorm to capitalize, and that is how you answer back. Great stuff from Sentinels, and I love Dapper's position in mid.
Yeah, veteran play there coming out of Dapper. On the Sentinel roll, nonetheless, on Sentinels. He pushes through mid, and you mentioned it, I think he heard the attackers running through their spawn right there on the way to B. So the lockdown isn't respected in the slightest. That allowed them to have 3 players in the B site, with Dapper containing them in mid on an A fake, Dan. Like, that's insane from Sentinels, but it's all made from Dapper playing that situation perfectly.
Absolutely. Sets TenZ up on the position, and we'll see more aggression in mid early here for Sentinels. Just trying to contest this, because I think they know that ultimately they'll rotate out of this position, most likely.
They're going back.
You're right, Sean, just as I say that.
This is insane. Drone Wars.
The drone wars, and it's Furia to pick up the opening kill there. TenZ goes down. That's a huge pick off immediately. Oh, a second! I don't think Sick knew anything about that angle there, and early 5 versus 3 in favor of Furia.
Yeah, and the Seekers are out of the play too. Not much to work with on Cloud9 right here. Shaz, no utility remaining. The Recon's still charging. One frag though, and the Hunter's Fury can come on. That could change the round. And Fury's just waiting for a mistake to be made right now. They're just chilling in mid, and this is eventually going to be a mid-B split.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of information there with that turret damage coming through, and the collapse onto the B site now for Furia. Dapper in the back of the site. He's good, but can he be this good? Got players from both angles. It's a nice initial kill onto Xan. Can he find any more? Dapper doing huge damage. It's only the 2 though, but maybe that's enough. Spike will go down the rotation already through spawn here from Shazam and Zoms. Certainly a chance for them. We don't have a recon just yet though from Shazam. Doesn't look like they want to wait for it. They're going straight for the peaks. Shazam very threatening there. NZR in the boathouse trying to keep himself alive. Shazam making it happen. Whilst it goes down, Zoms takes down one more. It's up to NZR in the 1 versus 2. They're looking for him. They know he's at backside. Oh my goodness, Sentinels. I have no idea how they handled that so well.
It all started with Dapper just nesting in the back of sight like that, using his cages to perfection, using Zoms' nebulas as well to hold the stairs. Honestly, those 3 remaining players from Sentinels might have kept them in this game, Dan, because things would have spiraled out of control with that round.
Yes, yeah, that was beautiful. It really was. And that's the kind of stuff that Sentinels brings to the table. You know, you put someone with their back against the wall, they're always going to do a little bit more damage than maybe you expect. And that's one of the things you have to worry about. But it's a bye for both teams here, Sean.
And it looks like Sentinels is done trying the super aggressive mid stuff. This is just a base setup. Tens will fight mid, but I mean, you can see they're just 1-1-1-1 split all across the map right now on Sentinels. So it's not going to be any kind of coordinated aggression here.
Oh, we have a cat push coming in just to get some information, a bit of pressure. But we've got 4 ultimates online here for Sentinels, so they can play retake so effectively. The Cosmic Divide, the Hunter's Fury, the Seekers, they have so much to work with in that sense. So I feel like it does allow them to play
the drone missed tens. The drone missed tens, Dan. I couldn't agree more with what you said, but this drone, I think they believe tens isn't in mid. They are wrong, though, as he has shown.
That's a problem, and there's the follow-up. Shazam knows they're trying to shuffle up because of the information that Ten's got, and Shazam probably saw that off of the mini-map. And you can see NZR is trying to pressure into the A site now, but it's certainly a desperate recovery attempt now for Furia. Oh my god, they're going to drop down the Cosmic Divide. That's going to make life more difficult. They can't even get in here. And that's a spike that's just down in front of them for Sentinels. It's just full control right now.
It's really just not fair, Dan, when you have to run through a Cosmic Divide into a smoke, into a gravity well, you know, just one agent.
It's interesting, though, Sean, because I feel like that's a lot of respect that Sentinels are giving Furia to use the Cosmic Divide, because they had quite a big ultimate lead, and they're like, we are just going to guarantee that we win this round no matter what.
They needed to guarantee not only that they won this round, though, Dan, they needed to do it cleanly, right? And right now, no one has died on their team. They're looking at a Prime Gaming flawless, but they need to build an economy if they want to come back in this game, and this is a start.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's the thing too, you know, Sentinels looking amazing right now, which is great to see if you're a Sentinels fan, especially after what was a very scary run of 5 rounds from Furia. But at the same time, Furia, they still have 5 rounds. If they only get 1 more round in the half, that's still like a good half for Furia. So lots of work for Sentinels to continue to do, and it's going to be interesting to see how that shapes up now as we have another bye round for both teams.
And Tens is on this B site with the operator. Dapper here as well. Shaz on the rotate into mid, so they've moved Tens around, and I think they have the right read. Cam in the window early from Dapper gives some info that this is more than just a B default.
Yeah, that spot there, I think that kind of blew up this opening for Furia. They're just holding position now, looking for a response in mid. There goes that drone. We saw that before. They've done this before. They drone mid, and then they delay push, delay exec into the B site.
But the counter drone from Shazam gives all the info, Dan. No one is in mid, and he knows that. Look, he's rolling into the B site. They're going to have a 3-stack here before a frag even goes down.
Oh, the bait setup, though. Dapper's got to get something, but nothing. He gets absolutely nothing. And the same story for Tens. And that's a free B site now. Here coming through for Furia. And Sentinels, they're in a lot of trouble here. I'm not sure exactly how their money is at the moment, but this is a scary position to be in. They've only got the Seekers for the retake. Sick with the pickup onto Khalil, trying to set up in a forward position. We have a long rotation around from B main, coming through from QCK, looking for the craziest of timings.
It really could be insane too, Dan, because he has the res, and if both of these Sentinel players end up in the site, that could come into play.
There we go. There it is, coming into play. Shazam will take down QCK. There's 2 players left here for Shazam to try to find, but he's on Sova. This will be difficult here for Shazam. No util to aid him, and there's the peek coming through from NZR. They'll finish off the round. Sentinels made it look scary at the end, but wow, that's a crazy one for Sentinels to lose out on.
Yeah, that looked rough, right? Because they had all of the information. All of the cards were visible to them there, right? They had the right reads. But again, the star player on the team in Tens has that first shot, and it's just not landing right now. Which is crazy, because I was looking at his ACS before that round. It was 233.
Yeah.
XAN's average ACS in the last 90 days on a jet only is 230. Like, this is a bad game for Tens. That's how much of a star player he typically is.
And you can see Tens this time going for that early aiming aggression, but we get great util coming through from Furia in that early setup to win that early control. They pick up the orb as well. So early victories here for them, and they've... Oh, never mind. Never mind. The rotation through to B here for Furia as well. But that's the lockdown gone, and that's a huge problem.
Yeah. Shaz knows this player's here. He broke the cam, and now the recon has not pinged him. That means Shaz knows this guy's aggressive. Mazin's aggressive in B main. The res is definitely coming in here. We're going to have a 5v5, Dan, and it's definitely ending in this B site. The wall's going to go up. Is Shaz going to be ready for this?
Yeah, that's a good question. Getting that lockdown back in play. There's the wall, the boost here for Xan, looking for it. There's the res on Khalil, so that will enable them to use a lockdown, but they're actually not going into the B side. They're going back into mid right now to catch the rotation from Catwalk, but there is no rotation just yet. Sentinels starting to put the pieces together. The ISOL comes in to slow things down. There's 30 seconds on the clock. How much damage does Sig get here? Nothing. Better angle for NCR as they now spill through the tree position into Tenz's crosshair, and he's slowing things down. They can't afford to lose this time. They've got 15 seconds to plant this spike, and I don't know how they get onto the side. They're coming through, but Ten's still locking things down. Cloudburst up high as he goes for the reposition, and he's got Zoms to fall back on as well. Zoms, though, it's just going to be on Tenz's shoulders, but looks like that is a steady pair of hands, but finally he'll go down, but he's done enough here. Dan. He's done enough. No time exactly for them to plant this spike. Oh,
wow. Wow. They just got bailed out big time from their Young Star Intense. And what a time for him to come up big, right? Every time it seems like Sentinels is on the verge of literally losing this map, right? They are falling far, very, very far behind right now on the defensive side of Ascent. Tense has bailed them out, right? Even in this kind of average game from him, the Bladestorm round and now this round, massive impact coming his way. I think Fury has done such a good job of switching up the sites. And I actually thought this was a great read, catching Sick on Catwalk there. It's just the trading wasn't there.
Yeah, I was going to say, easiest Red Bull clutch of Shazam's life.
Yeah.
Walking in. Yeah, went by time. We've got that, once again, into that mid presence. You up this from Sentinels, keeping the pressure on, forcing util to be used to push them off of these early positions.
You see, Sentinels doesn't really understand what's on. They're running back towards their spawn. They're breaking the turret in mid. Yeah, Shaz is repositioning now into this B site. He's going to go, up on that platform. Maybe get ready to spam here. Still has the Odin.
Out of charges.
Yeah, Khalil has that lockdown that they were going to use or were thinking to use for that previous round. So it seems like they want to get the lockdown play in again.
That was an interesting little... Shaz just used a shock dart, and like you said, this lockdown's here. It's not going to get broken.
Oh, I think Shaz has been tagged. Yep, he'll go down. That's a big Hunter's Fury coming through there from Fury, but still have Dapper in position. Can they take down Dapper? They can't get past the angle just yet. Xander at the back is looking to do all of the damage. He'll take out Dapper. That will unlock his other players to get into the site for the take and for that spike plant. But
30 seconds left.
Tenz is ever dangerous. He looks for a timing. There's a swing from Spawn, and the Cosmic Divide comes through defensively for Furia. Quick flash there from Sick, looking to try to gain some position. Tenz will take down one. It's looking quite labored here, but still good chance for Sentinels as they try to make their way forward. Sick able to take down one more, and a very desperate push from QCK, trying to find the timing, and that leaves it all down to NCR. They know that he's locked out by B main, and here comes the pressure. There goes the defuse. NCR gets one. Does Sick go for the stick? He tries to go for the spam. He has to run it down. I don't know if he has time. Sick not coming off of that defuse. My God, Sick with nerves of steel is going to win that one, and Sentinels pick up the round.
Wow, just the jump, Dan. Just the jump to get on that ledge was enough time for Sick to finish the defuse. I thought when he switched to the Phantom, it was the perfect play. He would catch the defuse. Everything was going perfectly, right? Wow. That is so I feel like Sentinels is so lucky right now in this half to have 5 rounds, Dan.
Yeah.
They need to buy a lotto ticket or something after this game. This is unreal, some of the clutches they have won in this half.
And going into the last round of the half, we have not a very good buy coming through from Furia. We'll have to see how they play this one out. Tenz will take out that Bladestorm, see what he can do with it in this final round of the first half. We have, of course, Control for A main with Furia. And I think Furia have a sense that it's this early cat presence once again. They've seen it a couple times here from Sentinels.
Spike dropped.
Triple setup on Catwalk, and I think at some point this round will probably go to Catwalk, because every time there's been a heavy top mid presence, that's where the strat goes.
Furia with a slower pace than perhaps you would expect against Sentinels.
Dan, I will say the Nightmare Fuel is that quick walls off this tree position. He's done it before. So they can single off 10s and then just leave these two out of the picture and the A side is theirs. That could very well happen right now because we are grouping for a Furia cat hit.
Yeah, they're looking to set up an info trap here as well with this pause. I think Furia, they're looking to catch Sentinels playing over aggressively, but they're not doing it. They're content with this. Oh my god, that's disgusting from TenZ. How does he find a headshot there? Picks Xand out of the sky, and now 4 versus 4. More frags from TenZ. It absolutely is the TenZ show right now. And what does Furia do here? They managed to get the spike planted. However, TenZ is still alive, and that is obviously a problem. Here he goes, tries to find the pixel angles with that Blade Storm, but Marsden will take him down with the Guardian. 1 versus 3, and, well, never mind. Sentinels pick up the final round of the first half, and they're going to equalize here, 6-6. And let's not forget, we had a 5-0 streak early on from Furia.
A 5-0 streak with so many man-up scenarios after that too, right, Dan? It feels like this is at least an 8-4 half for Furia, but it ends 6-6. Both these teams are tied, and honestly, I don't know what Sentinels has in store because, like I mentioned before the game, we haven't even seen Sick on this roll on attack side of Ascent.
Yeah, we saw some great stuff from Furia and also from Sentinels. It's feeling like a very great matchup so far, but now it's time to go for a quick break, so we'll hand it back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, gents. Equalizing there, Sentinels did to bring it to 6-6 on the first half, putting 6 of the last 7 rounds together in order to get us to that point. But paper thin, I think that's where we got to start. The fact that they were even pushed the way they were, and in a lot of ways it happened the way you said it should. If Furia rather wants to take this, they've got to bring the fight, and they got to bring it early on the attacking side.
Yeah, it looked really, really good for them early. It was kind of what I wanted to see. Aggression, measured aggression. Though it's not like they're just kind of going at it from the word go. They're getting a little bit of information. They're hitting some good shots. They're following up off of each other. Some great combos with their utilities, and then all of a sudden the Sentinels start to turn it around.
It's the classic Sentinels download. You give Shaz a few rounds to kind of figure you out and start to look at the ways or the tendencies that the team has. And I'm going to call out round number 6, the first one they picked up. It was an eco round, and it's Dapper pushing up into mid to get the positioning, to hear the footsteps on the KJ, ult fake over on A, catching them on the way to B. That's really where it all started to turn around.
You don't expect someone that deep. You don't expect anyone to hear you as you're running around. You're like, oh, this A fake, that's so easy. No one's going to tell. We're running around. We should be in. And then all of a sudden, there's multiple defenders waiting there like, how could they have known? How could they have read this? None of us knew until you pointed out Paper Thin before. He's like, hang on. I think one of them was pushed up deep. He heard the footsteps. Imagine that's how you lose one of those crucial rounds, and it's very expensive as well.
And while it was Dapper with the positioning, as the rounds went on, it was TenZ who was finding the shots. He's top fragging for the team. We called him out at the top of the day. It's got to be the superstar. If you're going to take the World Championship, this is the guy who needs to perform every step of the way.
Yeah, he was a little cold to start. You could tell he was having a little bit of trouble dealing with these coordinated, aggressive pushes, especially on the B side. They move him over to A. They put him in some good positions where he can start getting some frags. He does a nice job in middle. He gets undetected there that one time, gets the free op shot onto Khalil. He's doing a lot of nice stuff, and once he gets that ops in his hands, he's so nasty to deal with.
Well,
he's map positioning. I just wanted to point out, we were talking about the turret play there from Fury, and we're like, well, he knows how to just dip dive and dodge around all of those little areas that he doesn't need to be, and he doesn't want to be caught out. So I think that's something to show that the map knowledge here, even though Sentinels haven't played this in a while, is still coming out strong.
6-6, we are deadlocked even. Coming out of the first half, we dive into the second half, going back over to DDK and Sean Garris to see how it all plays out.
Thank you so much, Dash. Absolutely. What a match so far. Without TenZ, Sean, without TenZ, I fear what would have happened to Sentinels in that first half. But they rally it back 6-6 as we swap sides.
It's truly the crown jewel of NA after that half, right? But look at this. Oh, my goodness, Dan. We have a mid collapse from Furia and mid gathering at top mid from Sentinels. There's going to be a bloodbath.
And we get a trade on to Mr. TenZ straight away, but here comes Xand down cat, and he looks like he's hungry to push the issue all the way. The dash is able to help him survive, and backing away is difficult. Does have support here, but that cage from Dapper enabled him to isolate Xan there, so that's just Dapper with those Cypher things. But still, 3 versus 3 on the reset with over a minute to go. Sentinels have plenty of time to figure this one out.
Dan, is that an Astra with a Sheriff on a pistol round? Mazen is such a Chad. I love that. I love that. Sentinel's regrouping for the A hit here. And this is actually a great setup from Fury. They have the Sage in the site, QCK making first contact. And I mentioned Mazen on catwalk. He's going to be quick there to rotate.
QCK. Oh, that's some good tagging. Mazen unable to find the finishing blows, though. And QCK, unfortunately for Fury, goes down very quickly on the site. I don't believe they broke the door, actually, so this will be pretty easy and telegraph. They're just going to swing to win here, Furia, and this is very, very tough. All these peaks coming through. There's just one left, though. But a huge health advantage for Zoms, and Mazen, oh my goodness, he somehow finds that one with the headshot. Unbelievable. Zoms had so many advantages, Sean.
Oh my goodness. He had the frenzy too, Dan. All he needed to do was connect a bullet or two. But that Chad Sheriff, it comes up so big.
You called it.
That's incredible that he clutches that round. Fury has both pistols in this game, Dan.
Look at that Brazilian confidence.
They are a live dog right now in this matchup. They look like they could take this.
Yeah, it is sometimes hard to beat the Brazilian confidence, the Brazilian fire, the passion.
Yes, we both knew it's coming. Eventually, this scene is going to be incredible and just demolish everyone.
Yep.
It's coming.
Absolutely.
One of these tournaments.
And hey, I mean, that sharp shooting with the Sheriff from Mazen may have been the reason for the tag pause here.
Yes, I would probably break a monitor.
Absolutely. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, as we were discussing previously, we have more of a moment to go into some of these details here. We do have changes for Sentinels. You know, there are the rumors that Shaz will be on Sova, predominantly, in fact. I think all except Split, where he might be playing Sky, and so that's one big change. And we haven't seen much data on this team, so it's hard to know where they're at, even though they're such a top dog.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Shaz always played a little bit of Sova, right? Never a lot before Tens joined the team, right? He was always playing Jett. He even dabbled with a little bit of Reyna before Tens joined the team. But ever since Tens joined, he's recognized the fact that he's the in-game leader. He has this star player, this special player on his team that should be on the star duelist role. Shaz, selflessly gave that up, and he's now taking on the Sova role. He's way behind as far as practice goes compared to the other Sovas, but I think he does a great job of finding new arrows and, making sure he's getting the ult economy going like a lot of the other top Sovas are doing in the scene.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it starts to flow as they get deeper into the tournament, because I think that's at least the assumption I think most of us have. There's going to be a lot of games that we should probably be seeing from Sentinels, but getting back into the game a little bit and talking somewhat about Furia.
Sure.
They've got the Sage, and we've seen that the Sage catwall and defense come in vogue, and so that's going to be, I think, a point of contention that should be quite interesting and dynamic that I'm looking forward to here for this matchup. Is there any points around that you think is particularly interesting for you?
Yeah, I'm literally smiling because I was thinking about the Sage right now. I was thinking about all the innovative things that they did on the attack side, right? I say innovative lightly. We've seen all these things before, but the wall at tree where, QCK was able to peek over that, get the frag at window. The wall at A main, where peeking over the Nebula at A main, gets the frag onto Raptors. There's so many of these little quirky walls that gifted frags to either him or his teammates, the one in B main. How are we going to see that happen on defense right now? Because now, he can control the flow of a round. So I guarantee you there's a lot of trick walls we have coming our way. But right now we have a super heavy mid setup with 3 players, one that we mentioned, that Sage, and an alarm bot between them.
Yes, and we don't have a drone from Shazam around market, so I don't think we're going to see that kind of drone take it. They're all grouped up, though, looking to go together, I would imagine. But Furia, as you noted, a lot of mid presence. Not the team spotting anything just yet. Both teams wanting to see what the other team is going to do in terms of first action.
Yeah, this is a terrifying setup, actually. I would be willing to bet this is a bit of a counter. Maybe Furia has a read that Sentinels likes to clear out mid on these rounds and then go into a site hit, right? Trying to pull a rotation into mid. They like to break this alarm bot, and that's why they put the alarm bot in the middle. It's a bait. They're trying to actually force Sentinels into this bait setup.
And the last thing you want to do against Sentinels in a round like this, where you've picked up that pistol, is give them the opportunity to pop off with the Marshal or the Sheriff, and give them that long-range damage. That's how they get into this round. So you can see that's being completely denied. A mid-round or even late-round drone comes through. That gives a lot of information to Furia to help them understand how to position. But with that said, rotation is looking like it's coming here for Sentinels through to Cat.
What a read, too, because if you look at this, the Astra is solo in A Raptors. This site is definitely going to be lost. The plant will certainly go down. And there's going to be a 5-on-5 retake, Dan.
Yeah, and I mean, there should be a lot of close-range engagements for those SMGs to really pay off, but Marzen actually ahead of the Nebula here, looking to find some early damage. Knows where the spike's being planted, can call out the gen plant. There's a whiff, though. Or did he get to... Actually, no, he got tagged. Who am I kidding? It's Tens, of course. You can see the pressure coming through now as they set up the retake. Oh, that's a huge wall, and that is going to trigger 4 kills in quick succession from Furia, and there's no response because there's a big fat wall in the way. Zombs, though, finding his time. They don't know where he is, but there are plenty of players to cover every eventuality. What a setup from Furia.
What a setup. It's actually incredible. The walls from QCK have won so many rounds for Furia. This Sage has been pivotal to the success, and that's something you rarely say when you watch these pro games of Valorant. The Sage just seems to be a support player. They do a little bit of here, a little bit of there. This is like very impactful walls we're seeing out of QCK in this match.
And it gives them that prime gaming flawless, and that's so important. We also saw Furia capitalizing quite well off of the first pistol in the first half as well, and just playing out these anti-ecos really effectively. That's always a very good sign as we go into this next round.
And look at the difference here. So Marzen as an Astra, unlike Zombs, is aggressively peeking into A main, right? He has this info. He's forcing people to take this line from him with abilities. So that's a piece of utility Sentinels will need to expend to push him off that angle, to force more of a rotate into this A site, because otherwise we're still dealing with the triangle setup on mid.
Trailblazer coming through into mid to spot information, but that gets shut down. So not a lot of info garnered from that one. Here comes the clearance. That's a fantastic shock dart. There's that defensive reaction with the Ice Orb. Xan able to get out of position as well. So a minute left, and this is good information, good clearance of utility from Sentinel so far.
Yeah, this is a great job by Sentinels. They've completely broken up that mid setup, and they've wasted all the utility on those players. But now they're going right into the stack, Dan.
And but Marzen able to take down Tens. You knew that he had a weak opponent, but it doesn't seem to matter too much. Sentinel's doing a great job in dealing the damage. They're going to have a spike plant here, but still 2 players left alive. Spectres, though, for Khalil and then ZR in the retake. And I believe the door is down, so they only have to look at Rafters right now. Sentinels have all the information. That's some quick information there. Seeing, hearing who shot the dart as it came through. As they edge their way forward, but lacking health, lacking utility. Need that first kill, and it's not going to be given. It's 6 first kill instead, and the second for the triple. And Sentinels, beautiful round, really.
Yes.
Such a great mid-round to late-round play.
It's crazy, Dan, because they actually got outplayed on this round by Fury. We saw that same 1-3-1 setup. 1 on A, 3 in mid, 1 on B, right? And Sentinels prodded into mid so slowly. They worked their way into that triangle setup. They wasted all that utility. But Furia, it's almost as if they knew that once they got pushed off, Sentinels would go into the A hit. They were trying to pull them off of the A site. And Furia read that perfectly. They stacked A ahead of time.
Well, we have Xan now on the operator for the first time here on the defensive side, looking to gain control around mid.
Ooh, Zom's gonna peek. Zoms.
Gotta be careful. That's gonna take... Oh, actually Xan gets tagged by the drone as well. And then, oh, look how quick they are behind that. Straight up into market with the Seekers. Sick looking for the entries. Catches Khalil without the gun in hand. They're so quick. Xan, though, still on the site. Still with the operator. Rotation's coming in, and they're trying to slow this one down. Fury are trying to slow it down, and the Cosmic Divide, that might slow it down enough to allow the rotation to come in to help. Reaction though.
Either that or it's created a prison for these B players, Dan, because now they're trapped behind their own Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, not a good look, and you know that they are completely boxed in, so there goes the spike all the way to the A site. So you like the idea, well, the idea is cool, the reactive Cosmic Divide to buy time, but after those 2 kills in spawn from Sentinels, it just fell apart. But can they keep the operator alive? That's the mission right now, but Zan walks straight into it. They were never letting him out of that cage.
Dear God, Dan, the amount of utility that hit Xan that round was incredible. It was insane. He got hit by what? I'm going in reverse here. A Trailblazer, a Nova Pulse, a Gravity Well, a Seeker.
Got tagged by the drone as well.
Tagged by the drone as well. I mean, what a round. The Initiators just tore this man up.
Yeah, the timing was so fast from Sentinels. They just, you could see that they were caught completely off guard. Khalil just holding util by the boathouse there. So yeah, really problematic, but 8-8, we're all tied up, and it will be an eco for Furia. That round broke their economy. And we've got a fast B movement from Sentinels. And speaking of catching people off guard, actually, it looks like Zap out of timing. Oh no, Khalil finds one as well. They can't capitalize. Sick tries to trade. Khalil!
Through the cloud burst in.
How dare he?
Woo!
That is crazy.
2 on 4 now in Furia's favor. Now they don't have a lot of guns to work with, but Khalil has, he's farmed this lockdown.
Absolutely bodacious plays from Furia on the defense now. Sentinels have to recover that spike. They've got no other options.
I mean, I don't even know what you do if you're Sentinels right now. They have to get a frag. Maybe Shaz can pop a blind Hunter's Fury, or maybe he can get a little bit of info.
They managed to grab it at least. It's 50 seconds. I mean, the problem is that Furia, they have to assume that Furia has pushed other parts of the map.
Yeah, but the first mission here in this type of scenario, Dan, is get the spike with a lot of time on the clock. And the reason being is you have to allow that seed of doubt to form in the defense's mind. They have to think that you fell back. And that's just not happening because, as you mentioned, the Furious
well,
the Asher's top mid, but the frags are all going Sentinel's way.
They've actually now, they forced their way into advantage now. This is, officially they have advantage now. 2 versus 2, better weapons on the afterplan. Here comes QCK. The cheeky shot's not working out for him or his teammates, but Marzen could perhaps change the story. Or maybe not, it's been spotted now, so this is very tough. However, Shazam is 1 bullet away. But is he ever peeking? He doesn't have to. He's playing a setup that his Zombs will take first contact and then Shazam can peek. It's a simple, tried and tested setup, and Zombs is going to absolutely destroy Marzen. What a recovery. Was that 2 versus 4? I think it was.
It was indeed a 2 on 4. Another scenario where Furia has an advantage of players, and they're not playing those situations correctly. They have very, very good early round setups, utility traps, but once Sentinel slows down these mid rounds and gets them to make decisions without their utility, decisions without a plan ahead of time, Sentinels has come up big in all of those scenarios so far.
Yeah, a team with unlimited clutch. But we have the operator back in hand for Xand. He's looking for that mid jump peak. And he will get tagged, unfortunately, and unable to hold that position any longer. And in the meantime, Sentinels taking some space towards B main. Furia win A main control once again. Trailblazer goes down, looking for info outside of B main into the B site. There's that cat wall as well.
Yeah, and Sentinels has taken B main. They're trying to force the Sova to rotate over to B to help out Killjoy. They've done that. They have done their goal, and now they will go back to A main and try to take this engagement. This is a very dangerous situation for Marzen because of all of this initiator utility.
And with that wall still up, it gives Fury an easy understanding that they don't have to look towards cat just yet. There comes out Hunter's Fury, the flash as well to Marzen, but he's totally fine. Dodges the Hunter's Fury. Very nice. Seekers come through from Sentinels to try to entry into the site here. And looks like they may be to push things back, but there's Xand. Oh, he doesn't get one. That's crazy. Very unfortunate there for Xand and Furia. Sentinels start to spill into the site, and there goes the spike planting as well. And they've got a great hold here. This is going to take a lot from Furia, but they are just losing absolutely everybody. Look at Shazam go. and Sentinels will shut it down. And that's a huge round to win. That's where you want to see Furia come back into it.
Yeah, and that's just one of those classic veteran rounds, right? You can feel it all throughout the round. The trip is set up over at A. They're trying to fight a little bit for mid control, but they're really, really pushing back B main. They're fighting for the orb. They're trying to filter rotations into this B site. And once they feel like you don't have the info at B, and they've almost forced in their minds a theoretical second player B, they're going to hit A. And they did. They used both of the initiator ults. The Hunter's Fury comes out, takes out quick. The Seekers come out, find Mazen. And the site just falls so quickly at that point. That was a fantastic round by Sentinels.
Yeah, it truly was. I mean, we're seeing a lot of great stuff from Furia, but certainly the experience of Sentinels is shining through at the moment. And I think for the sake of context, it is worth mentioning that for Furia to have a solid chance of winning this series, their best chance, they have to win the first map. Going into the second map, you would have them at a big disadvantage, as in general, we see that permaban being bind, but Breeze is a map that they don't tend to play too much in general. So this is certainly going to be a better look for them than their average Breeze game.
Yes.
So we'll have to see what happens when we get to Breeze. But from what we know and understand right now, there's a lot of pressure on this one for them.
Exactly. I hate to look ahead, but yeah, like you mentioned, they haven't played Breeze since, I think it was August. It's been a long time. So we still have a lot of rounds here to play, though. 10-8, Sentinels in the lead. But they finally have this economic advantage, the round advantage, and you have to feel like all of the momentum has shifted into their favor at this point.
I totally agree with you. And so do quite well off of these pistols previously. See if they can do it again, although they can close that one. Oh, Sentinels. I was going to say they're playing that kind of very passive anti-eco setup in the early round. And there we go, we get a catch. Mazen goes down towards A main.
And this stand is just, this is what happens when you run a default, right? And what I mean by that is Zomz has done this every round. He's played super passive around A. I even pointed out earlier, he gave up A main control, right? Mazen's kind of wondering in the back of his head, can I just push through this? Is anyone here? I mean, you would hate to go through the whole match and have there be no one there when you look back at the VOD. So he tests it out here, gets burned, and now look at this 3-on-5. Shaz runs.
Wow.
What?
He just doesn't give a damn.
Spike planted.
Doesn't give a damn, Shazam. The man through the smoke, but it's going to be tough to get some damage from this one. Sentinels, they saw the Brazilian confidence and they're meeting it with some of their own. It's a nice little frag at the end of it. And if we're going to get a comeback from Furia, well, we've got 4 ultimates. They're ahead on the ultimate economy. And so if it's going to happen, it has to be now. Sentinels on 11. This is now Furia's best chance to get back into this ascent.
Yeah, and I think they really need Xan to come up big. He had a lot of key moments in that first half where he was creating space, getting some first bloods on some of those rounds in the first half, but he has been absent in this second half. He's having some of the same struggles we saw Tens have. But I will give credit to Sentinels. Their initiators and the utility they have used across the map has helped that tremendously.
Yeah, we can see that. We've got Sage there, QCK in market. 3 players here, quick to a response on the defense for Furia. Oh, Xander's in a dodgy position. Oh, they'll shoot out the Trailblazer for him so he can get the pick on the Dapper. Beautiful early setup there from Furia. There goes that wall in mid. What does that tell Sentinels? They're starting to rotate very quickly to Catwalk.
Yeah, what it tells them is that Sage was mid. She wants to rotate as quick as possible to B to help the teammates out, so they know 3 people are B. They're trying to quickly come into this A site. There's the tree smoke going down. 2 by A main. Getting slowed down, Dan.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury comes in too, trying to catch them going through toward tree, but 50 seconds, there's actually a lot of time for Sentinel still. They walk through. Oh, the angle from Khalil is great, and Marston's there to back it up. It's Tens on the other side of it, though. And it's just Tens and Zoms. They're split. 1 A main, 1 Catwalk, and time is against them now. 40 seconds to go. A full rotation from the defense of Furia on this A site. They don't have to give anything here. They can force Sentinels to go deep, but Xan wants to take control of this one. But there's still Tens, and he has a Blade Storm. Again, not much time there. Tens needs to get the action. And they're going to give it to him, and he's going to get caught by NCR. Beautiful finish there from Furia. we said they had to win the round. They do so only expending one of their ultimates. So they're still in good stead moving forward.
4 people alive. The operator remains in Xan's hands. That is the perfect round if you're looking for Fury to win this game. Sentinels has a lot of money to work with, though, Dan. They're going to be able to buy this round and potentially another round after this due to the Bladestorm on 10s. So Fury has their work cut out for them right now. They're going to need to string together rounds. And Sentinels, they're spreading out in this base default, and Xan's going to get aggressive on B again.
Can he find anything? Oh, we know that Dapper wants to do it. Waiting as long as he could, hoping that Dapper would peek behind that Trailblazer, but no. Dapper knows better. And there goes the drone. And Dapper's going to try to deal with that one. Everybody else evacuates. And we'll get a fast rotation from Sentinels towards A main. A main has been Marsden's territory, and they'll hear the pickup of the ultimate orb.
Yeah, and meanwhile, QCK is taking control. B main walled and is on the wall. All of the info, Dan. The stack is coming into A right now.
And this is going to be a tough one. The Cosmic Divide will block off that Raptors position. That will commit players from Fury to drop through. And you can see the Sentinels are beyond the angle. They're able to defend, but the lineup comes through. But Marsden only able to find one from that one. And now Furia, they're in so much trouble here. They're in so much trouble. Do they try to commit the weapons into this one? Will they have enough for another operator? I don't know. They need an argument to go forward. They need somebody to give them something for them to want to commit their entire weaponry into this site. But I don't think that's happening right now, Sean.
Oh no, with Dapper in this corner right now, are they going to clear this? He peeks out. That's the info, Den. This might be the in that you were talking about.
Looking for the angle, but if there's a man that knows this angle, it's Dapper. Trying to tease him out here, but he's so patient. And just continuation spray. He expects a trade fragger to come forward. And they are committing at least one extra, well, 2 extra guns there. Xan will escape with that operator, but 12 rounds for Sentinels coming up.
Yeah, and I mean, not many teams in Valorant have come back against the leading Sentinels team, Dan. This is a graveyard of losers. Not many teams successful when Sentinels hits this 12th round. So Furia has their work cut out for them, but you mentioned it before, they have some ults to work with. The Res is there, the Bladestorm is there, they have an operator, the Lockdown's there, the Cosmic Divide's there. They have so many things to work with, right? Yes. So 3 rounds is not out of the question. This is not an impossible comeback for Furia right here. And they have the alarm bot deeper into mid now. That tells me Furia isn't going to play aggressive here this round.
And they swap Sage QCK back to A main as well, so they move QCK around a lot. Looking for aggressive A main control. They could find Zombs here. Antituri gets unleashed.
It's a blind ult onto the Killjoy connector, and she dodges everything. Zom's getting pushed A main. There's a trip protecting him, but he's out. This is a fast mid B split, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. That wall on A main, that means nothing, and it's going to be all down to NZR trying to defend, trying to get ahead of this one. Tens is around the corner of that Bladestorm, but in comes Xan as well, and trying to capitalize, just use some element of surprise to his advantage, but Jet diffed by Tens. Marsden and QCK remaining. There goes the res. Oh, Khalil will be not able to get up there. Shazam with the punish, and it's looking like Sentinels are about to pick up map 1 of this series. All that stands in their way now is Marsden, and that Cosmic Divide is going to be somewhat helpful, but there's so many players here. There's that quick pop flash, and actually Sig flashes himself, but doesn't matter. Shazam, the fearless leader of Sentinels, will take it over the line for his side. It was a noble effort by Furia, but we needed just a little bit more.
Yeah, that was an incredible showing by Furia. I thought they looked like the better team up until maybe, 15, 16 rounds into the game. But once Sentinels got their footing, stabilized, the nerve shook off of Tens maybe, they really settled into this game, and they looked really, really solid tactically on the attack half.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Because we haven't seen Sentinels, the addition that's playing at Champions just yet. As we had mentioned previously, not much data on them. They're definitely a team that everybody's watching out for in this tournament. We have Shazam now on that Sova. We're going to see him on that role more often. And we're going to see top fragging. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, at the top of the leaderboard, an ACS of 291 on the Sova roll, ahead of Tens. Ahead of Tens, Dan.
All right, well, with that said, Sean, it is time to throw it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Valorant action shortly.
Welcome back to Champions, where Sentinels take map 1, Ascent, over Furia. And Jess, I'm going to dive straight into it. On the back half, it was all Shazam, the guy who does it all. IGL, top fracker, top ACS. What's going on?
You know what? He's also got the highest economic rating throughout the entire map. He got 1 4K, 1 3K, 1 2K. I mean, the man did everything. Everything that an analyst ever wants to look at on the stats, he was like, I'm going to do this, 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 and this, and I have more to break down than I ever got time.
I mean, it started early on here. He was a part of that odd man retake on the first half that was part of the kind of momentum swing during that attacker side. You know, it was a 5-0 start for Furia, and then he's able to kind of get his team in the right place. They come from odd angles onto that B retake, and they start to change the ball, the way the ball is rolling in that round.
And while we celebrate Shazam, and rightfully so, I also just want to mention Khalil on the other side. We highlighted him before the series even began. On the KJ of all things, himself top fragging for the team and almost keeping his team in it and carrying them over the line. But again, Shaz, Tens, the two of them were finding the kills here, particularly on the back half.
Yeah, the back half was where I really felt that Sentinels caught their form. You heard the boys on the casting desk turn around and go, that looked shaky at the beginning. I mean, this is a Furia map pick, so we do expect that Furia should be the ones leading the charge. And in the first half, we didn't really know which way it was going to go, but we know, and social media is the key to this, a lot of the Sentinel guys said they're a little bit nervous. Fair enough, no problems, come in, shake off the nerves, and they were able to lock out that map 1 win.
For me, one of the biggest turning points, while it is smack dab in the middle of 5-round wins for Sentinels, it's going to be that round number 17, the 2v4 turnaround. I was writing some notes, and I even quoted DDK, the bodacious round 17 from Furia. And then, boom, it just whips around in favor of Sentinels there, having the guns, of course, in their favor. But to win that 2v4, I think, is what kind of accelerated them and gave them that extra little bit to just kind of go right over the edge.
Yeah, you were kind of seeing a little bit of funny stuff here from Furia. You're seeing the Marshall out of Khalil, something he's not typically known for, frankly. And he landed a couple really nasty shots there, one through the smoke with it. That set them up really nicely. But this is what the Sentinels are so good at, the recovery, the patience. They hold angles so well. They're so disciplined. They wait for the right moments, and you heard the guys on the cast talking about it, that, you know, they kind of are trying to bait Furia into a bad situation. They never bite, but it doesn't matter. The better guns, the better positioning, the better firepower comes through.
We'll be back to talk in just a bit, but for now, we're going to head over to High Pocket, the Telestrator, see what he's got for us.
Thanks so much, Dash. And actually, I want to talk about one of these early rounds on from Fury, a very, very fast hit onto B site. And I think a byproduct of the pace that Fury started off with in their attacking half at least. And really how quickly, things kind of spiraled out of control. I mean, we start off initially, the setup from Sentinels is kind of covering the entire map. We're obviously looking for that total map control. As you see on the mini-map here, it's initially a stack of 3 towards A, Tripwire in mid, and 2 members, Tens being one of them over towards the B side with that operator. And was willing to play through again the setup initially very heavy lean from Fury over towards B. Things start off, pretty normally, honestly. The Owl drone comes through mid. As we see, it will deal with the trap wires, was noted in the cast there, and that's actually the green light, I guess, for this rotation to come through. Now, what's interesting to happen after this, Tens actually looks to, I guess, a little curious in towards B main with the operator. An unfortunate miss here, but the crucial thing being here, so what's a mystery from Sentinels? They lean forwards here looking for this pick, again, ahead of the execution. Tens, unfortunately, doesn't get back to cover with this dash and able to close the distance here. Now, it gets interesting. You can see just on the side of the screen here, the Hunter's Fury comes through. On the X-ray, we did see the wall up through the window as well. Now, there's literally no fallback. There's no contingency on the back of this setup on defense here. And the other thing that gets thrown through, this Cosmic Divide. Dapper actually swings ahead of it here just to try and get a kill. He's isolated as well. At this point here, the setup, within 15 seconds, this round is completely ripped back from initially Sentinels, like I said, looking for total map control with a utility setup and where they have people positioned. And I think a really good personality piece for Furia, which, regionally we talk about how aggressive some of these teams are, but it's the coordination as part of this here. Again, just a little touch there with the updraft behind the Cosmic Divide, makes it very difficult for Sick to fight his way back in. And I think a really interesting round, like I said, is a byproduct of that early aggression we saw from Furia. Unfortunately, I think things kind of slowed down after that, but this is a really good example of how these pacey hits are so well put together. Back to Dash.
Thank you so much, Hyplock. Great to see the heat that Furia came in with, but I'll reiterate part of what he said. Unfortunately, it petered out there near the end, and on their own map pick, that's where you would really look for them to lock it up in much the same way the Team Secret did to give us what was a very interesting first series of the day. And so I'm a little tentative, I'm a little scared for a team like Furia as we look towards Breeze as the next map where Sentinels has historically looked fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do against Tens on this map. He's just so filthy. Again, you see it with the Marshals, you see it with the Operators. These are guns that are so key on Breeze. Even with some of the angles that are cut off from the Viper utility and things like that, there's still a lot of space that you have to operate with. And so that's why I really look to, are we going to see kind of a response with the snipers from Furia?
Yeah, whatever you throw back at the side of sort of Sentinels and at 10 specifically, because we're going to a map where we expect him to be the space maker. Whatever you throw at him, it has to be good. Unfortunately, I also think it's going to have to be in numbers. And that's a big map to have to draw numbers across one side of the map or the other. So that's my problem with that. You're going to have to commit. Once you commit and you start losing bodies, they hit the ground. What do you do? What's the redundancy? Things will topple. That's a snowball, and we're not on Icebox, baby. We're going to be hitting the hot Breeze.
Yeah, we saw that a lot in Series 1. It was a 4-1 split, defensively. Of course, it's Sentinels who's going to be on the defensive side to kick things off, but we're also going to take a look at how the players are warming themselves up for this second map of the series with our aim lab pre-match shoot-around mechanics that I wish I had. Shaz, the top fragger, making sure he stays warm with those fingers so he can keep clicking heads, and I wonder, too, how Tens is doing in that firing range, because, again, we talked about him on Breeze, possibly the best Breeze player in the world, when he even has a Marshal in hand.
Yeah, he controls space so well with any gun that he has in his hand, and then you get the Blade Storms as well to add on to it, right? He's got so many abilities, so many, assuming he's playing Jet. He sometimes doesn't, right? Sometimes you will see Shazam or somebody else play it, but I feel like I'm pretty sure he's playing Jet, so that's kind of where I'm going with it. But, it's that pinpoint accurate, utility and guns that he's so unbelievable with.
Do you want to know how accurate the man is?
I would love this.
You know what? We're going to do a guessing game.
Oh, boy.
Guess on attack in the past 2 times they've played this map. Tens is ACS. I'll even let you within a range.
320.
320?
I'll go 340.
400 and wait, 454.
No.
Oh,
You're just making stuff up, right?
Yeah, I'm just getting on the desk and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to be a Tens fangirl. That's what's up. 454 54 in the past 2 matches. That's on attack. We know that's where he's going to reign supreme. You're a little bit closer on defense.
That's
it's
gross.
390.
That's just gross.
But that's
okay, well, they start on defense, so 390, maybe that's surmountable. I don't know. As we get a reminder here as we jump to the giant AR map, we've mentioned this before, but it is a key factor when it comes to Breeze, the open space. Sentinels on defense. We'll see if Furia maybe going back to some of that pace setting that Hypoc was just illustrating to us on the telestrator. We saw Gambit with some explosiveness on site takes, able to get the plant in 12 out of 12 rounds and defend it every single time. I gotta wonder if Furia is capable of something similar. I obviously don't expect a 12-0, but can they get onto the site? Can they start picking apart Sentinels and really spread the map out?
Yeah, I'd like to see them be a little bit more measured with their aggression, get a little bit more information, find out where TenZ is, where those snipers are, and see if you can play around it. Now, that doesn't mean a lot because behind TenZ, of course, is an unbelievably disgusting team. I mean, we've talked about him all day, but Zoms was great on that last match. Dapper was one of the big parts of their turnaround. Shazam, of course, is just, you know, he had the highest ACS. All of it across the board behind TenZ is so important.
No Killjoy? Okay, I was about to turn around and say, what can Furia do? Maybe hit the flanks up because they usually run a Killjoy instead of the Cypher. And Dapper goes, shut up, Jess, please. I have my flanks covered. You don't need to worry, girlfriend. It's all good. So I now have nothing to pick apart about this composition.
Yeah, it's that Cypher Viper combo that we have seen to great success before. Of course, it's just your pick. Which of the Sentinels do you like to see? So for Khalil, he's going to stick to that KJ, what he was finding individual success on in map number 1. We'll see if he can continue to be a difference maker for the squad and maybe give them a map win here and push us to that third and final. But they've got a lot of work to do, and as you mentioned, it's going to have to start on the attacking half. We'll see if they can kind of have that measured aggression that they need to start really bringing it to Sentinels.
Yeah, and I think one of the stylistic differences that's going to come into play here is the Killjoy, because that gives you an extra layer of post-plant utility on the attacker side with the nano swarms. So for this, you know, again, we talk about it already. I'm just kind of reinforcing the point of how important this attacker side is. And also, they haven't played this map in a long time. And when the last time they played it, attacker side was where they got their bread and butter done. They still lost to Keystars, but it's all about the attacker side here.
I mean, that's where most teams get their bread and butter done on Breeze, you know what I mean? They hit the attacking half strong, they go sit in their little lawn chair, whatever you guys call it, the beach chair. I come from Australia, so we got different funky words for everything. And, you know, under the palm trees and sit it nicely. But for those wondering, at least in the past couple of times Sentinels have played this, they have a pretty good split on both attack and defense. Yes, slightly a sort of attacking sided, but even in their last 2 games, they actually fared better on their defense. Comes out of starting side sometimes, of course, so it's going to skew it, but that doesn't mean that we can't look towards those stats and go, hang on, they might do good on both halves.
Well, it's going to be an uphill battle for Furia if they want to take us to a map 3 on Sentinel's choice. It's Breeze. Can they make it happen? DDK, Sean, over to you.
Can they make it happen? That's a great question, Dash. Again, we kind of set it up previously. Breeze, it's not necessarily the look for Furia that you would expect to have them find success against Sentinels on, but hey, man, there's been a lot of time to prep, so we'll see.
7-map map pool, so you got to be good at 6 of them now, Dan, because you only get 1 ban. You only get 1 ban, and this is the triple elbow push coming out of Sentinels. So rare. They could have the option to go into mid where they would meet Xand. Right? I'm curious to see how Mazen is going to play this Sky over here at Elbow. The coordination between Xand and Mazen is really going to affect how this round plays out.
Yeah, will they be ready for the aggression? TenZ creeping down mid, gets a couple of spots, the damage comes through. It's Xand though to take down Dapper. Can he find anything else? TenZ still out there looking for the damage, and he will get it off of the distraction. And that's a good start, ultimately, here for TenZ, because, I mean, they're looking for that information. Gonna get it. Keep the pressure on. 3 versus 4 now for Sentinels, as we see Furia beginning to move behind the wall towards that A site. You got Soms there as well, right behind that wall, and he's certainly ready to try to punish this one. Oh, he takes critical damage. TenZ, though. Oh, that looked painful from a distance. Comes TenZ once again with the Sheriff. He's everywhere.
But look at this, Dan. Mazen is telling his team to come back over to this B site. You know, NCR is a little bit skeptical that there could have been a player that pushed mid, so moving at a snail's pace right now, but this B site is completely open. He has all the time in the world. The spike will go down. We'll be in a 2-on-3. And judging by the look of Mazren, he might take an aggressive ground on defender spawn, which would lead me to believe NZR is going to plant aggressively as well. This could get interesting.
Yeah, because they have to assume a rotation's coming from the defenders by now, so not seeing anyone in spawn is a good tell for Furia for this post-spawn. Oh no, caught out in the open. It's all on Marzen. He at least has a ghost, so has more range to play with, but the wall comes through. Oh wow, it's tagged immediately. Quick pop flash through. It's going to see 2 players, but there's nothing that you can do about it.
No flash for 30 seconds, Dan. There's no time.
Just touches the wall, and he's already down to 6 HP, and there is the defuse. You're absolutely right, Sentinels, very well done. Off of the mid pressure, that was a very tenuous scenario for Furia to try to contend with.
Yeah, that's a very difficult scenario for Furia to deal with. I don't really see very often 3 players pushing out of elbow on B site, right? This was always designed to shut down any mid-aggression. So unlike, you know, the first map, Dan, which was Furia's choice, we now have Sentinels finally winning a pistol.
I got there, Ozzy.
That's a very good point.
Oof. Oh, look at this. We have another mid-stack here, and based on the spacing, this is going to be an A split, but it won't even get there.
They've got the force coming through as well. It's the Sheriff to kick things off here for QCK. Furia, 5 versus 4, but Dapper, don't think they expect him here. Dapper could come out huge. Multiple players there. There he goes for it. It's actually Dapper to take down QCK, but now they spotted him. Can't get more. Oh, well, there. He absolutely can. Exand will go down, but Marzen with the trades leaves it in a 3v2 advantage. Zoms now trying to play the element of surprise again, but Furia have players in position, and they were able to deal with everything Sentinels have thrown at them so far, but it's the hardest test last.
Indeed. 10's remaining with this Guardian in hand. Spike still not planted, just coming into the site right now. Mazin planting in that right pyramid.
That's close. Nice blow there, Mr. Guardian. 10's, oh, he can't get anything done, Mazin. That's 3 kills for Mazin. Such an important player in mid, supporting his teammates, trading out, and it was a force buy. So, Sean, yeah, Sentinels win their first pistol, but actually it kind of plays against them, doesn't it?
Yeah, they don't like starting these matches off on the right foot, do they, Dan? And this was a round where it just seemed like they were trying to flex their confidence that they ended that first map in, and it bit them. It bit them real hard. They overextended into mid, and Furia hit some nutty shots to punish them. Yeah. A site was lost so quickly.
Yeah, Furia have a great sense of where to take. They understand where the map is weak.
Yes.
Quite quickly. Looks like they want to go very quick into this B site. They've got the wall up. 2 players here. Can they make the entries work for themselves? Flashes to follow as well. Still though, Sick holding with that frenzy at the backside, but surely not long for this world. So many players coming through, and indeed, it's going to be Dapper to be able to do something. Only peeling off one. It just have sneaks to the back lines, but just with the classic, will get denied. And 1 by 1, Sentinels not able to find the kills that they're looking for.
Just like that first map, 10's is just looking to get his ult orbs built up on this Marshall. It's pretty unlikely they actually, I say that, but 3 of these players can die from 1 Marshall shot, Dan. It could happen.
The wall kind of intermittently going up and down causes problems, and actually Khalil on the Killjoy, making it happen there, and that's almost a flawless, not quite, but 4 players survived, which is certainly key, because of course, Sentinels, they force bought against Furia's previous force buy, and the force buy wars have been won by Furia.
I feel like I'm in some kind of force buy inception. Just everyone's force buying.
You know it.
Now, how does Sentinels approach this gun round, Dan? Because we have seen them play so aggressive in middle, and this is different, because now we have Shazam by the close A mid doors, we have Zoms locking down this A site, but again, we have Sick playing a bit aggressive over on B with a Sentinel player in Dapper. Very interesting combo. Fall back. This is such a different look from Sentinels, who typically had Zoms nesting in this B site, and they allowed Dapper to play Killjoy, actually, and play the A site. Such a different look that Furia is dealing with. They're trying to scout out the map, just get a feel for things, see how Sentinels are set up. You can see this is now going to be shifted towards the B site. So Viper has clung onto that wall, and you can see QCK is going to make his way over to B, where he's going to put that wall up. I'm curious if he does the same one as last round, Dan, or if he goes through that half.
I've got your trail.
It is. Yeah. It's the same one.
And they're the Seekers as well. That's going to help them discover exactly where these defenders are. 2 on the sides. After playing close to the pillar, wants to try to get these forward kills, and will be stuck in the snake bite there, unfortunately for him. And backside 6 going to go down. Another good execute comes through from Furia. The Viper's Pit comes in, but TenZ, he tries to get ahead of it. But again, look at all the vision that's just completely gone because of the Viper's Pit. They're going to have to go into it. And TenZ looks to find a timing. Oh, he actually catches it before the spike goes down. That's a huge kill. Now time is against him. Khalil on that flank, able to pick off one more. It's up to TenZ, and TenZ just, again, is such a coin flip in the Viper's Pit, and Xan will take full advantage. 3-1 lead for Furia now.
Oh, man, I don't know what version of Sentinels we're seeing right now on the defensive side, Dan, but it's lacking all creativity and imagination. When I watch Furia come into the site, all of their utility is synergized so well with each other, right? Zan creating space with the dash, the guiding lights coming in from Mazin, the wall coming in from QCK, everything is perfect. But when you look at Sentinels, you just see, Dapper taking an individual fight at Pillar, Sick taking an individual fight over there in the corner. Everyone's taking individual fights on Sentinels, and that ended up working in the first map because their attack half bailed them out. But if they start bad here, it could be rough.
Yeah, we have, like we saw in the last anti-eco scenario for Furia, they just go for a site hit. This time it's A instead of B. Seekers are available for Sick, for Sentinels, if they want to try to go for a retake with them. They're already close here, Sentinels looking for the frags, but we have a beautiful display from Furia on this defense. Snuck around. No HP. Can he find anything? No. It's the Prime Gaming flawless coming through for Furia. And once again, Sean, just like Ascent, it's a strong start. The question is, can they keep it rolling?
Yeah, they're going to need to keep it rolling right now because this is an attack-sided map, right? Ascent, I can argue it could go either way, right? But Breeze, it's such a big spread out map that you can really abuse the rotations when you slow things down, use this Viper wall to cut off massive sight lines, and you can just bleed out the defender rotations. So being up 4-1 seems fantastic, but Sentinels could easily rally back and put them in a horrible spot to end this first half.
Oh, we might just get a straight contact through to this B site. They're just, in fact, yeah, absolutely going for it. There goes the dash. You talked about Xan being good at creating space for the team, and he's already got backside control, so they know that Sentinels are everywhere but here right now, and we're going to get a plant. And lots of util for the retake, including the Seekers available still for Sick.
Do have a lot of utility, Dan, but this is a scenario where in the past, Sentinels had a Viper wall on the B site to work with on these retakes. This retake is going to be incredibly difficult, and if Khalil pops this lockdown, that's going to make it nearly impossible.
Yeah, that toxic screen going up again. It's really difficult to deal with. Sick is making some noise there on the flank, so they know that flank is compromised. But on the front, QCK will get all the kills from backside. Beautiful stuff there. Speaking of which, Sick able to get some damage in, but there's just simply not enough left. Furia, fantastic round, great take. And abusing, as you said, the fact that the toxic screen was already in play for Sentinels on the A site early on.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Sentinels has any answer to these B hits, Dan. It looks like they're only prepared to stop A hits, which is typically where the attacks happen on Breeze. Unfortunately, you have to stop the B ones too, Dan. You got to stop them both. And this B site is under siege right now, and that's going to open up the playbook for Furia. If I'm IGLing them right now, I'm thinking, man, we could just keep going B forever. We could fake B, and they would definitely bite. And it opens up this A site in rounds like this.
And this is the thing, we've seen Fury oscillate between A and B on the anti-eco. This time, TenZ does have that Bladestorm. He will be likely coming in through the mid doors. So he wants to get that action in early and get the kills in early. We'll see if he can find something. Again, that wall obscuring vision. Will we get an updraft? There comes the updraft. TenZ able to take down one. 3 quick kills, quick succession comes through for Sentinels. And there's little response here right now from Furia. They are in a lot of trouble. And there goes the Thrifty in favor of Sentinels. And they're going to pick up a lot of guns.
Whoever wrote these scripts, Dan, it's getting old because this is like the same formula as Ascent. I feel like we're on the same formula. TenZ Bladestorm comes out, huge round from Sick, TenZ, Zombs. Everyone came up so big from Sentinels. They needed that to come back into this half.
Yeah.
We have mentioned it's an attack-sided map, but you cannot just get blown out of the water. It's not that attack-sided. And they do, Furia has a lot to work with right here. That lockdown, it doesn't have as much impact on a massive map like Breeze. But still, I have seen tons of success when Killjoys aggress into A halls and use it aggressively early round, or push up B. Use it in the middle of an execute as opposed to start the execute. Rounds like that seem very successful on Breeze. So I'm scared if I'm Sentinels right now. I'm going to probably be, resorting to, if they have a deeper gameplay than the one we've seen so far where they're taking individual fights, they're going to have to resort to that.
Yeah. No, I totally agree, and I think it is interesting in that, yes, as you say, it does look quite similar to the way the first map started in this series, but indeed, the looks on the defense are certainly, we're struggling to see hope in terms of a consistently good approach from Sentinels so far. Of course, there's still the rest of the half to play out, and we'll be kicking it off once again here. 5-2 in the lead off Furia.
This is their tried and true, right? I mean, the difference would be that Dapper's on Cypher, so now he can loan his trip over there to the Doors Lurk in Halls. So he has one trip over by Tree, by Pyramids, and now Zoms is on this B site where he'll throw the Poison Orb at B main, he'll have the retake wall ready, and actually, if you look at that, the ult comes out right off the rip over there at B.
Yeah, the response here will be very interesting. How do Furia want to handle this? But first, we have this challenge in mid. Oh, the angle for TenZ finds the perfect timing. Couldn't be better.
Couldn't be better. Yeah, that was very risky. Playing with the drone, catches the timing on Xand, who actually has the Blade Storm as well. What a huge find.
And now it's even worse, because that Viper's Pit is down on B, and it really is a question of what do we do here. And we can see them gravitating towards that B side. They do have, of course, as we can see, Marsden deep here towards Halls, takes the fight. That was a pretty good fight to take, but unfortunately, it does not go Furia's way.
Yeah, and that's actually, I believe, Shaz's first frag of the game. So he's on the board now, and the elbow lurk is on for Furia. You can see that's their Poison Orb. They get behind it. They take the angle into Nest, push Shaz off, recollect that orb, and now pushing him back a little bit more.
But again, as it's a 3 versus 5,
30 seconds
or I should say 5 versus 3 from Sentinel's perspective, they don't have to do anything crazy here. They have eyes on every position. All of that works quite nicely in this scenario. And you can see that, in fact, Fury don't have time to even do anything here. They're going to save their weapons.
Yeah, they don't have time, or they don't have the right utility to even deal with this Viper's Pit, to be honest, right? If they had the drone still on NZR, if his recon recharged a little bit earlier than it just did, if Mazen didn't lurk through halls and had a Trailblazer still or Guiding Lights, it could have been done. But in a 5-on-3, like you mentioned, you're probably better off taking those weapons in the next round. Smart choice there from Furia. They're looking at the long game here in this half. And I think, based on what we saw on the first map, that could be very impactful if they have good buys late in the half.
Yeah, totally agree. And I think this was a great fight from Mazen. You're behind, you've got no map control. You have a 1v1, that's great.
Yes.
But as we said, it doesn't go his way, and here we are. 3 to 5, I should say, on the scoreboard. Sentinels on the comeback.
Dan, this is different. These players look like they're going to go fast to the A halls, and this... Yeah, that's an early pick, though, from Sick onto QCK at the B window. They have a 0 control utility, Dan. This is about to get real scrappy at the A site.
Yeah, this is a problem. This is a really huge problem. They're looking for something to be given. Shazam doesn't have to do too much, edging his way forward, spots the Trailblazer, knows exactly where Sky has to be. There's that Trailblazer, where's that peek? It's delayed! And Xan actually takes down Shazam. The bait and switch pays off here, and they'll trigger the push into the A site. And it's just up to these gunfights now as we see Sentinels trying to hold on to the pyramids. TenZ out there, large and in charge, but not for too much longer. Xan able to take him down. 2 versus 3 for Furia, though. Still a lot of work to do. And there's another frag as Dapper goes down.
Evening things up, Dan. We're now on a 2-on-2, but this flank from Sick is so timely. NCR's on the other side of Pyramids, though. I think they have a feeling that someone is on the flank. Look, they're pushing aggressively towards Defender spawn here.
Enemy remaining.
That's a flick and a half from Zoms, leaving Xan 27 HP left. You're going to get hit by the Seeker. My God, there's nothing you can do from that spot. 4 to 5. And indeed, Sentinels making it a repeat of that first map so far, at least.
Yeah, the comeback is kind of starting to look nice here. If you're a Sentinels fan, you know, clawing back into the half. Still find themselves down 4-5, but you know, it looks like they've made that shift on their defensive half, the one that we saw on Ascent. The shift here, though, is quite different. It's a positional shift. They've moved Zoms over to this B site. I can see him right now on the minimap actually setting up his wall there. So the difference in looks has clearly affected Furia a little bit here. They're getting caught off by the timings of certain agents on different locations. So
yeah,
big adjustment coming out of Sentinels to get to this point.
Yeah, I really like that we see another timeout here coming through from Furia, because again, and speaking of adjustments, you know, in Valorant you don't get too much time to make those adjustments, and Sentinel's adjustments, switching Viper defensively over to B, that has really put Sentinels in a great spot. Without the threat to B that was previously there, without those quick pushes, without that util to deal with, Furia have nothing right now. So what do? It feels like going into A is not what they want to do against the likes of TenZ and Dapper. So is it about mid control? You know, how do they try to find the pick by pressuring mid around that mid round? That's the question for me. Like, what is the adjustment? You can't just let Sentinels have this B control, because that's what's working for them.
Yeah, it really feels like Furia had a lot of focus early on mid control, and then they'd fall back into these B hits. The B hits have slowed down a lot. They're not working as well as they were earlier in this game, but we still see this same mid control default. I see the Viper lining up a poison orb for those doors up in halls. I see Sky over here at elbow, the Jet and Sova are going for mid control. You know, Furia's sticking to the tried and true. They're working the map. This is what has worked for them thus far, and they're going to continue doing it.
Yeah, we'll get that deep poison orb there on halls as well to deny vision. Shazam's normally been the player spotting from that position. Ends with that mid-aggression, and he's going to get caught this time by NZR, so that's some revenge. 5 versus 4, it's the IGL's dream shot on the attack. You've got the whole round left to play with 1.5 minutes.
And you've taken out the player that does all the prodding and all the annoying stuff you have to worry about if you're that attacker IGL. So you can see now, you know, now that Furia knows this, they're in this man-up scenario. They've pushed back A with the Killjoy utility. They know no one's pushed there. They push back A halls with the Poison Orb. They're quickly grouping for this B hit, and they need to do it fast, because if you look at Sick on the minimap right now, he's pushing through halls. He's getting all the info. Shaz is already here at the B site, and Zoms is here as well with his wall up, with the orb there as well. This has to be explosive.
It certainly does, and they've been able to do that previously, but the snake bite stay lasts forever. It feels like that. A couple frags come through. There's the Hunter's Fury. He's going to get Zoms. Oh, you love to see that kill actually leading the fire. There's actually nowhere to stand. And they I don't know how Dapper does this, but got to be fine. The double P comes in, and it's a prime gaming flawless out of Furia at the moment when they needed it the most.
Yes, that's gorgeous. I love seeing the paired ultimates from the initiators. Right there we saw the Seekers. So the Seekers go out, there's 3 of them. They're going to find, each of them find a separate player on the defender team. And this Sova pops the Hunter's Fury, and all you need to do is just follow the Seekers. You just aim where the Seekers are going. Yeah. That just seems like an OP combo of ults.
Well, like you say, ults were used there, but we do have Blaze Storm, we've got Viper's Pit, we've got the lockdown still. I don't believe we've seen Khalil's lockdown this half yet.
No, we haven't.
Here.
Let's be on the lookout for that. You can see he's lurking in these halls right now. I've seen a lot of Killjoys use their ults up here. He's made his way to the door. Oh dear, does he put it down right here, Dan?
That's a good question. I mean, Sick has got a lot of control in mid at the moment, so...
Oh, this is very, very aggressive. The Killjoy with the lockdown in hand goes up to the trip, and there's the ult that I was referring to. So he puts the alarm bot by the trip just to secure his ult, and his teammates are going to go with this. Look, it connects perfectly to that Viper's toxin screen. Dan, this is so drilled.
Yeah, that's actually gorgeous to see. It's play out there from Furia. Shazam will get delayed just a little bit more by the Nano Swarm there towards Heaven. Sentinels waiting, trying to coordinate themselves for the retake through door, through spawn. Exan finding some good damage with those daggers, and Khalil as well gets one. Shazam picks up a double, but there's a Viper's Pit still yet to contend with, and he does not have a drone. TenZ is just going to have to go straight into it, into the Viper's Pit, and it's just TenZ now. What can he find? 3 players. Gets himself around the back, but Marzin with a very fast headshot to respond. 7-4, and it looks like we're diverging from the script of map 1 finally for Furia.
I think so. Furia busted out all of those ults you were talking about, Dan, in back-to-back rounds. 2 on the B round, 3 on this A round, and dang, did they look clean in these rounds doing so. I mean, I just want to draw attention too to that really cool aspect. The Viper drops the ult right there for that last kill. They know TenZ is lurking in the ult, so just drops the ult. Found you. Real cool right there from Furia. But this is the round where they have no ults to work with, and we've seen Sentinels have a lot of success on these rounds, and we're back to it.
Well, oh, interesting. So we'll get the picks going both ways there, one in halls, and then one towards Dapper, who's actually pushing B. So what does that tell Furia about the A setup?
This is very aggressive from Shazam. He can hear a lot of footsteps from deep in attacker spawn, where attackers typically wouldn't believe they're being heard. So I think Shaz is going to get some early comms here to his teammates, and I would expect Furia to be going into a stacked site here.
I feel like he's so on the edge of the... Okay, now he's certainly, surely, he must have heard.
Yeah, and you can even see Zoms is kind of like leaning a little bit towards B right now. But TenZ has actually left the B site. He's dashed back towards it. He used his dash to get into B.
Maybe he didn't hear him mid after all. But with that said, they still have to breach that B choke point. And it's not looking great right now because, as you say, TenZ is now in position. And they're going to go back here. QCK, oh, he catches Shazam. What does that tell them? They've got 20 seconds to plant the spike. This is a huge map, and they have to run all the way around. We've got the catch here in spawn as well. What enough does this mean if you're Sentinels? They have to work this one out. In fact, Zoms will go forward. He'll find another one, but where is the spike? 10 seconds to plant the spike. Khalil's killing absolutely everybody, but the spike has to go down. There's just enough time here to get it planted, but there might be a player there. The wall's going to drop Zoms. Oh, just not going to be able to see anything in time. There it goes. The spike is planting. Zoms can't quite find an angle on it, and there's the frag. QCK locks it in. What a crazy round. What a crazy finish to the first half. Furia, 8-4.
Whew, I can't believe it, Dan. They won one of the bleed out the clock type rounds. This is what Furia has been lacking all series long. They are massively in the driver's seat right now. 8-4 lead going into the defensive half.
Well, we want to take a quick breather. It's time to go back to the desk to talk about that half.
Thank you so much, DDK. Early on into that half, we all turned to each other and we said, what's it going to take for us to feel confident in Furia going into the back half of this map? And 8-4 was the answer, and they found it. They found it.
I mean, this was a really good half. A few key tactical mistakes in there, but otherwise, Dash, they were great.
It wasn't just the fact that they were great. You know who was very, very great? And I know that is not a phrase that I'm going to use as English pronunciation anyway, shape, or form. Khalil. I think he ended that half 14-5 on the Killjoy. The man was unstoppable. And I know we usually look to the Jets here on Breeze, but the story's being told by the Killjoy here.
Yeah, top frag map 1, top fragging so far here on map number 2 for his team. It's the flanks. It's the way that they're utilizing him. And we even saw it there in the final round there as Shaz is rotating, getting caught off guard without his gun out because Khalil is positioned phenomenally.
Yeah, this is a really new kind of wrinkle to Khalil, really giving him a little bit more free reign. The coach putting a lot of trust in their key player here to give him the ability to go for the flanks, go for the wide angles, and find members of Sentinels not aware of his positioning.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a phenomenal player. I know you went absolutely nuclear on the pre-desk about him. You're like, you gotta watch this man. He just knows how to hit everything. He's awesome. And now he's playing a little bit of a different style to what you expected, and that's giving him even more free reign to do whatever he wants. This highlight reel should be enough to tell you that not only is he able to use his utility to peak success, it's not just that, he's also able to get the shots down on. And I know you and I was talking about before the fact that Furia, they like to force force on their second round. We haven't seen it. Yeah, man. I mean, they did it, and that was successful.
Yeah, this was something that I had put down in my notes. It wasn't something we got to talk about much because they won both the pistol rounds on Ascent. Right. So there was no reason for them to force. But this is something they are very keen to do, and you can see why. Especially on the attacker side, it makes a lot of sense. This is their side. This is where they have to get their work done. They have to come through big. And there's no better way to do that than to catch the other team off guard a little bit, grabbing some bigger guns off of the opponent's anti-eco.
Now, 8-4, that does give us some confidence, but as we know, you can never count Sentinels out. They're a team that usually ramps up as time goes on, as they figure you out, and now they move themselves onto the attacking half. We're going to head back over to our casters, DDK and Sean, for the call.
And we are back into the second half. Furia, they are threatening Sentinels very much right now, Sean. 8-4. It's a huge first half, but this map is very different on the defense.
Yeah, on Sentinel's map pick nonetheless, Dan. But Sentinels, we're gearing up for a fast round here. Zombs is going to throw his Poison Orb in Halls. He's going to go Halls with Dapper. This is going to be a fast A split. 2 people are going to go up Sands. 10's picking into the site right now, though. Look, if you look at Furia, they're going to fast retake. There's 5 people here, Dan.
Oh, they might actually catch them before they get to the cross angle. And actually, that's really interesting. Maybe it benefits Tense. He's got that Sheriff in hand doing the damage, dashing back. But Furia trading quite nicely. 3 versus 3. And in fact, it's now Furia. There's one man to the good. And this is just deathmatch right now between these two teams. Oh, Ten's edging forward, gets caught in the open, and Furia pick up another pistol round. Ooh, that's 3 of 4.
Furia 3 of 4, 9-4 right now in this map, Dan. Massive economic advantage on this round. Sometimes you see teams force buy on the second round if they get the spike down. Sentinels is in a scenario right now where they would have to make a really hobbled buy if they're going to buy here. Yeah. And they're not going to do that. Yeah. They're saving here, Dan. They have a Marshal on Sick, a Sheriff on Tens, a Sheriff on Dapper, so they're making light purchases here. But we could potentially be looking at a 10-4 scoreline here.
And we've got the Toxic screen set up on B for Furia to defend with. I really like that, actually.
They've shifted it over a little bit to the right so that way it fully blocks all the way into mid and leaves the gap along the back wall of B. That's very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great spot there. Someone's creeping forward. And Fury don't have to do anything fancy here.
Ooh, Dapper has a great timing right now at B elbow. Dan, he went right by the Trailblazer. Ooh, but he doesn't take it. He falls back. And meanwhile in Halls, big presence being made by Zombs. He gets taken out by the double damage shock dart. Brutal.
And there we go. Some of the numbers whittled away for Sentinels. So there is certainly strength in numbers when you're in a buy that is disadvantageous like this. But Sad has got a good timing. It's a good lick of damage there onto Sick as well. And has that forward position, just shutting down the choke point. Such a difficult player to deal with in a scenario like this. Oh my god, he's insane, but Sick is just as insane. What a shot. Okay, Sick, we'll try to reset. There's 20 seconds to go. They're in hot pursuit of Sick here. They really want to take him down.
Dear. Yeah, Sick needs to die. Yeah, they might purposely let him live. Left. You can see they're running away. They want him to save this Marshal. He can't make it to the site.
Oh dear.
Oh no, Dan. This is a disaster, and this is so well played by Furia to make him save this Marshal. He just wants someone to kill him.
And there it was all along the turret.
Oh, he doesn't get it, Dano! It's tragic.
It's so funny as well because the call definitely came. QCK looked hungry for that one. It was in hot pursuit, but yeah, great call there to force him to survive. The shame, the embarrassment, but more so the lack of money. I don't know how that works. I thought that had to be a no-scope.
Yeah.
But he somehow scoped in on that one.
Yeah.
I don't understand how that works,
that was crazy.
His reward is to keep the Marshal for another round, so.
Oh my god, another interesting, unique wall here at the B side, but this is an all-out mid-aggression on their bonus, Dan.
Yeah, there's a quick push there, and it makes a lot of sense. They're on these SMGs still. They have saved them for the previous round, so this fight in mid is certainly a good one to take for Furia. And it's a 3v3, and they're still on these Spectres, and now they're starting to find themselves in unfavorable fights, as we can see there in mid. So it gets the upgrade.
Yeah. This is where things get really tricky for Furia because it's such a big map that once you spot one of these two players, you can probably just go to the other site blindly, or you could just go into that player knowing that the second isn't anywhere around him. So Sentinels has a massive advantage in this 3-on-2. It's even more of an advantage than some of the other maps in the pool.
Yeah, I completely agree. And with the Spectres still from the bonus,
caution here.
It's going to be hard to find much. You don't have that one-shot potential of a Vandal, a Sheriff.
Very good timing here from NZR, though. You can see Sentinels is pushed up aggressively. They have no one holding the flank, which is actually where both of these Furia players are coming from.
There is a recon available and 2
Caution
shock darts for NZR.
I think they might be trying to. I think they're trying to just box them in, Dan. Trying to take these guns out of the Sentinels' hands. They know this is a long game remaining, Dan, and Furia only need 3 more rounds. So doing economic damage is massive. But
yeah,
Khalil will fall there. One more Spectre remains on NZR, and he's not getting lucky either. These players are all exiting Defender spawn.
Yeah, you know, the classic move. Okay, we found a safe exit. I believe it was Sick that cleared spawn and was like, all right, guys, this is absolutely safe. Don't know about anything else, but let's just go to safe territory. And that's 5 to 10. Sentinels pick 1 up. But of course, that was the bonus for Furia. So that was sort of by design.
Yes, and I mean, Furia tried to make that as messy as possible with that mid push. And I think they're going for more of the same. They've done this every big round for a pistol, the bonus, and now again on their first gun round with the double elbow at the start of the round. They push aggressively into mid and have very fast retakes because of this.
Oh, some information there for both teams. Sentinels will realize there's likely something going on in mid.
Tapper and Sick lurking their way up A-halls right now, Dan. They're going up to the door. There's no trip, no alarm bot, nothing stopping them.
There's a recon, and that's going to get a tag. Beautiful, QCK picks up 1, and they've got that mid control, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Xan is in the door, or around the door position, keeping it safe. So right now, Furia in a great position. Tapper trying to find something. You know exactly where he is, surely. QCK, though, can't take him down. He's spraying forward, NZR with the trade. 4 versus 3 in favor still Shazam. He's picked up a Hunter's Fury now.
He has that Hunter's Fury. The Viper Wall still online for Zoms. A very, very aggressive Viper Wall too. And Sentinels has all the control behind it. That's a lot of positions they can be in because of how pushed up this Viper Wall is. Hunter's Fury back in that stance position. He can ult the plant. He can ult the run in. Many options right now for the in-game leader. And there it is.
Oh, now they're actually going to be able to dodge this one. Perhaps another up jump comes through to do that. And TenZ is just making quick work of these players. A 3K comes through from TenZ in all of the madness around the Hunter's Fury. TenZ will strike. And that's another round for Sentinels. It was close, but it's a great recovery.
Jeez, yeah. Dodging the Hunter's Fury when TenZ is hunting you down. Imagine that. Imagine. Doesn't sound very fun.
That's hardly fair.
No, it's not very fair at all. Does look like free kills for TenZ, thanks to Shazam, making them jump all over the place. Oof. Much needed first gun round there for Sentinels. And you can feel the momentum starting to build now for Sentinels, right? They're still very far behind in this game, 10-6, but they forced Furia onto an eco. So you can see the distance starting to close.
Oh, has thinking, yeah, going for the push here. 3B main. Oh, he's found one.
Spike
That
down
Marshall
mid.
Sick, he's picked it up, and Xan in a deep position. Oh, the drone's going to tag QCK, and it might not spot Xan. Indeed, it did not, but they might go into Xan now.
They might, Dan.
Oh, the timing there, and he's going to be able to pick it up. That's a spike down as well. Chances now here for Furia to strike right back after losing a round. Spike's recovered. There's a lot of time, and they know that Xan is around the B site. Do they challenge it?
Dan, look at this. They are guessing absolutely wrong. The confidence on Sentinels to keep heading into this same site where the Neural Theft spotted everyone. It is a mind game being played right now for the in-game leader on the Sentinels team. And Zom's going to get that free plant 3-on-3. Bladestorm still in play, though. And they're not messing around. The Viper's Pit immediately cast down. TenZ aggressively peeking into spawn. That's going to give all the information to Shazam, who hears this. Thunderfooting in mid.
Oh, but if he dies, he will give away a gun. 7 HP, so he's going to find the timing. Takes down one. They know that he's there on the back there. The recon comes out. Can he survive here? Again, oh, he's already understanding precisely where Jet is. Shazam doesn't even see you to kill you, as he will eventually get taken out. But he's basically won the round for his team. 1 HP on NZR. Not a good look. Coming out of the Viper's Pit, Zones will meet NZR. And Sentinels, once again, they are trailing, but it just seems like they're so hard to kill.
Yes. Yeah, it seems like, you know, these guys aren't Cloud9. We saw them yesterday, but I swear, Sentinels has 9 lives. Like, these guys are insane. Every time they're down in a map, it seems like you have to have some incredible plays to shut them out, right? You have to come up big on an individual and tactical level if you want to defeat Sentinels. I've seen a lot of teams have leads on them. Not many close them out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Xan looking to go deep here with a main behind the Sky Flash.
He's through, Dan.
He is through, and there's Hunter's Fury, and oh, it's a freebie. Xan is going to be able to take him down. That's beautiful work. And TenZ is trying to find
him.
Oh
he has him pinned, Dan.
Yeah, Marsden was trying to support Xan, but he gets nailed by TenZ. So Xan is back out there alone. And here comes Zoms looking for the angle. The pre-peek from Xan. He's anticipating it. And that's a 3v2. And Dapper takes down QCK. That lurk.
The B-site's open, but Dapper could get caught in this mid-nest, Dan.
There's a drop. Oh, the timing is terrible for Dapper. Furia quickly rotating towards the side. Sick alone in the 1v2.
Guiding light on deck, Dan. These two people are stuck so close together.
The reset coming through for Sick as he walks towards spawn, wants to eliminate these positions. It's a great position. He does dodge the drone. They have no idea where Sick is. The element of surprise there's the sound cue, takes down one. It's almost a go. There's that quick pop flash. That gets him out of position. Oh, but he's spotted on the reposition. There's the engagement, and it's good for NCR. Oh, what a finish.
Wow, what a clutch from NZR. He just lobs out a recon. We've seen him do that a lot, actually, on these retakes throughout this series, Dan. Very just on-the-fly recon darts, right? Not these lineups that you're seeing around the scene right now. Just quick on-the-fly ones that can't be broken. Completely flusters Sick in that one-on-one. Massive round from the boys from Brazil.
That's amazing. And it's so cool to see in that 1v1. You can see that Sick is trying to reposition when his opponent cannot see him. But those small details kept the vision, and then Sick got stuck in the open in a position that was known. And that's the difference. If he's in the open, but he's on an off angle that's unknown, he wins that fight.
Yeah.
Huge, huge play.
That single recon won that round. That's
crazy.
Such a heads-up play to quickly toss that after getting blind.
And that's one of those rounds, we get the Sentinels timeout. That's one of those rounds that could break their back. Right now, Sentinels have no money after this buy.
Yeah.
If they lose this buy, I think we're going to 3 maps.
I think so too, Dan. I think, you know, they're on the back foot right now. They are definitely not in the driver's seat of this map right now. I would favor Furia. But I said that also on Ascent, right? This is a different team, and you can see Raucus, the new coach right there on Sentinels, has a lot to say. I really like seeing that, right? We haven't really seen a match with him on the team, and you can see he's having impact in the team. He's very vocal right now in this TAC timeout for Sentinels.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, yeah, that is a completely new sight for Sentinels. Usually it's just all on the back of the 5 players that you see sat at their computers on stage.
Yeah, perhaps one of the craziest things in the scene is our best team was a team without a coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, all done with Shazam as in this in-game leader role. You know, they finally have gotten their coach coming into this tournament. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not impressed so far by the new look of Sentinels. They've given a couple new looks.
Yep.
But this TAC timeout, this is a good test right now for Raucus.
Yeah, the whole thing is all about the coach is that you have a perspective that's not in the game. Yes. You know, every single player, okay, I got to explain that. Every single player has their own point of view, but he can see everything.
Oh, damn, we're live right here.
Oh, wait, let's
the Seekers are going into the connector right now. This is a super fast A-split.
Straight in. The defense is still in place, though. We've got players backside. Great shot shooting from Maz at a distance, but TenZ is even better. They're taking down Khalil. And they are just trading kills like crazy right now. TenZ is doing so much damage, but my god, it's hard to actually follow, but we get the 2v2 at the end. And the spike goes down. Drone looking for some information there as TenZ resets onto the flank. Around cave.
QCK will flank here. It's going to be a very long flank, and TenZ could get timed on this flank. The 1v1 between the Sova is huge as well, but TenZ is distracted, and the flank is getting closer, Dan.
Oh, the distraction. It's still there. It's still there. And in fact, he wins the battle. Oh, no! QCK is going to make that flank look fantastic. I don't even know how TenZ loses that fight. What a beautiful play from the remainder of Furia in that 2v2. That's I can't believe it.
Yeah, he did everything he could. He did everything that Sentinels would ask of him. He found 3 on the round to open things up. They get in a clean 2v2. The Sova's in the site. But the 2v2s are finally going Furia's way. The mid-round, the late rounds, everything is falling in the Brazilian team's favor now. Where in the past we saw, that veteran experience come up big for Sentinels, it's missing here.
Oh my god, TenZ is a machine. NZR winning the heads-up 1v1 there against TenZ is honestly outrageous.
Yes.
That he wins that. And that's just, we talked about that being the round that could break the back and win the map. There is still fight left in Sentinels yet, but it's going to be tough. TenZ already up-drop off the back of the Bladestorm, drone through to the B site.
Spotted no one was Nest, so you can see he's playing really, really aggressive right now. He's taking these angles without any utility help from his teammates. He's going back into B, though. This is an all-out B hit, Dan. It's do or die right now for Sentinels. Dapper lurking in mid all by himself. 4 players over here at B. The wall's already up. They have nothing to fall back to A with.
Nowhere to run! Oh, the Hunter's Fury comes in as well. Is he going to be able to find any damage? Oh, does actually tag some players, but... Oh, it's actually not too much of a tag.
Spike planted.
I think actually TenZ got hit by something else at the same time.
Yeah, TenZ actually got hit by the Hunter's Fury. That makes him a one-shot to a Phantom. Keep that in mind, Dan.
QCK will take down Shazam there as well, so threatening everything at the moment. That mid position from Dapper, not expected. Little hops here from TenZ. Hot shots to hit, but of course he finds it! And with that, 3 left here on the retake attempt. There is time still for Furia, but they have to force the issue. They don't know what Dapper's doing. You can see that presence in mid is just so painful to have to constantly worry about. And Dapper, knowing they're not going for it, trying to get into a position to cut them off, but he will get taken down finally. What a round here from TenZ. He's just trying to eliminate everybody, but there we go. Sentinels stay in it. 1 more round. Can they do it? 4 more times.
Yeah, 4 more times, Dan. Jeez, look at that scoreboard. TenZ, 19 and 16. But again, like the first map, he's putting up these numbers, but it doesn't feel like a TenZ performance, right? I don't feel the early round domination. I'm getting the highlights. I'm like these rounds right here, he'll bust out and he'll win Sentinels those rounds. But something's missing from Sentinels in this game so far. I'm not really sure what it is right now watching, but this is another one of those really fast A balls controls rounds that Sentinels keeps on running.
And this time we've got Xan on the Bladestorm, going deep in middle, looking to see what he can find. Not too much there in mid for him just yet. You can see Sentinels have slowed the pace. Got that deep poison orb in holes. Dapper lurking up against it. The coactive Fury out there making so much noise. Dapper hears everything, of course, as will TenZ.
Yeah, this playstyle from Fury has caught Sentinels off a lot, but this round not on 6 watch. Gets the first frag, falls back. Sentinels still in that base passive setup, and Dapper has lurked through halls, Dan. He's through.
Oh no. Do they understand? Okay, well the turret's there, that's good. That's going to cover that eventuality for Khalil. Reposition for Khalil, will keep him safe for now. Xan still in the picture. 4 versus 5 though for Fury. They need something special. What a shot from TenZ. Takes down Xan. That's the Bladestorm out of the round for Furia. And they are getting whittled away. Pulled apart one by one. I saw a shot from QCK, but there's more to find, of course. And Sentinels have a fully stacked site.
Indeed, and this is getting to the point, right? We're deep in this match, and every gun matters. Furia has to be looking at this 2-on-4 now as, you know, an economic decision. It's not just whether we can win the round or lose the round. Can we take these weapons into the next round? What's the optimal way to get as many buys as possible in these last 3 rounds? So they're going to opt to save these guns. They still have the lockdown on Khalil. They have the Hunter's Fury on NZR, the Bladestorm on Xand. We're going to get another buy in the next round. And Sentinels is definitely not out of in the clear yet.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, the ultimates that are in play for Furia, they will have nearly everything. And so that advantage certainly exists because Sentinels are very far away from a sort of meaningful ult in terms of, you know, actually execing a site or anything like that. All they have right now is a neural theft. So Furia, you know, if they have good retake setups, if they've, you know, if they've got openings with these.
I'm going to cut you off, Dan. This is a massive change of pace around that I'm seeing right now at Sentinels. I'm seeing Zoms over at this A site, and I'm seeing 4 people right now grouped up to the B barrier. I really think we're going to get the first misdirection type of round from Sentinels, where Zoms is going to try to fake this A site. He's running away already. He just poison orbed the halls just to try to initiate that same default pressure on the halls player. But if you look, this is 100% going to B site, and it is open. Furia has fallen for this completely.
They've got the backside wall for the retake, and let's not forget, they have, if they want it, that lockdown as well. And the Hunter's Fury. They can trap Sentinels into very few positions.
I really don't know where you would use the lockdown from, though. Where could you possibly use that from to retake this massive site?
Maybe the elbow position. Looks like they're going for it. There it goes.
Wow,
and it's going to cover most of the site. Oh, they're going to try to defend this one. Can they do it? Zoms tapping away, and he's taken down absolutely everybody. And the lockdown's been destroyed as well. And that's going to keep players alive on the site. Updraft into an elevated position for TenZ. He's very little to work with. Sentinel staying alive another round. And now they have the ult advantage because they just burned Force Fury to burn all of theirs.
Yes. That's a little scary now if you're Fury. You're playing with fire. You're getting close into the edge of this game using ults right there in your eco round. And Zoms, boy oh boy did he need to come up big here. This would have been heartbreaking to lose to a buy like this with a lockdown to retake the B site. Massive 3K by him, breaking the lockdown.
Another timeout.
This is awesome. I mean, this is one of the first games I've seen both teams actively use their timeouts.
Yeah.
You know, come in with refreshed looks after each one. There's been so many ways both of these teams have adapted throughout this series. It's so fun to watch.
Yeah, I totally agree, and it's going right to the last here. Can Sentinels complete the comeback? And I mean, there's a huge test here of resiliency for Furia to not be too hasty, to hold their nerve, to be calm under the pressure that right now, even though Sentinels are down 2 rounds and they have to force overtime, absolutely Sentinels feel more confident.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. They definitely feel more confident right now. And it's weird, they've always had this swagger to them. Even when they're down in matches, they're always confident in taking their aim duels in the server, right? I see a lot of teams shell up, not this one. But I will say this, they have yet to realize that Furia is leaving the B site actively almost every round by playing this aggressive mid setup, and they're going to do it again to Sentinels. I can see the setup now. The Sky and Jet are going to take control of this mid pillar yet again. They're going to be in the mid doors for an A split, which looks like it's going to happen. Zom's smoking the A hall's door right now for Dapper's lurk. Now Sick going to use the Trailblazer up over here at A. Chaz actually might drone with it.
There's that Trailblazer looking for the early info. Gets taken down by QCK on A. The aggressive, or rather the Viper wall coming in from both sides on the A site. And there's so much mid-control indeed. Furia likely have a good read of Sentinel's position. Deep flash comes through. There goes TenZ straight through it. He's looking for that opening now. Where is QCK? Trying to find him. The Seeker's trying to give that information to him. QCK stays alive. Dear. There's the tag though. Oh, QCK under so much pressure. Trying to stay alive. Trying to find the right way to engage this one and get his teammates into position. TenZ Actually burns the dash, and this is a slow assault from Sentinels. That's buying time for Furia to get in position. Dapper there by the door, tries to drop it, but he's denied by NCR. This is so scary.
God, this is terrifying.
Oh,
and TenZ comes up big, despite being headshot.
But there it comes straight back his way from NCR from that position once more. And Sentinels again, 20 seconds left to try to plant this spike. Marsden's still in position to try to deny that. Smoke or no. And again, just playing with that door. And they're just going down on the cross. And it's Furia with all the kills, leaving just Dapper. 1 versus 3, and Furia have done it. They have taken down Sentinels. 1 map in this best of 3. We're going to a 3rd.
Let's go, Dan. I never thought it would happen today, but here we have, the inexperienced Brazilian squad coming in from the LCQ nonetheless to take out the potential #1 team in the world on their own map pick.
Yeah,
wow.
Such a great performance. We talked about how the team that's in their position, the inexperienced teams, holding your nerve can be very difficult. Being composed can be very difficult. And we just saw in that last round that they showed that they can do that. They've got TenZ trying to get these picks coming in with the operator. They've got these intense battles, but they're still connecting their shots.
Yes.
That bodes very well going into another map here. I'm worried for Sentinels right now.
I'm terrified. TenZ was looking for those fights. He was mega confident. All the utility was there. Perfect lurk in the halls by Dapper. But if you look at the positioning, the jiggle peaks from Furia, they never committed to fights. They never overcommitted. They knew they had 5 players there the whole time. They made Sentinels come into the site, and they just couldn't get there.
They could not get there. And in my brain, I had to kind of rack my brains here to understand what even is the 3rd map, because I
don't even remember.
I'm pretty sure it's Haven.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
But that's the thing, because this was not a series that I think anyone had pegged to go 3.
No. I think you made the joke with me before the series started, and I even kind of smirked like there's just no shot. We would not be blessed with that, Dan. Not today, not here. But here we are, and this was a second map where TenZ led the server in first place. I'm sorry, he did not lead the server. That was actually QCK. He had 5, though, leading his team. He's on top of the scoreboard for the entire server. By, 40 ACS, 33 ACS. He's way ahead of everyone else. This is a game where their star player performed, and they still lost.
I am so impressed. I'm really impressed right now, and I'm extremely excited as well, because we have a 3rd map in this series, so please don't go anywhere. This is not done just yet. We'll head to a break, and then we'll be back with map 3 between Furia and Sentinels.
Here's a question.
Thanks, officer.
Welcome back to Champions, where Furia said, you take our map, we'll take yours. We're going to another map 3, and I never thought I'd be saying that here in our second series of the day on day 2. Sentinels getting pushed here, and in a big way.
This was I mean, what a performance from Furia. Like we said at the half, 8-4, okay, maybe. And it was more than enough. I mean, barely, but more than enough. A few tactical mistakes here and there for Furia, but overall, this was a really solid half. You could see the confidence in this team.
It's not even just that. If you go through what they were able to put on the board, kill-wise, just kill-wise, 4 of their players had more kills than the rest bar 10s on the side of Sentinels. That is a lot of kills coming out. That is a team effort. And okay, kills don't mean everything, but the entire Furia roster stood up and said, good night, sleep tight. We're the ones that put the, the numbers on the board here.
It's a big point. I think it's an important point, right? If you're going to take down a squad like Sentinels, it's going to have to be done in part by everybody on the squad. And so for them to be putting up those kinds of numbers is important. I think it is a good call out, too, that while, a time here, a time there strategically, things might have fallen through. They were able to build that buffer to extend through to that 13th round win and push us to a 3rd map in the series.
Yeah, and a big part of this is Xan coming up big. So, the cool thing about Furia is, like I was talking about, you have Khalil behind him if he isn't able to pop off. He's not always going to be that high fragger on your team, but in this one, he's getting it done with the blades. He's getting it done on the entries.
You know what's weird, though? It was Khalil top fragging on the attacking half. Right? So again, it's just like you got your KJ who's like attacking half. Sure, I'm going to top the leaderboards, and then, all right, I'll give way to my Jet on the defensive half.
I mean, whichever way you want to swing it, I don't care. Do it. Do whatever works. But I want to highlight what Paperthin said before about the opening engagements. Do you want to know how it looked on both sides? -7 for Sentinels. On the side of the winners, though, +8 on their opening engagement. That's spread throughout multiplicity of players. And if you want to, double down on the fact that this was a heavily mechanically skilled game here from the side of Furia, what did Quick get? 46% headshot. You want to know who beat him out or almost beat him out? Marzen on 44% headshot. There were 2 players on a singular roster with over 40% headshot rate. That is unreal. For people who don't understand what that means, you generally sit between about 25 to 30% on a pretty good day. Above 30 to 35, you're having a great day.
Looking inhuman at that point.
I feel like I'm watching like New Turn back in like Korea or something with these headshot percentages, and also the fact that teams are winning the opponent's pick. I mean, this is just like stage 1 Korean Valorant all over the place. But, I mean, again, Furia is just looking so good right now. And I get it done on Breeze against the Sentinels? Are you kidding me?
I mean, we quoted the 10's ACS in previous matchups, and while he was still up there, not quite hitting the benchmark that he has set for himself, I also want to call out, we saw there on the team stats graphic, the 10 frag wins. And you called it out, even on defensive halves. Very often, Fury is going to find their wins through frags. They're not necessarily going to even let it get to a post-plant situation and have to claw their way back into that.
Yeah, and Jess actually called it out. I got to give her the
so
credit.
Sorry.
It was all Jess. That was her point. Absolutely.
I know.
Let me build on
brother.
it. Yeah, no, of course. And let me build on your excellent point because it is absolutely true. And I think a lot of it is just, again, the teamwork that Furia shows. They're always somebody else there to back each other up. They're quick rotations. They're always working together. Even if it's the wrong call, you saw this a couple times in the later half when Sentinels is on the attacking side. Even if they misguessed which side that Sentinels were going to, they did it together.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a team effort through and through. Now, going into that 3rd map, I think that's something that we have to be a little bit careful of because we were all speculating, knowing full well it was very likely to go to that 3rd map. This is a good map for both of these teams, and we just saw Furia take down Sentinels on a good map for them. If that trend sticks, we might be seeing a huge upset.
Yeah, no better way, though, for a best-of-3 to finish than to go to a map where both teams should feel confident, at least in their own performances. Again, the way we got there, it's Ascent picked up by Sentinels. It's Breeze picked up by Furia, but very close score lines in both of those maps. We go to Haven, both teams, they like it.
They love it. This is the map that Furia was unbeaten on at LCQ for South America. And of course, I mean, the Shazam 10s combo on A side, for example, on this map is particularly powerful for the Sentinels.
And it's not even that. I mean, okay, yes, the last time that Sentinels played this, they lost it, but it was going into max OT. It was against Envy. That was a hard slog of a sort of match for them, and they lost it by bare rounds there in OT. The other matches, very, very big win margins for them, so they are confident on this map, but I will say, I don't think it's it's going to matter what the history says about this map. I'm going to be honest. We have reset the platform here, and Furia is the one leading that kind of pace now.
Always comes down to the moment, and they find themselves on the attacking half to start yet again. So, hey, that's a theme in this series alone, and you got to wonder, you know, them being the ones to choose it, have they identified that it is all about kind of setting the pace early, that in order to beat Sentinels, you've got to have the agency early on, as they're typically a team that does a good job at figuring their opponents out.
Yeah, and it's just taking advantage a lot of times of the fact that the way Valorant typically works is your opponents are spread out on the defender side. So if you can kind of ball up in this, I don't want to call it a ball of death, but you work together as a team. There's layers behind you. If one falls, there's somebody else to immediately step up and cover your mistake. Then you can break sites open, at least try to get that plant down, or force your opponent into quick rotations where you turn it into a gunfight, which is what Furia kind of wants.
Well, if we're not calling it a ball of death, we'll call it a murder ball. How about that?
You know what? You created a phrase I never thought I would hear, so go ahead.
There you have it. That's it. That's my contribution to the world of Valorant right there.
Murder ball.
Let's think a little bit about what might be brought to the table by both of the teams, because so far we have seen a difference in that Sentinel slot. Again, it's Khalil who's been on the KJ. It's been Dapper who's been kind of leaning towards the Cypher more recently. Do we expect them to mirror up in this situation or still remain a difference? Both of you shaking your heads
Yeah,
at me.
we were
Okay.
instant on that. I mean, look, I just want to see Sick on Phoenix. I know everyone's so sick of me turning around, pun not intended, but obviously slipped in there, of the fact that I love Phoenix, and I think that when used appropriately on this map, it can work really, really well. I know he's map dependent here, I get that, but with the right player behind that agent, I really think they're going to do well, and it's such a niche kind of pick too.
And I like it. I totally agree with you, because Phoenix has a lot of ability to control some of the tight spaces on this map, the garage and the B site in particular. So it does, if you really got some good coordination with your team, it gives you a lot more ability to put pressure on that B site than normal.
I mean, a sick Phoenix is a sight to behold, and I would love to see it. It also brings to mind the idea of the way we've seen picks like Breach used on this map. Again, I'm not certain that either of these teams are going to reach for that. If you've got the Phoenix in your back pocket, let's say on the side of Sentinels, did receive word that there was a bit of a fat finger in Agent Select, and that can be verified, and so they're remaking the lobby real quick, and we'll dive into Prime Gaming Agent Select in just a moment. But is that some nerves there?
I mean,
who's feeling them?
Fingers an
Who picked
agent,
Yoru?
like,
Right? Who picked Yoru?
That's what it was. Yeah, you know that's what it was too. Like, oops.
And like, it's not even that. Like, you have to lock in an agent. So someone went agent and then lock it. Oh, what?
Well,
I didn't mean that.
Yeah, maybe
Which
they're
map are we on, boys?
going for a fist bump or something, and somehow hit the mouse. You know, I don't know what it was, but we'll be in there soon enough, friends. So we'll have our answers. Should be up on our screens any moment now.
I feel like I'm waiting in too much anticipation.
Well, no,
because
I know
I'm
it
calling
is.
the Phoenix, and I'm
All
like,
right.
are we going to get that? Are we not? I really don't know.
Show it to us.
Okay.
Sick goes
No.
for the Sky.
Yep.
Okay.
Swapping off to the Sage that he has
Standard.
been seen on recently, but still standard compositions here. And again, we will retain that difference in the Sentinels, the Cypher versus the KJ.
I mean, do your thing, my man. I will say that we have seen some good utility usage from the Skies throughout all of the series today. I think the flashes have been strong. The amount of Seekers that we've seen that have led to kills through screens, through smokes, because you're like, oh, that's where the Seeker's going. I guess I'll just, screen bang there and hope that someone's there, collect a kill. So I don't think necessarily, whilst the Skies haven't been the main agent for us to focus on today, it's been leading to kills.
Well, the teams have traded maps to get us to this point. It all comes down to this. Haven, Sentinels versus Furia. Who's going to take it? DDK and Sean, one more time. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Dash. Oh my God, we actually made it to 3 maps. Well, I don't have any data for this. I didn't do any research for this.
Well,
I mean, what do we even do?
Well, all you need to know, Dan, is that Sentinels are insane on Haven. They win this map a lot. Phoenix is picked by Sick. Oh, wait, that didn't happen, actually. So, and then also, oh, wait, on the other team, they have a Sky, whereas typically they only have one Initiator. So both of these teams have unique comps that they're busting out for the 3rd map in an insane series. I am so excited.
Yeah, I don't even know what to expect from Furia. I mean, Sentinels, of course, somewhat of a known quantity historically when it comes to Haven. We've seen so many epic matches from them. There is some magic when it comes to Sentinels on Haven historically. So, I mean, I just love that we get to finish here with them because they do have to go pedal to the metal as we get into this, the third and final map here between Sentinels and Furia here. You couldn't ask for any more up until this point. Here we go.
Here we go indeed. And if you look at Furia on the attack side now, they're spread out in this base setup. They're across the map. They're just trying to feel out any aggressions from Sentinels. And Sentinels will aggress towards A main right now with these 3 players. We have the gravity well right in the center. We have the smoke to block out the attackers. They will get control of this A lobby at the start of the round. But that's where the double initiator comes into play every time you watch a Haven game, Dan. The Trailblazer or the drone will inevitably be used to clear out that angle if the other team wants to take back A.
Yeah, we actually had Furia sending the guiding light down short to a lobby, and then Sentinels paused, sent their guiding light to see if Furia would actually push behind that, and both teams kind of just edging each other out here, but it's going to be a C split coming in from Sentinels, rather from Furia. Dapper's going to spot that one. Zoms has that backside control still. In fact, good access here to the site still from Sentinels, and this is not a strong situation for Furia, to say the least. They're going to back out of Garage. They're going to try to find another way to a different site.
Yeah, they're going to go into this B side, it looks like, but the Spike is having second thoughts. The Spike is moving towards A. A little bit of miscommunication there maybe on Furia's side. They are now stuck outside of the B site. The spacing is off.
Still time, actually, 40 seconds. However, there is a push on A long at the same time, so right now, a lot of information here for Furia. Oh, there goes the plant attempt. Oh my god! Headshots coming through very quickly for Furia. Good response, though, very quickly from Amazon, just holding that position down. And there's access now to A if Furia wants it.
But they think Tens is over there, Dan. They don't know where Tens is. He's unknown right now to Furia, and here he is.
He's got to win every fight. NZR 1 versus 3 with the frenzy. He finds the 1v1, but he needs more bullets. Surely 7 left right now on this one. It doesn't get a chance to reload, and Sick will take him down. However, they planted the spike, so that is money. And if I know anything about Furia, Sean, I feel like I'm feeling the force buy.
Or do you think the force buy is in the cards? The spike is down. We're on Haven. This is a map where the force buys fly. I would not be surprised at all to see a rebuy come out of Furia right now. But I just want to point out, I'm hearing some chirps over there on the Sentinel side. They're waking up, Dan. They're fiery. I think they've been a little bit quiet all series long. They've woken up.
Absolutely. And it is the force buy.
There it is.
And you'd be hard-pressed to understand at a quick glance who actually won that first round.
Yes, they're sending it A too, Dan. And they're going right into the same setup from pistol round.
There's that guiding light once again, as you mentioned. And we've got a fantastic counterplay early on with the Astra. And that slowed everything down. Sentinels with good position here, but Sick. Is he going to find anything? Yeah, there it is. Able to just capitalize off of the distraction, but Furia still get through. Tens is there with the Sheriff. I don't know that he was spotted.
Bucky. Oh, no, Dan. He's got the Bucky in the corner. The Trailblazer was used early. Yeah, NZR doesn't even have a drone. How are they going to get him out of this corner?
But right now, we actually have Furia holding position. They've cut pace. They've cut noise. Eventually, Sentinels will have to ask questions. Sentinels, as far as they're concerned, Furia could have rotated to the C side of the map.
But I want to draw attention. Look at Dapper's cam and trip all the way at the bottom of C. It's allowing him to cheat a little bit more towards this A side. Sentinels are going to have 3 players on A in a 4-on-4.
And Tens might be able to get a 1v1. Pulls out the Sheriff, still hits the shot. Khalil can't get it done. 20 HP right there, but still, Furia cannot be denied this A site. Tens is trying to stay alive and do what he can. And there goes Sand up high off of the updraft. And now Zoms in the 1v3 with that Spectre. They don't know precisely where he is, but they do have information on the flank. Only 2 on the site. Zoms, one of these players is very low. Zoms can definitely find 3 1v1s. Playing off of contact here. Can Zoms get it? He's just 180 straight away, but it's NZR to take him down, and Furia off the force buy pick up the round. They played it so damn well.
Ooh, sucked the life right out of the NA squad. 1-1, but getting reset early in this game is so brutal to your economy. I don't imagine Sentinels rebuys here. it would be an incredibly risky play for Sentinels to rebuy here, have a low buy with a bunch of Spectres, and try to hang. Because then you'd quickly find yourself, if you lose that round, potentially down 4-1 after the ecos. So yeah, they're going to take one on the chin, take the L there. And you can see Dapper, they're on a C stack right now, and it looks like, you know, a little C pressure is coming their way. The spike is over by A, though. So I think this is just a little bit of smoke and mirrors coming from Furia.
Yeah, and it's great to do this because there's very little utility on the saving team. So if you can find a way to just get rid of some of it in the early round, you just expand your advantages. And they're going to walk into a site which has more or less nobody on it. Shazam's on the heaven position. He has no vision and a classic. Lovely.
Yeah, not much Shazam can do here. I believe, yeah, he actually already used his Recon 2 early round, so he has that on deck now, just loaded. He's going to wait for his teammates to regroup, and I think they're just going to go with one full push into this site. Just a bunch of classics, probably running through that gravity well, unfortunately, that just hit the ground.
Well, there's a Nebula on the short position, but yeah, Sentinels can quite happily, or rather, sorry, Furia can quite happily play in front of that one. Sound really just happy as well to, okay, a little bit scary there with that spray. Oh no! 6-2 out of nowhere, and NCR has nothing left to work with. That's a switch to the pistol.
Dan.
And I think they got overconfident, Sean, because they should not be giving that one away. Sentinels steal it.
Oh no, they played with fire, Dan, and boy did they get burnt. Oh my, a full classic eco coming in from Sentinels.
Oh, when you say it like that, it's even worse.
Oh dear, and an empty site. They picked the right site, they played the round perfectly. But I mentioned it, Shazam hung on to that recon dart.
Oh.
He waited for this retake. Sick comes in with the guiding light, gets the 3K with a frenzy. Oh my.
There we go.
We didn't say it. We didn't say it. We're safe.
He said it, so we didn't have to. Sean.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we were all thinking it. My God, that's insane. I mean, I feel less bad for Fury after seeing how Sick did that. That was, that's like a 1 in 100 moment from him, but
wow. I can't believe that just happened. Tens adding fuel to the fire. It's responded by QCK. Oh no, Dan.
Okay, well, Sick's on the side.
Round.
They're looking for revenge, and Sick, he's not going to give it.
Oh, stabilizes. Sick with 2 big frags. Tens responds with his second of the round. Mason now lurking through this garage position. Zoms is very aware, holding the off ankle.
Very aware. Oh, but might actually check it. Slight chance there from Marzen, but there we go. Zoms with the frag. 3-1 up. Sentinels, pretty crazy first few rounds, I have to say. And
yes,
this is great, though, for Sentinels because they're in a solid spot to stabilize. And for Furia, they haven't been able to establish in the back and forth what their default even looks like, which that might be problematic.
Yes, and this is certainly different from the script we've been dealt on the prior match, Dan.
Yes.
I mean, this is the first lead Sentinels has actually had, you know, a quarter of the way into the match. Every time we would get a quarter way into the match, it seemed like Fury was by far the better team. It was very deceiving.
We have 3 players here on the C side for Sentinels. Hunter's Fury and Seeker's available for Furia.
Ooh, yeah. Look at this. Shazam and Dapper start on this A site, Dan. They don't get any pressure. They fall off. Shaz drones through short A. I think this might just be, you know, a full retake A setup. Sentinel's reading this well. The garage take is coming in from Furia, and I would imagine, like you said earlier, we're going to go into a C split.
We can see almost the challenge from Sick there towards Garage. Yeah, they're threatening C so heavily right now. But with that said, Sentinels don't have vision towards the A side of the map right now. They're going to hear, I think, that guiding light that just got sent towards A. So if we have a cut of noise right now, Sentinels might second guess this, but well, I mean, they don't have to now. The Seekers come through. That's going to give them all the information. Sick wants to follow it, but he's going to get trapped in the corner, looking to get a lot, but only gets 1. And now comes the push, and Tens is going to get traded. It's absolute madness here towards this C site. It's just the long players left, and Shazam knows it. Sentinels have such good positions to handle this one. Zoms up on the logs, waiting for the moment, and there it is with the Spectre, comes through, delivers 2, and that's a 4-1 lead now for Sentinels.
gorgeous round there from Sentinels. Not in the fact that they did anything crazy as far as their shots, but their positioning across the map. They're faking A lobby control, leaving that position, stacking the C site, reading things so well. Mid-round Seekers from Sick. The counter Seekers, though, coming in from QCK. That was so big. The trades in Garage. But unfortunately, I mean, you just can't deal with all the randomness if you run into a stack like that. There's people jumping through smokes that you can't expect, and it's just too much to handle. So here we have an eco coming in from Furia Dan, and Sentinels aren't stopping.
It's Dapper. He's just run through the garage doors like an absolute maniac, Sean. And, well, he'll get taken down, but Sick with that mid-control will be able to take one more. So, pretty good spot here for Sentinels now. And the other thing, too, is that they are well and truly in the ultimate lead. They've got 4 to work with right now, going into that next spy round.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering Sentinel's approach to this next gun round. So this is an eco, and it looks like we're playing an A retake. Shaz is deep outside the A site, so the spike will likely go down here. But I want to draw attention to the fact that Khalil has this lockdown, and let's look at how Sentinels approaches a round where the enemy team has a lockdown next round, because I think they are going to defend A short heavily. Either that or Shazam is going to be ready to counter Hunter's Fury, and we're going to really get to see the layers. Oh, I'm actually kind of surprised. We're seeing the Cosmic Divide come out in this eco round, and the Hunter's Fury come out of Shazam too. This is a lot coming in.
Yeah, it really is. I didn't even think that they would use one, actually, but here we go. Furia doing the damage even still. 1 versus 1 for NCR. Can he reset? Can he pick something up here? Here goes Shazam with the classic bouncing around the shock dart. Deals him down to 60 and just teasing, poking, prodding, jumping away, buying time. NCR. Oh my god, the knives come out. It's actually a knife bite. There is the frag from Shazam, but I cannot believe it. I think NCR did enough.
Wow.
Did he do enough?
He did.
Oh, it's so close. And he did. My god, it's the thrifty there from Furia.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe Sentinels has lost this round to Furia. The 3v4 eco round in the A site.
They use so many ult shots.
They use so many ult shots. The Cosmic Divide and a Hunter's Fury, and still all these opening frags go in Furia's way. An impossible scenario Shazam finds himself in. The player just jumping around the site and he has to chase him. This is so ridiculous.
What's really crazy, Sean, is that this is kind of similar how this looked to when we also saw that clutch from Sick dropping out of the window.
Yes.
With a Frenzy taking 3 down.
Yes.
NCR doing a repeat there, but oh wow.
Wow, that ult advantage is gone. But Tenz is still opening up these rounds time and time again, taking out this single controller, Dan, on Furia's side.
That's such a problem. That is such a huge problem.
Massive problem. Especially when they're heading towards the A site, Dan, where there's a heaven and spawn position. One of the hardest sites to hit without smokes.
I don't know if they can try to punish that. They're going to try. They flash through from the long position. Shazam is there on the side, though, to help out. The updraft goes through, and Xan's found a good position. Shazam, though, there is a possibility for him, but not enough time to reset there, and that's the lockdown coming through. 53 retake here for Sentinels.
Things have changed so quickly in this round. Like you mentioned, 3-on-3. The lockdown gives Furia some space, and Xan updrafted into heaven just now, Dan.
Did they hear it? Well, it doesn't matter. There's a neural theft coming on through. It's going to give some very key information around the site there. The default boxes. We'll see what they can do with this. There's the Blaze-Storm pulled out. It's going to be down to just 1 kill, but there he goes. Som's shutting it down with the Spectre again. And another round for Sentinels. And as you said, like, Tenz getting these early picks, that has to stop for Furia.
Yeah, he is having way more success in the opening rounds of the 3rd map in the series than we've seen all series long. He's come alive here at the start of the rounds, which is what Sentinels needs out of him on this jet roll. He is being very aggressive on this operator.
So consistent is Tenz.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that Dapper knew that there was a player up there, actually, Xand. So, very important 1v1. I think if that 1v1 is lost by Dapper, that's unlikely a Sentinels round. We get a timeout here from Fury again. I do enjoy the fact that they are using their timeouts. Yes. It is important, and hey, I mean, there's an argument to be made that it did help them win that last map.
Oh, it's massively helped them out throughout this entire series. I am so impressed. An inexperienced team like Furia coming into a series like this against a team like Sentinels, and they're the ones actively using the timeouts really well, and they're coming out of them with new, fresh ideas. It almost feels like they're on Sentinel's level as far as experience goes. They're doing all of the right things in these rounds. In the rounds they lose, like these weird botched mid-round plays where the shots don't go their way. I am thoroughly impressed by them.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this goes, because it did feel like a complete lockout from Sentinels to start with, but we had a lot of crazy rounds. And so if they can solve that issue, and surely they were just talking about it, giving up that early pick, we might be well on our way to some more Furia rounds, but first, it is a save.
Dan, I'm going to draw attention right now to this Jet fight that'll likely go down here. You see Tens just jumping around right now in Garage, doing some bunny hops. He has an op. If he peeks out of that door, he's going to go right into the Blade Storm on Xan. He is definitely going to peek.
Get out of my way.
He's not going out, but the Blade Storm's coming his way right now.
So there goes Tens holding. He's going to fall back there. They're going to spot him. They know that it's... Well, of course, the Cloudburst will give it away. Jet is in that garage position, and they are going to capitalize here. Just the Cosmic Divide comes in and looking to go for a plant. Again, let's remember, this is a save round here from Furia. And they're using the Cosmic Divide for a fake, because you don't get the sound cues, but the drone came through from Shazam, so they know.
Has all the info, yeah. They need to take out Sick fast here. He's going to get away. Oh, that's a big problem right now for Furia. They have a lot of ground to cover before they get to any of the sites.
There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. They've lost their timings. Oh, I mean, you love the attempt there from Xan, but he had to hit that one. Sick takes him down, and now that's the Blade Storm gone. One of the best tools they had in this round, gone. 40 seconds left now for them.
You can feel the round slow down now. Garage control going in Furia's way. The C-split will come in. Left. But Zoms and Dapper have been so successful at this site, working off each other.
Okay, Dapper down to 25. Flash comes through. As Zoms to back him up backside. If they have to hold backside control, they can do so. Sentinels are fine. Spike needs to go down. Ten's able to find one as well. So, okay, there we go. Just like that. Sentinels pick it up, and again, Furia's best chance kind of went after the fake was kind of figured out straight away. The drone still being available just made that perfect for Sentinels.
Yeah, I got to say, Dan, there's been a couple rounds so far where I've been casting this with you, and Tens has entered our site. He's stacked our site, and I'm not even aware. His rotations are so good. They're just coming in so fast to the right side. He's there. He's getting the entry frag with the shorty. Gets an off frag to close out the round. He is everywhere on this map right now, and his rotations are really on point.
He is the problem, 100% for Furia. And once again, very confident to hold the angles in mid. Deep position from Sick in the C cubby.
Very different look here from Sentinels. They've given up the A site. Dapper playing retake 2 trips down. Those are kill trips. He can easily get a frag from this heaven position, and you can see Sick pushing the other extremity, gets punished for it.
The question here is, how do Furia play off of that pick? They've got over a minute to go. How do they understand that will impact the defensive rotations?
This might be one of the first times we've seen them get a clean 5-on-4 on Haven.
I think it is.
So yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see how they deal with this. They've regrouped now. They've left their Jet in short A. This might be a misdirection play to leave Jet on the lurk.
I really like this here from Furia. Expecting a C split after that early pick is Sentinels, but it will be that B play. Sentinels somewhat out of position. They know what's happening right now, and we'll get players coming through. Tens straight into one. Can he dodge it? Oh my God, Tens! How does he keep doing it? And eventually the trade comes through, but the damage has been done. It's too much. It's just the luck left, and Xan has 3 players to go through and only 20 seconds to do it. There is the first one, but now they know exactly where he is. Shazam and Zoms looking to hold on to this one. Xan needs a mad dash towards the spike, and they're just shutting him out there with the Nebula. There's nothing for Xan to do.
Wow, what a play from Tense. It looked like he was done. He dashed right into QCK, right into him, threw a cloudburst on the ground. And me, just a casual, normal person, Dan, is thinking, oh, Tenz has a shorty. This is going to work out really well for him. You know what? The best player in the world says, I don't need it. I'm just going to no-scope him.
Just whilst he's inside the cloud.
Just insane. Actually insane frag from Tenz.
Oh, he was tracking the muzzle flash.
Yes.
I didn't even realize that at first.
That's so incredible from Tenz to get that second frag. Stabilize Sentinels in this round. It was such a good idea from Furia, too. I can't state enough. I think Fury is doing all the right things here. It's just
Tense.
Yeah, he's come to life. He's come to life in this series, and he's all over the place. Ooh, I think we have a bit of a tech delay, maybe, because we're stuck at 1 second here, Dan.
Okay. Frozen in time. That's the safest place for Furia right now. It's the only place that Tenz can't get them.
That is very true. That's very true. He has played Yoru a couple times, though, and I'm not sure what Dimensional Drift can do. It definitely can't get any kills or win any rounds in ranked for me, but maybe can do something for Tenz.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. We've had a lot of pauses from Furia. Of course, this is a tech pause, but we'll get back into the action as quickly as we can. And, I mean, this is a moment for Furia to have a breather. They've been really on the receiving end of some nasty rounds from Tenz, but it does feel as though they are preventing themselves from losing advantage very early, as they have been in some of the earlier rounds in the half. So I feel like there's promise, and the best they can get is 5 rounds. That would still be a good finish if they would be able to find it.
I couldn't agree more. I think Furia has given a really good look in this map, and it's not a look that I thought we would see. I'm not gonna lie. Their attack side has looked a little atypical to me. Not a lot of defaulting with late A lobby clears with the initiators, and a lot of initiator-heavy utility towards A, towards Garage. Their defaults have been heavily focused around Garage, B, C, and like kind of spread thin around A. And it's not working out well for them. I think we might need to see a shift in their style of early round control, because the early rounds are much less successful here on Haven than we previously saw on Breeze and Ascent.
Yeah, it is interesting too, because I could see that Tenz, after this pause, actually starting off with some like short A peaks and stuff like that, because I would, if I was Sentinels, I would be thinking the adjustment is the A control at the start of the round for the default, as opposed to the early mid and C and garage pressure that we've been seeing so consistently. That's what I would do if I were Tenz, but obviously Tenz doesn't have to do anything. He can just be Tenz.
He can literally do whatever he wants and probably just reactively play in the round and be good. But I think what we should really be taking note of here is how much success Sentinels has had throughout this first half, playing aggressive into middle. I've seen a lot of plays down out of B, out of Garage, aggressive peaks for information early in the round. And unfortunately for Fury, a lot of their hits are in that zone. That's where these casualties are happening. They're happening from people like, when Dapper swung out of Garage, when Sick ran out of B, when Sick ran out of Garage, when Tenz peeked out of Garage, when Tenz opping people in B. That's where all of the problems right now are occurring for Furia when we watch them. So, how can they clean up that aspect of their game coming out of this tech pause? And I can tell you, looking at them right now, they're spaced in such a way where they're not focusing on that mid control.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so curious to see as to how both teams will play it. As we mentioned, Tenz trying to throw them for a loop, and I mean, we've seen him so commonly around the mid positions and towards that C lean that it would just be so frustrating, I think, if Furia decide to do indeed go for that, the A control to start the rounds off and force a response there. That's one of the reasons why the A lobby control has been invoked for so long as to how teams would default, because until I think a lot of the defensive sides figured out great ways to put down the counter utility, it was a great way to, I mean, if the defenders would try to fight for that, to diminish their utility early on in a way where it's hard for them to commit. So it's actually such a good way to get them to dump a lot, but then not necessarily want to commit behind it. So then as you pull back as the attackers, you've now got a utility advantage going to the mid and late round. So that was like one of the reasons why the A controls were so good, and it also forced defender rotations, weakening, opening up the other side of the map. So
yeah, and that's what makes Sentinels so good is this A lobby control. I mean, what they typically like doing is getting 10 set up. Like you mentioned, the short A push. They'll get them set up short A, looking deep into A lobby. They'll get them set up at long A, looking deep into A lobby. And they'll do this with 3 players utility helping him. And then they'll evacuate that area. And he'll control both the sewer and the long choke point because of the fact that he's so aggressive.
So right now, whilst we're still in the pause here, quick, Sean. Okay, well, never mind.
We are out.
It's going to ask you a question, but denied. We've got that C pressure, the orb collected by QCK. Of course, we can see that Xan is the hero Vandal, which actually, that is quite successful. You'd be surprised in the stats with hero Vandal rounds, but still.
Ooh, look at this. The drone from Shaz inside sewer. Laos tends to get super pushed up on short.
Here.
This is very aggressive, Dan, and I don't know. Are they going to drive this on? He better run.
He is running and still has the dash available as well, so Tens is in a brilliant position. Looking to try to get a timing there on that one. Oh, and he's going to land that. Nice flick on the long position. The dash being available still. Very helpful indeed. Another one resetting the situation. Great headshot though from Marzen to deal with the most dangerous player on the server. But Shazam, he's picked up the operator. He is no slouch with that one as well. Just demolishing them. They can't get up short at the long position. They're stuck. Some nice shots coming through from the Marshall at QCK, but 3 HP is not enough to finish the round. 8-2. Sentinels continue to dominate Furia.
I swear to God, Dan, sometimes Tens, he's stuck in these spots. He's so aggressive. He stays there for so long. I thought this aggressive peek onto long was going to be a mistake. And I thought it would cost Sentinels around. But he gets the kill, dashes out. And by the time, Furia can reset at that point and hit the site, the entire Sentinels team is there. It's too late. They're locked out. We're at 8-2, and we need Furia to come up big here, Dan, if we want this to go deep.
Yeah, exchange of guiding lights there in the mid position for both teams. Looking to go for a fast pace here, Furia. Straight into C Garage. We've seen a lot of slow rounds, but we see the pacing catches their opponents off guard. Dapper, able to spray one down. That's very painful. Good tag comes in. Oh, can't catch the second. And that is Zom's alive for a moment, providing some resistance, but goes down, and that's backside control for Furia. Stick tries to make his way in on the timing, but can't find it. Dapper, no HP to work with. Hunter's Fury indeed comes through. Tens trying to open it up at QCK with the denial. And now it's just Shazam, 1 versus 2 on the Sova, and he's taken down NZR. They did not expect him so far forward, so fast. Oh, the fake and the off angle, beautiful from QCK. Shazam, he took the bait. And that's the 3rd round on the board for Furia.
And that is a must-win round for Furia right there, Dan. Not only because they needed, a 3rd round in this half, but because now they get to go into the last round with a lockdown. I believe they might even have, they have a couple more ults. I'm not sure if it was the Secret or Hunter's Fury I saw, but they have a lot to work with here. And 4 rounds, if they can get 4 on the board, that's enough for a comeback here.
I totally agree.
So yeah, we have the lockdown, Cosmic Divide, and the Seekers. Those are some spicy ults, Dan.
There got Tens on that short AP. We were talking about this one. Xan has an operator as well. And Sick has spotted. Very lucky to be alive still, I would say. And at the same time, we've got the pressure in through B. It's going to cause some defender rotation, and wow, the lockdown comes in as well.
And oddly enough, this will actually push Tens eventually off of his short A angle. So Sentinels is going to lose a lot of information when this ult ends.
And they got the Seekers behind it as well to really push the defenders back, allow them to understand how many players are in which direction. A lot of information, but can they hold the post plant here, Furia? Zom's looking for the late flank, and it's actually coming with the operator. Oh my God, here comes Xan. Can he find the timing? Oh, he finds it just barely onto Sick. Scary stuff here. Still alive on that flanking position. Zoms has to worry about that. Pulls out the classic, and there is Xan. Swapped out for a rifle. Good stuff, but there comes a defuse. Dapper has to come off of it. And can he manage to win this one now in the 1v1? There comes, oh, he's actually just stuck it to completion.
What?
Because he is an absolute god. Dapper takes Sentinels at the end of the first half, 9-3 in advantage.
9-3 lead for Sentinels. If there was ever a home map for the NA squad, it has to be Haven. They've closed out so many series on here before. But this cursed scoreline, Dan, can Furia do it?
That's a great question to leave us on for the moment as we throw things back over to the desk to try to answer that one.
I'm not going to touch that question. Not a chance. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. But we talked about comfort pick in the map for Sentinels, and they have built a more than comfortable lead here. 9-3 at the end of the half, with Dapper sticking the defuse there to get him there in the final round.
You know, I usually live in Italy, and when I live there, we say that with time, you know, the wine, it ages, it tastes better as you get along, and I think as we've gotten along the timeline of the map, Sentinels has aged better, it's tasted better as we've gotten along. I think that's something that we expected, though, going into Haven. You and I spoke about the fact that this was a comfortable map for both. Why not go head-to-head on a map you're both good on? I just think Sentinels have found their pace.
Yeah, this is just them. It looked like they were a little slow, right? Like, you could see Tens was a little bit off on a few of his early sniper shots on Ascent and on Breeze. Now he's fully dialed in. I mean, he got the no-scope as well with that op. Of course, that's just classic Tens right there. I mean, this looks like they are firing on all cylinders.
I like the way it started, though. We had the initial round win for Sentinels. We had that Furia force buy on round 2 to take it to 1-1. But then, of course, Sick coming up big with the 3K in round 3. So it felt like the gloves were off between these two teams early on. But as you mentioned, for Sentinels, they found it. They found the answer on the defensive side, and Sick was a big part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're used to him, especially on this map, especially on defensive side of things, having a really high ACS. That's something that we were discussing already. Going in the Sky, we know she's not necessarily the most flashiest of players like we expect Tens to be, but is making the rounds count and the utility count where it matters. I want to point out as well, that Dapper sort of ninja defuse, quote unquote. I mean, we have a saying in other games, we say pros don't fake.
Yeah.
And that's why we got the cursed scoreline, as the boys said.
And that's the second time we've seen them do this, right? They did it on Ascent, where they did the pros don't fake thing. This is, you know, you got to be really aware of this as Furia, that you have to push the pace. You have to make sure that they're not given the opportunity. We saw NZR doing a little bit of dancing there to keep himself alive long enough to get the Thrifty to come through. But yeah, this was all Sentinels for the most part. And this is really huge because this is Defender's side.
Yeah, Sentinels are sitting pretty now with a 9-3 first half. They move to the attacking side to try and lock it up. We'll see if they can do just that as we toss it back to DDK and Sean Garris one more time.
Thanks so much, Dash. Oh, yes, this is it. This is the end of the series. So last half, map 3, and Furia, they got a hell of a road ahead of them here, but I would be, I think, very silly if I counted them out at this point.
Absolutely, but I don't mean to cut you off here, Dan, but they're keeping up the aggression despite being down 9-3. This is exactly what you want to see out of Furia right now. Hexan's all the way down mid, has all the info. But Sentinels really hasn't done anything, so there's not even any info to get, Dan.
Oh, Shazam.
Look at this bait setup.
I don't think he spotted Xan. He has no idea. What a tap from him. And now there could be even more. Using the Cloudburst to try to get out of that position. Shazam is going to take down QCK. Wow. Sick. I don't know how he had an angle there, but he did. I thought Xan was just home free.
Even with the turret shooting him top B site, Dan. That's crazy. C-splits on. Sentinel's still going into 2 players, though.
Oh! Okay, Khalil shuts down Tens, makes it a 3v3 again. Backside control is with Furia right now. The tap on the spike comes in, maybe to bait a peek, but it's going to be another trade coming through. Mazen at the backside still holding it down, able to capitalize. One more to go. It's Zoms. And Zoms knows where the spike is, but doesn't know where NZR is. Trying to force the peek. Oh, he's just looking at absolutely the perfect angle at the right time for the red ball clutch. Zoms coming in hot.
You can tell a person's character by
The man was on fire all boot camp long, according to everyone. You know, he posted a screenshot of him having like 36 frags on Astra and Bind. This is one that Sentinels, you know, they've been slipping through his fingers all series long. He was so close to clutching several of these rounds. Not this one, though, Zoms. You feel like everything is starting to go Sentinel's way. This is exactly where we expect them to be, but we haven't seen them look like this.
I just want to say, Sean, Sentinels have only won one pistol this so far, and they lost to the Force Buy afterwards. So we'll see if that story continues, or if this will be their first clean conversion. We don't have a Force Buy, and it's a stack on C. So Fury have certainly missed, or I mean, you got to gamble. Sometimes you're wrong.
Look, Dan, after that round earlier we saw when, Sick jumped out of heaven with a frenzy, anything can happen.
That's true.
All of Fury grouping right now to literally play the same game. I can see the Sova lining up the recon right now. The flash is going to come in. This shorty is going to try to be annoying.
Yeah, it seems a bit disjointed there. I felt like UCK was a little bit ahead of his teammates.
Not as coordinated, I would say.
And Zio will take down Shazam. Some damage being done, but Sentinels have had enough, and that's the 11-3. 2 more rounds to close out this series and move forward.
Just some good old hard yakka. Standing in between us and victory.
I mean, Fury, they saved pretty heavily, so they should have a good buy. And presumably Sentinels will continue with some of the SMGs, so indeed.
Yes. So Sentinels has a lot of rounds and a lot of money to work with here, Dan. And after this bonus is over, they're going to be very close to several ults, if they don't have them already. So huge, huge hold here for Fury. This is where the road starts to the comeback. They're going to have to stop this A lobby control. It's like blinding over it, but it's actually a fake of an A lobby control. Sick wasted his entire kit. They're really trying to sell this. They're keeping those 3 players there, Dan.
Yeah, that is, I was going to say that they're faking the control, but Fury have the players there. The rotation is slow, but Khalil, with that frag, it's going to slow things down. The Nebula, they're going to have to push forward. They know it. Dapper going straight in, playing the entry role on the Cypher. How much can he get here? Again, Marzen holding backside so his teammates can rotate through spawn and be safe. But Shazam cuts them off there, and they don't have anywhere to go. Marzen still backside. Can his teammates join him here? They're trying to, but Marzen is getting tagged down. But still, the pressure on Sentinels trying to fall off of the spike plant here, and they're not able to get out of that position. Fantastic work from Furia, not giving Sentinels time to reposition.
Yeah, and they're not giving them the fights. I think that's how Furia got here the Nebula, in Ascent got the frag into heaven, and that was the initial trade that got Furia actually into the crazy. Site. They stopped the 4.
Crazy indeed. And Marzen's been doing a good job of just that backside control in the few rounds that we've seen, so that is a pretty key position.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think him staying alive there, you did a good job pointing this out. He just nested in there, didn't overextend, didn't peek into any of these aimers on Sentinels, allowed the rotate to come in, and then swung out wide. Retook the site with his team, played it perfectly in the Astra roll.
And now Fury has to defend against this big buy again from Sentinels. Xan pulls out the daggers. And there's a Trailblazer coming through from Sick. Down short A to get that information.
Take flight.
Again, last round, Sentinels saw the A aggression from Fury. They kind of realized what was going on there, I think. So, not seeing it this time. Surely they suspect more players here. But the Seekers will come through. And the push to C comes in, and we talked about the backside control. Can Dapper steal it away? Yes, he can. He takes down one. Another frag from Dapper. That is outrageous stuff from Dapper. He'll get taken down through the Nebula, but they've lost that backside control that we said was so key.
Yeah, he just stormed in there, caged to get past the gravity well. That was just all individual coming out of Dapper. The late Cosmic Divide from Zoms. Disrespected by Zend.
That's huge. The updraft through. Can they do something off of the back of this? You can see that they can just nestle up, they can cozy up behind the Cosmic Divide here. But Zand comes through another updraft. Can he get more? Zand, he gets 2 more somehow, and it's just 1 more to go. But Zoms, he's got the advantage, and he's never given that one up. Match point, Sentinels.
Zoms, another clutch, putting Sentinels on match and series point here, Dan. 12-4, third map. This is just almost undoable for Furia now. They're the underdogs, and they had their chances in this series. They could have closed it out in 2. But now they are in a very difficult spot here on map 3.
We're going to see the first operator here for Xand on this side of the map, and there's none to be answering it with. There's a Trailblazer, doesn't want to shoot that. He's waiting. Oh no, that's so unfortunate for Xan. You can see what he's trying to do there. But TenZ is going to take down NCR. It's beyond hard mode. This is nightmare mode for Furia right now.
Look at the lurk from Dapper. He has the trip on C that has absolutely just caged Mazen in. And they're not going to him. This is so unfortunate. They're going B.
The Zombs is stuck, I think. I think they know that he's there. I think they got the Trailblazer on him. But he's going to have to use some smokes to get out.
Oh, he's out, yes.
That B take you were talking about. And Dapper, he's just playing the entry frag. I mean, he's on the side first, just Dapper things. He'll get taken down with the classic somehow. And commitment to the B plants.
Oh. Zums might get baited into going for this, but Mazen has rotated into garage and has picked up this door lurk.
Zoms actually has the sense there to, and the cognizance to fall back. Taking it slow. That's a nice pick up there with the Stinger. A pretty impressive range for a Stinger these days. 4 versus 3 now as that spike ticks away. Another frag. Mazen comes in. And there goes the defuse now, putting the pressure on. The piece come through. Mazen again, just peeling away the defenders one at a time there. Sentinels will concede the round. And Furia, that looked great. They just have to do that, what, 7 more times?
That was probably the hardest of them, too. Down 5v4, broken buy. All the buys are going to be better from here on out, so theoretically.
It's true. It's true.
It's possible, Dan. Sentinels forced to eco. They're making a light investment here, making sure they can get a full purchase next round. TenZ has the Blade Storm on deck. That's as good as like 3 rifles, probably. So.
I am worried because this is like the worst round to lose if you're Furia here. You're trying to mount the comeback.
Yes.
They've only got a couple of Sheriffs and a Blade Storm and TenZ.
So you can see Killjoy has the turret looking down C long. They have the alarm bot on B. They've doubled up garage and they've tripled A lobby. This is such a cool setup from Furia.
Xan just cannot catch a break here.
No.
Trailblazer, drone, just all sorts of business. Will force him back and burn the dash.
Yeah, they've lost this A lobby control. Both the initiators also falling back with Xan. Going back into the C site. The turret will alert them very early that this is going to be a C hit. You can see it's tagging TenZ. You can't even shoot the Blade Storm back at it.
Oh,
that's cute.
Xan elevated, and there is, Phil spotted a Sheriff around the corner, but gotta be so careful. You don't want to feed into this. He's actually chasing, I can't believe it. Khalil is gonna fall back there. There's the B push coming on through. Can Sentinels capitalize off of this one? Not looking like Sentinels can gain much ground here. They've lost the forward positions on B. It's been reclaimed, and now they have 3 players left. And they've only got 20 seconds to plant.
Yeah, looks all but done for Sentinels right now. Everyone just wandering around the map, doing their own thing. 12-6. Furia's getting closer, Dan. I don't know if I'm a believer yet, but they've built the ults. They'll never have a broken buy for the rest of this game, so that they have the economy working with them, assuming they keep winning, which they need to. And a Prime Gaming flawless, I mean, I would be lying if I said it's not doable. On the defensive side of Haven, I've seen rallies way bigger than 6 rounds.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting when TenZ gets an operator in his hands. But with that said, I mean, on the attack, I mean, that's not necessarily a style that they're going to go with. We've got a mid push coming through from Furia, getting space early on. And it's Xan with an operator, but it's a quick C push. So Sentinels are going to circumvent this. However, Cosmic Divide and Hunter's Fury for Furia for a retake is strong.
It's so strong, and I love the little things. Look at this overview of the site. Notice how Dapper uses his cage every time where the meta gravity well is, but look at the Hunter's Fury from NCR. The quick retakes coming in. It gets 2, Dan. Shazam is all alone.
Oh, that's a good dig though from Shazam. Can't finish it off though. Xan takes him out, and that's got to be an operator down there somewhere. I think he dropped it. Ooh. Oh, no, yep, there it is. So, okay, 7-12. It's happening slowly but surely.
Is it happening?
And Fury did not burn the Cosmic Divide, only the Hunter's Fury.
No,
so
you are correct about that.
That's very important.
Another eco.
That Cosmic Divide is so important. It kind of helps to shut down those really fast rush rounds, allows you to give up sites, retake.
Very good for the A retake. The B retake, it's incredible. If you Cosmic Divide the front of B, same thing goes for C, right? You can put it right in front of the sight box, block off Garage.
I respect
so
it.
Powerful.
Xander's still trying that short A. It's just not happening, Sean. It's never happening.
It's never happening.
He's kept the dash up, though, which is good. And we talked about fast round retakes. All right. The operator's just on the floor, Sean.
Is that?
Xan dropped the operator there.
Are you sure that's what that was? That is what that was.
I'm trying.
I wasn't 100%. I was trying to figure it out. That is a huge error.
Intense doesn't pull the trigger, and they're just going to line up. But Xan is just going to the back of the site, somehow dropping the operator. Was that the big brain move? The Mega Galaxy ulti brain play? I don't even know.
Oh my goodness.
Please, somebody explain that. Someone tweet us. I don't understand the logic. But they won the round.
I'm glad they won that round. That would have been heartbreaking to see them lose that round. You know, even as an NA player, like, I don't want to see Sentinels win like that. Someone just gifted an off.
But I don't understand why you would drop it there. I mean, if you're swapping out for the
had to fat
rifle.
finger it. He had to fat finger it, right?
Yeah, okay.
Or did he leave a rifle on the ground? Is that what
I don't
it
know.
was?
You know what? The analyst desk, they can figure it out.
They can figure that out.
They can figure it out. Okay. 8-12. Sentinels timeout. I'm not going to ask you if you're a believer yet. I won't.
Yeah, I'm not going to be a believer yet, actually. So I'm going to wait around. But I'm going to say this. Sentinels has tried to close this match out with very fast, aggressive C hits. And now we just saw them go into this A hit. You know, they're just trying to get it done. But what they're doing is they're dwindling the rounds where they can actually try real strats. And they're becoming more and more readable on those rounds because it's unlikely they're going to continue this style. So their style range becomes narrower and narrower as these rounds go on if you're in the IGL on the Brazilian side. And so the rounds are becoming more and more favored to Furia as this goes on. I'm getting a little nervous.
It's weird, isn't it? It's
a little nervous.
It is a very weird place for everybody to be. Everyone is feeling weird right now, except perhaps Furia, who, I mean, they're in a place where nothing to lose type of situation. You know, well, I said you can lose a series, obviously, but they're the underdogs coming in here, and they're working from a massive deficit where there's no expectation. They're purely in the round-by-round mentality, and we...
Dude, are they doing it again, Dan? Are they sending it C again? They're just trying to jam it in this site to just get their one round.
And Xan's actually there this time.
Yes.
He's given up on a short finally.
He's top site. He's going to get this first shot in. They have the Killjoy lockdown for the C site as well. Very powerful piece of utility. But this battle is everything for Furia.
The drone. That's important. However, Xan is still there, and there's that rifle he's going to collect. So, oh my god, that is just disgusting.
That's a huge mistake. The Seekers push the player back into Garage. This is the first time that Sentinels has had a clean take of this site. No Mazin staying alive. No Hunter's Fury taking players out on the take. Dapper's lurking in mid. There's a big fight. Gets out.
That lockdown needs to be set up here. And everyone on the C-long position.
The lockdown is not being used, though, Dan. This is...
Oh, there it is. It is. Surely it's going to be coming in. There it is. It's in the perfect position as well.
Oh, dear. Look at this lockdown. It locks on all of long besides the back wall, Dan.
There's a slither. There is a slither right at the back, just as you say. Can they find a way to manage this, though? Tens lining up at the back wall. All the Sentinels players firing off together. In comes Mazin. Very important flank through. There's the hole. There's the stick. Can he find it? Can he find it? Yes, he can! Still Furia alive. The Red Bull clutch there for NCR. Still alive. Are you a believer, Sean?
I'm a believer, Dan. That is insane. He saves the lockdown, gets the back wall. The late flank comes in. Dapper cannot stop the defuse. It's planted for the box because, of course, it's a C-long plant. And they have massive number advantage.
I can't believe that NCR had time.
I can't believe 2 players longer detained.
Oh man, this is just incredible. What just, oh my god, jumping
What
across.
is this?
Dapper's running for dear life, classic in hand. That's so tough there because you jump with the classic, expecting him to come off, or do you actually, well, I mean, he can't come off actually, or do you spray the boxes?
Yeah, there's no right answer. That is such an unreal scenario. Your 2 teammates are detained at long. What is this?
Oh man, it's such a beautiful round because when do you ever see that Killjoy lockdown? And it's because they gathered all the information as to where all the post-plant positioning was, which is kind of rare that you have the ability to know that and the presence of mind to do that in such a chaotic scenario. Massive props right now to Furia. I would be a bit shaken. I would say that I would be shaken if I was Sentinels, but I've seen them on Haven have games like this, the scrappiest of games, and usually they come out on top.
I mean, 3 rounds against Sentinels. It's going to feel like an eternity if Fury gets this to OT, right? These rounds are going to be hard to win by them. It's going to feel like that round, right? Where every round Sentinels is going to claw back into it. And Furia just has to, you know, put the foot down and close out these rounds. That was a phenomenal retake. That was so awesome to see.
By the way, when we get these little intermissions with the tech pauses or pauses, I feel like with the stage and the music, it feels like a music video.
Like I just kind of zone out and kind of want to watch all the colors and the lights.
It's beautiful. But for right now, Furia, I mean, pauses just pauses in general. It's tough. You've got the adrenaline pumping, coursing through your veins, and you get to a moment when suddenly you don't have the gameplay to focus on. When we talk about experience and dealing with pressure comes into your mind the most when you're not playing the game. This is why some teams will take timeouts to actually ice the other team and get them into that spot where suddenly they're like, wait, are we doing it? And as soon as those sorts start to happen, your mental can start to get compromised. So that's where the experienced teams can survive. And we are asking this question constantly, consistently at Furia. Can they maintain composure in these kinds of spots?
One thing I will say, though, to kind of go to the other side of the coin, something I've noticed a lot as a player and, you know, watching all these games as an analyst is when a player has a big round like that as an underdog, they often have this inflated overconfidence and they'll mess up the next round or 2 rounds later. They're out of the right flow state that they've been in to get in the scenario prior. They're overconfident. So I think these pauses are actually doing a good job of not allowing Furia to enter that state, reset, talk to each other, you know, take some deep breaths. Man, I have seriously been so impressed by this team. It's tactics, spacing, trading, jiggle peeking. Very impressive stuff from Furia here today.
To me, I mean, it's been a really great performance from them. They've shown a lot of great looks, as you said, different looks, adaptations, good mid-rounds calls where they've abandoned what they wanted to do, and quickly the whole team got on the same page about a mid-round switch-up. These kinds of things do indicate a really top-level team. And obviously we're at Champions, you expect that. But I think as you mentioned previously, we've known that the Brazilian region has a lot to offer, and it got hyped up quite a lot at the beginning of Valorant and didn't necessarily deliver to the expectations that were set. They were set really high, but what we're seeing right now is a Brazilian team playing some fantastic high-level Valorant.
And I don't think you could make the argument that Furia looks like the more skilled team, which is even more of kind of a positive for their team, right? I would say Sentinels clearly has a skill advantage, but here we find ourselves deep in the 3rd map of this series. You know, an inexperienced team is putting up these numbers on Sentinels, and they're doing it tactically and the right way. They're not getting lucky. They put in the hard work to end up in this scenario.
Yeah, we've had some great moments. We really have so far, and I, for one, hope that we get many more. I want to milk this series dry, Sean. Get those 3 rounds.
I'm not leaving. I'm not ending this tech pause.
And this is a moment for the Furia players to also start to think, okay, well, what's been working? And I think that we're in this interesting part of the game where Sentinels may have forgot for themselves what was working. They've been thrown off kilter. And for Furia at the same time as well, I don't think it's super clear for them what has been working. They've been switching up their pace quite a lot, and they're on the defensive side. So in that sense, you're always somewhat reactive to the first action of your opponent. And because they have been pressuring slightly, but they're not going very aggressive. Xand, a lot of pushes on the short A position to show presence. Doesn't often get value except in showing the presence and forcing util, slowing things down for the attack. And then sometimes we see him on C providing that presence. I think maybe once or twice we've seen him with the mid push. But that's rarer.
He hasn't been as aggressive on the defensive side as TenZ was. But that's what I'm saying about this team. They don't need him to be. They don't need him to be that star jet player because they're so cohesive. They have so many thought out retakes and little plays that they've set with their ultimates in particular. I feel like when they have ults on the board, they are such a solid team. They've done a really, really good job of pairing them together.
Yeah, they definitely have. And I think at the beginning of the series too, we saw some moments on Ascent where I think both you and I were thinking, damn, Xan came into the series a little bit shaky. There were some shots that were missed. I think we both felt like, actually, with where Furia was, they could have won the map with just a couple of these opening shots on the defense with the operator. Had he hit those, would have been hugely impactful. But regardless of that, going into Breeze, again, it's a map that historically Furia doesn't really have a lot of play on. They don't tend to focus on it that much. So it was quite incredible to see them winning that. And again, you mentioned it, Sentinels is the team that you expect to outskill them, which we've seen TenZ just popping off. So dangerous. And yet Furia close that map out. And now into Haven, horrendously far down into the second half, and still finding ways to be tactical, to play their game, and to give this a very solid look despite that deficit.
Yeah, despite that abomination of an eco round, right?
Yeah.
Like they couldn't bounce back from that. That was actually a massive nail in the coffin of that first half in hindsight, right? That really changed the tide of things and affected how Sentinels were able to put that insane amount of rounds on the board. We had yet to see them start a series like that, and it took, what was it, a 3v4 classic eco with Sick on the Frenzy?
Yes, that's a very good point, actually. Yeah, the round around that would certainly broke the back of Furia for some time. And another thing, to Furia's credit, is the success they have found on a lot of the pistols in this series. That's something that if Sentinels end up, regardless of how this series ends, Sentinels will certainly be thinking, okay guys, let's look at our pistols here. And of course we're seeing shots of the players that are not able to communicate during the tech pause, and are in a position where you have to, this is another aspect of being a professional player, you have to be able to stay measured and understand how to deal with yourself in these kinds of moments. Everybody's a little bit different. Some people want to meditate, some people, maybe they'll have a fidget spinner or something. I don't know, it's each to their own, but that is a part of that trial of fire that is being a pro player, understanding how to keep yourself in a good place to perform regardless of the conditions, because this is LAN and this is what happens at LAN sometimes. Sometimes you get the pauses.
It's very frustrating, obviously, having these pauses out there as a player, and I'm sure the players have had long days compared to how they would typically have at home, right? That's one of the hurdles that people don't often talk about when it comes to these pro teams coming to LAN and why it feels so different. Well, their schedules are just drastically different at home. When your mom is making you Hot Pockets and bringing them in the room for you, comparing that to LAN when you have to wake up way early before your match, get to the venue, probably have to eat breakfast with your team. You have to be social for once in your life. And you end up having to just sit around. It's a lot of waiting, not a lot of actual playing. It's a totally different environment than playing an online match at your home. So that's why you often see teams with the disparity. They just can't handle it.
Yeah, and it's only something that is tough to handle, but someone that has delivered time and again, someone that you've called the best player in North America countless times, TenZ. We have a short video on TenZ to learn a little bit more about him if you're not already familiar.
When I hear the word creativity, what I think of is just being unique and creating your own ideas. Hello, my name is Tyson TenZ No, and I'm a player for Sentinels.
Hello, I'm Rosie, and I've created a piece of virtual reality artwork inspired by the professional Valorant esports player TenZ.
I think something that makes me a unique player is I'm always coming up with new ideas, and I'm very creative with how I use pieces of utility. I know that there's a lot of different mechanics in the game that I can kind of abuse or twist. I just try to play really annoying and kind of be really disruptive.
I was just really enjoying researching TenZ and watching his videos. It's really entertaining. I just felt like I got to know him. And then when I entered the virtual space, it became just like I was bringing to life his YouTube character. And it just felt like I was getting to know him even more.
When I think of art, think of it as something that someone created, whether it be maybe like an actual canvas or it can be more of like a theoretical canvas, so it could be really anything.
So in my illustration, especially on the poses with Jet, I really wanted to get across how he's such a creative, strategic player. I thought the best approach for this, given that Tens loves anime, was to make like a manga comic style story to show this relatable person, not just this talented esports player. He's actually just a really nice guy. That, along with the manga style, just goes really well in creating this story of Tens embodying the game and really becoming this all-seeing, all-encompassing, powerful Valorant champion.
First time I found out I was colorblind was actually somewhere in grade school. Really, I'm not too sure how I perceive colors because it's kind of like an abstract idea where you don't really know what colors is, you don't know how to explain colors.
At the end, that final frame just being him bursting into color out of this black and white manga in this sort of magic way to sort of show that he's got this really bright future ahead, which he really does.
Thank you so much for bearing with us. We are about to go back into this crazy barn burner of a match, Sean. Whew, I mean, I don't even know if I don't even know where to start to do a little recap for people. If you've just joined us, you've missed an incredible series. This is an insane comeback run that we have on map 3 of this best of 3, featuring a complete underdog in Furia versus the Titans that are Sentinels.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest underdog matchup that we've seen so far in this tournament. And here we have the situation where Furia could take the series, and they probably should have taken this series already, which is crazy to even say.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive because there's a lot that so far Furia have showed us that suggests that they're dialed in right now, and they're not shaken by just the weight of this current situation that they find themselves in, which is this extended comeback where any one mistake for any single player could completely cost you the series.
Yeah, and that's what's so impressive by this team. That's what I mean, is they don't overextend. They don't make the mistakes that you would typically see in these inexperienced teams, especially when you play against a team like Sentinels, who punishes those mistakes, who has the aim to, capitalize on those inexperienced errors. That's why they don't lose to teams that are significantly worse than them. They only lose to the top teams in the world these days. Sentinels make sure that they don't get burned by silly things. So the teams that do beat them, they have to play an excellent tactical game. And that's what Fury has done here today.
Well, Sean, I've heard that we will be back in shortly, so that's a good sign. And
I'm down to stay, Dan. I'm down to stay. They got more features, dude? I'm down to watch some features.
Yeah, we can podcast it up.
I could draw you and we can make that a feature. It won't look as good as that 10th one, though.
I'm down for that.
Okay.
I'm down for that. Can you make my head just a little bit bigger than real life? That'd be great. Thank you.
What character, what agent do you want to be? Like, what do you...
Oh, well, I don't have time to answer that because we are ready to dial back in and get back into this match. Best of 3 between Furia from Brazil and Sentinels, the North American representatives. And my goodness, we've got 3 rounds here that Furia needs to get to overtime. And it's been a hell of a journey. Can they do it? We're about to find out.
Dear God, I feel like we're bashing our heads into this garage wall because it's looking like another C-split, Dan. We have it Dapper over here at A-Lob. He's going to cage the cross. Sand over here again. Going to get this A-Lobby control from short. It's like I'm having deja vu right now.
Sand already with the Blaze Storm out there with that little jump peek towards A-Lobby. Doesn't spot anything. Trailblazer, that's going to spot 3 players. That spotted 3 players outside garage. So they abort? No, they keep going in.
Look at the rotate.
They're going to try to pinch right now, but we do have Khalil in close proximity. Oh my God, still getting it though. Sick holding strong despite getting tapped there by the Seeker. Still, Mazen, backside, but not for too much longer. The trades come through. Furia, only 1 player left. NZR versus 2. Tens and Shazam. Backside, spike down. They know where he is. They know where that drone came from. He's going to have to make this. Oh my God, Tens going up with the updraft and comes down and slams into NZR with the daggers and carries Sentinels across the finish line. A matchup you always expected them to win, and I cannot imagine the sense of relief for Sentinels, because that was almost a lost series, and that would have been devastating.
And that was one where their star player Tens, he ended the series exactly how he needed to, right? Taking over the game. He took over that 3rd map, top ACS in the server at 267, 5 first bloods. He was all over the place on that defensive half. Huge impact from the young star.
Yeah, absolutely huge. And I mean, we talked about Ascent earlier. Extremely losable in terms of how Furia were playing that, how successful they were, and some of the opportunities they had. I honestly think if it was the Furia of map 2 or map 3 on map 1, we probably would have seen Furia take that one over the line. So certainly a shocking series for Sentinels. They probably went into this one thinking this is a 2-0, and that's going to have to be a wake up for them. And for Furia, I mean, everyone has to have their eyes on Furia now, because this was a fantastic showing for them, and they're looking dangerous in this group.
Oh, they're looking terrifying. They're looking like a team that can upset one of the top dogs in the group, which for those of you at home that don't remember, the other top team would be Liquid. So Liquid will be playing Crew. And obviously, you know, I think after what we've seen from Furia today, the loser from the Sentinels, whoever it is, Liquid or Crew, the loser of that game should be very, very nervous, because they're going to have a gauntlet to run in the lower bracket of this group.
Well, I mean, one of the beautiful things, Sean, that all of these players get to experience, of course, is the splendor, the grandeur, being on stage, but also being face-to-face and show respect to your opponents. The people that push you further, and in this situation, we saw that 4 Sentinels got pushed further, still made it across the line. And what a showing it was. So many saves in that manner with the Sonstar 10s. Oh, they all need to collectively buy him a beer. I don't know, like, he deserves some extra props to this one.
I think all the Sentinels players came up big in their moments. You know, particularly Sick actually comes to mind. I think Shazam had several great rounds throughout this series, particularly, I think it was the first map. He carried them through as the top performer on the first map on the Sova roll. So Zoms with the clutches. Everything was needed from Sentinels here today to pull out this victory. So I can't say I'm disappointed in them. I have them as my tournament winner. I should be. I think this is more telling of how good Furia looked in this series, though.
Well, Sean, it was an absolute pleasure to be casting this one with you. That's all for you and me on the casting desk. Here it is time to go to the desk, but first, it is the Prime Gaming match highlights. Don't go anywhere.
A new look for Sentinels as they stare down Furia on the other side of the stage. This time with a coach at the helm. We'll have to see if it's what's going to make the difference between them and a hope to become the first world champions here in Valorant.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
It's like I'm suffocating. I can't catch my breath, frustration. I'm full up to the test. I'm waiting, so patient. They can't get out my neck. I'm ready. Won't you let me breathe? Yeah, won't you let me breathe?
Welcome back to Champions, where Sentinels scrapes by in map number 3. I'll remind everybody, it was a 9-3 first half. It looked like they were going to lock it up in quick fashion, but Furia fought tooth and nail to prevent that. It took a solid round out of 10s to close it out finally, but my goodness. The teams are showing up in a big way today. Again, these were titanic matchups, 2 champions, Series 1, Series 2, that were going into expected victories, and while both of them did come out that way, I have loved the competition that we've seen.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this because this just shows that some of the regions outside of NA, EU, and Vision Strikers are starting to catch up. They're starting to figure things out. You can see a lot of the teamwork, a lot of the preparation, a lot of the coaching and things like that that are really providing results and showing that these teams have come prepared for this event.
I am sick of top-heavy events. I don't want to come in and know exactly what my prediction should be, what the outcome is going to be. I mean, we've seen it throughout multiplicity of those rounds throughout all of today. I am incredibly happy to say, though, that when we put the pressure on the shoulders of Tens, well, he stood up, he carried it, and more.
It is so fitting that, I mean, he performed throughout this map and the series, to be honest, but for this shot there,
it's just dumb.
The tracing fire, watching the muzzle flash for the no-scope through a smoke is just baffling skill on display. And then for him to close it out with the 3K in the final round, this is what you need to see if Sentinels want to climb their way back to the top of that throne here when it comes to international play.
Yeah, some things to work on, but overall I thought this was just more Furia coming in very well prepared. They did a lot of the things that I saw on tape that I thought was the good things. They worked together. There were a few weird tactical calls here and there, but overall, really solid stuff.
I think the casters said it best coming off of that. That's going to be a sigh of relief victory for Sentinels. They didn't breeze through that, and it was very much because of the way that Furia pushed them. And while it was Tens who was topping the leaderboards a number of times in terms of ACS, the Verizon high-speed moment from this map 3 goes to Sick. And we're rewinding all the way back to round number 3. It's the 3K with the Frenzy. I mean, this was sick, for lack of a better word.
You got to sort of walk into that one, don't you?
Yeah, you
Pun
do.
very much intended. That comes down to instinct. When a player comes in on site, I mean,
You're my favorite kind of audience.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Goddamn paper thin. Give
Usually it's me making the bad puns,
just
okay?
Just let me struggle, okay? Just let me struggle. It's been a long day.
That's instinct, though. When you get on a site and you don't have a lot of utility left to work with, you know you're just going off pure frenzy kills, and that's exactly what I'm looking for there, is that a player can go into site and make the difference. Of course, he knew the default positions that the players would be as well, so he's flicking from one to the other, and he's getting really good kills there, and you only need 1 mag. Remember, it's only 5 headshots you need. So.
I'm finding frenzy headshots, though, with the transfers is just disgusting. I have a top performer for Sick, always an interesting player to watch, but when it comes to interviews, one of the most interesting out there has got to be Dapper, and he's standing by with Yinsu for the Horizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much for that. Dash, I am indeed with Dapper here. That was a long series, a hard-fought victory. Did you expect them to be as tough of an opponent as they were in the end?
Yeah, no, they definitely exceeded my expectation. I think all of our expectations. They played really good Valorant, especially on Breeze, and they also punished like a lot of our mistakes. I think I got a little overzealous. I think all of us got like a little like confident peaks, and we got punished for it, and we lost a whole bunch of rounds that we shouldn't have. So we have a lot to learn, take away from it. So I'm not that like disappointed, but yeah, they're really good.
I want to talk about some of the map picks today. It's been a while since we've seen your Ascent. You guys were good at it before you decided to kind of ban it out back at Masters Berlin. Is there a reason why you've brought this back into your map pool?
Yeah, I think it was just like a thing with the meta that like we didn't like how the meta was shifting on Ascent, and I think we got a good grasp of it this time around, like practicing going into champs. So yeah, we happily integrated it back, and I think we're doing good on it so far.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the map itself, you guys bringing it back, you also brought in a new change in Agent, Sky getting brought in as well. Why is that? What's the reasoning behind the Sky?
Yeah, so it's either between like Sky or Breach for like a flash agent. Some people are running KO too. We tried our hand at KO and we didn't really like it. It's kind of like a personal preference type thing. But with Sky, we really like her dog,